Chapter 1811. 20 minutes later, Lin Xian finished his cigarette and quickly put on his clothes. Han Chuxue laid there and looked at Lin Xian without saying anything. Little Chuxue, I'm going out for a while, Lin Xian said awkwardly to Han Chuxue. Actually, Lin Xian felt that Han Chuxue should know. Okay. Han Chuxue replied softly and then lazily closed her eyes. On the other side, half an hour had passed since Miao Xiaomiao finished showering. It wasn't that she showered for half an hour, it was just that she spent so much time in the bathroom to prepare herself. If she went out, she would have to do it with Lin Xian. Just thinking about it made her nervous. But thinking about it, they were his girlfriends, so it wasn't a big deal. Thinking of this, she came out, and then Lin Xian was gone. Miao Xiaomiao laid on the bed and sent Lin Xian messages like crazy. Wait, I'll be back in a bit. Lin Xian sent a message to Miao Xiaomiao. He was on his way to pick up Lu Yufan. What are you doing? Actually, Miao Xiaomiao could guess what Lin Xian was doing. Me. I'm buying something for you. Lin Xian felt that he really couldn't split himself up. 3 was the limit. He really couldn't do 5. Oh. Miao Xiaomiao put on her clothes and went to the hotel lobby to order a cup of coffee and sat there playing with her phone. Boring. She thought about sitting there and seeing if she could catch Lin Xian in the act. Bastard. After a while, Ling Ying also came to the lobby. She was also bored. She originally wanted to give Lin Xian a shock, but now that she thought about it, it would be great if she could catch him in the act. Then Ling Ying also came to the lobby. Of course, Ling Ying also invited Han Chuxue. He's not at your place either. Obviously, he went to look for other girls. I want to see if he really wants to get all the girls to this hotel and then go to each room at night. How shameless. Ling Ying gritted her teeth. What a beast. The two of them then walked into the hall and saw Miao Xiaomiao sitting there. Little Miao Miao? Ling Ying and Han Chuxue walked out. Sister Ling Ying, Sister Chuxue. Miao Xiaomiao didn't seem surprised to see them. It was expected. He could only say that. You're here too? Where is Lin Xian? Miao Xiaomiao said. She went out. Ling Ying and Han Chuxue looked at each other. Fuck. At first, Ling Ying thought that there would at most be 3 girls. Now that he looked at it, there were definitely others above the 3 of them. Then let's wait together, Ling Ying said and then sat together. Sister Ling Ying, did Lin Xian tell you that he will spend Valentine's Day with you alone? Miao Xiaomiao asked. Yeah. Damn pervert. Miao Xiaomiao pouted. Hey, you'll get used to it. When we catch him in the act, let's see how embarrassed he will be. Ling Ying said. Alright, little Miao Miao, when did you and Lin Xian do that? Ling Ying asked. Miao Xiaomiao blushed and said. No. Fuck. No? Could it be that he wants to do you tonight? Shameless. Let me tell you, he can do it anytime, but not tonight. Tonight, he might ruin a few of you. Yeah. Miao Xiaomiao nodded. Han Chuxue sat there awkwardly. She didn't say that she was ruined by Lin Xian again. At this moment, Lin Xian arrived at the pedestrian street. Hey, Lil Fan Fan. Lin Xian smiled and waved at Lu Yufan. Lin Xian also wanted to go out with Yi, but Yi hadn't confirmed their relationship yet. Lin Xian also wanted to go out with Zhao Yunqi, but he couldn't. When were they going to confirm their relationship? Actually, all that was left was Lin Xian's confession. Lu Yufan saw Lin Xian. She wrinkled her nose. Lin Xian was about to run over when he stood there awkwardly. Why? Fuck. Lu Yufan and Wu Yuhan were standing together. It was a mess. Fuck. How did the two of them end up together? Although they were in the same place, there were so many people here and it was so crowded. It was amazing that they could still meet each other. Lin Xian braced himself and ran over. You're all here. Lin Xian smiled and said. All? Lu Yufan pouted. Oh, it's nothing. I was thinking that 2 people would be a little boring, right? So I thought about it and decided to have 3 people. Lin Xian tried his best to explain. Wu Yuhan didn't say much. You won't blame me, right? No. But is there anyone else? Lu Yufan asked. No. Lin Xian shook his head. Lu Yufan, this brat, had also grown up. When Lin Xian first met her, Lu Yufan was still underage. Now, she was 20 years old and was about to blossom. Lin Xian knew at that time that this girl, and Yi Yi, would definitely grow up to be much prettier. So are we going to eat or what? Lu Yufan asked. I've ordered a big meal. Let's go. To be honest. Wu Yuhan was also unhappy. Lu Yufan was also unhappy. The unhappy one was Lin Xian. It was mainly because Lin Xian said that there would only be one of them. Although she didn't believe it, she was still looking forward to it. Then they met. It was fine if there wasn't only one of them. Then, Lin Xian shamelessly said that he felt that the three of them were interesting. Fuck, wasn't that infuriating? But it didn't matter. Soon Lin Xian brought them to the hotel. Lin Xian booked a private room in this hotel. This way, everyone would be together and Lin Xian could do whatever he wanted faster. Really, just the two of you? Then why didn't you bring Sister Ling Ying and the rest? Lu Yufan asked. I've accompanied them many times. This time, I just wanted to accompany you. Lin Xian said with a smile. Hi Yuhan. Fan. At this moment, just as they entered the hall, Ling Ying's voice came from the side. Lin Xian's body trembled. It was over. Sister Ling Ying. Lu Yufan shouted and ran over. All right. Actually, she didn't really trust Lin Xian to find the two of them. It was reasonable that he saw Ling Ying. There was also Han Chuxue and Miao Xiaomiao. Bah! The three girls looked over at him. Heh, there were two more. Then would there be 7 more? 9? This Lin Xian wanted to fuck 10 girls tonight? They didn't agree to be together, so he wanted to take his time one by one? What a pervert. Go to hell. Lin Xian knew that he was going to collapse. Then, Lin Xian braced himself and walked over. Yo, young Master Lin. Did you accidentally bump into Fan and Yuhan when you were out shopping and brought them here? Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian with a smile. Chapter 1812. Finally, the 5 girls were all gathered. Lin Xian collapsed. They were close. Lin Xian was lucky. The girls around Lin Xian were all very nice and magnanimous. This was one of the things that made Lin Xian very comfortable. He didn't have to deliberately tell the girls how to interact with each other. They would take the initiative to interact with each other. For example, Lin Xian met a new girl. Although they were very unhappy, they would take the initiative to get to know each other and become good friends. Then the girls started chatting. There was no need to think too much. Lin Xian must have lied to them. Shameless. What made them the most unhappy was that Lin Xian looked like he wanted to fuck all 5 girls tonight. Obviously, he couldn't do it together, so he gathered the 5 girls in a hotel and went to another room. Wow. Pervert. That was what they thought. Lin Xian's thought was very simple. It really wasn't. He really didn't want it to be like this. He thought that it would be up to fate tonight. It didn't matter who he slept with. They had misunderstood. You still have the nerve to sit over here? When the girls saw Lin Xian sit over, Ling Ying rolled his eyes. It's Valentine's Day after all. Lin Xian scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Humph. Shameless. Yes. You're right. I'm shameless. I'm trash. You can scold me however you want. Lin Xian nodded repeatedly. Look, he's guilty. Lu Yufan pointed at Lin Xian. Humph. Scumbag. Miao Xiaomiao pouted. Little Miao, don't let him defile you so easily. Otherwise, you'll be taking the initiative. Once he defile you, he won't care about you as much as before. He'll go and find other big sisters to make his move. Ling Ying reminded her. He doesn't care about me in the first place. Miao Xiaomiao mumbled. Lin Xian sat there awkwardly drinking tea. Of course not. I'm busy. Lin Xian said. Thinking about it, there were too many girls. If Lin Xian wanted to accompany all of them, it would take a lot of time. The best way was to gather everyone together. Lin Xian felt quite guilty. She hoped that she could spend more time with them when she was free. He was very free these days. The shifter race was fine, and the evil fiend temple had been taken care of. The only thing left for Lin Xian to do was to take care of his team. Oh right, there was also the matter of Lin and City being targeted by some forces, but that wasn't a big deal at the moment. I'll use this time to accompany each of them. Hey, that's great. We have 5 people today. With 5 people we can play Monopoly or airplane chess, Lu Yufan said. Okay? Han Chuxue also nodded. Aren't there 6 people? Wu Yuhan asked, then looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked at them expectantly. Ling Ying glanced at him. Is he a human? Lin Xian stood there awkwardly. I was wrong. Count me in. Lin Xian smiled and got up to pour wine and drinks for them. Look, this is a man. Yes, indeed. Men are only fit to eat shit. Lin Xian. Wrong. At this time, a few people walked in. Young Master Wang, Lin and City is not bad. Although it's a 3rd-tier city and not too big, it has everything a city should have. There are even 5-star hotels and all kinds of facilities. It's not bad. It's just that the Yashen group beat us to it. Wang Tiancheng walked in and said calmly, they're just lucky. Wang Tiancheng smiled and said, luck? That was definitely not pure luck. Lin and City was a border city, especially after Tianhua City fell. So many people, companies, families, and martial artists abandoned Lin and City and went to cities further inland. However, the Yashen group did the opposite and did something that shocked and incomprehensible to the whole world. They acquired Lin and City. As they spoke, they sat at an empty table. What do you think? Are they fools? How can there be so many fools in this world? Especially such a powerful group. Yes, I was stunned at that time too. Lin and City might be able to hold on for a few more months or a year. If they bought Lin and City at this time and it was attacked by the Demon Clan, they would lose everything. However, because of this, they bought Lin and City at a very low price. It's really quite powerful, especially now that Lin and City is the mainland's dragon vein. I think the people from the Yashen group must have known this. That's why they had the confidence to buy Lin and City. The 3 major forces and the human race would never let the dragon vein be taken away by the Demon Clan. Is it that Lin Xian? Wang Tiancheng smiled. Lin Xian? Who does he think he is? Do you really think that this Lin Xian is powerful? Murong Qing? She has the Murong family behind her. Could it be that Uncle Murong knew about this and hinted Murong Qing to do it? Can't be. This news is a secret. No one in the 3 major forces knows about it. If they knew, the Yashen group wouldn't have the chance. This news was brought by the Yang family's Tianji scroll, so it can only mean one thing. There's an expert behind the Yashen group. Everything is controlled and directed by this master, including the products of the Yashen group. It should be the master's idea. This Yashen group does not belong to Murong Qing, nor does it belong to Lin Xian. It must belong to this master behind the scenes. Wang Tiancheng said. This was also the guess of many people. That's right. This Lin Xian is actually just a pawn of the expert behind the scenes. However, his luck is really good. Huh? Isn't that Lin Xian? Their attention was suddenly focused not far away. After seeing Lin Xian, these 4 people were full of disdain. That's right. They weren't geniuses from ordinary families. They were from reclusive families. Their talents were strong and their realms were high. They came to Lin and City purely to take a look. It was very convenient anyway. Of course, they did want to meet this Lin Xian. Then, their second reaction was jealousy. There were a total of 5 girls sitting with Lin Xian, and all of them were unbelievably beautiful. They knew about Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, and Wu Yuhan. There were even rumors that Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, and Lin Xian were in a relationship. This was fucking ridiculous. Based on what? Then, 2 more beautiful girls appeared. Fuck your mother. Today was Valentine's Day. Lin Xian, a single man, was sitting with 4 devastatingly beautiful women. The 4 of them were sitting together. Of course, under normal circumstances, they wouldn't be unhappy because to them, they could have as many girlfriends as they wanted. However, they didn't think they could have such beautiful girlfriends. Chapter 1813. Wang Tiancheng really couldn't understand. What was so special about Lin Xian? He wasn't good-looking. He wasn't the best in the world in terms of talent. He didn't have a strong background either. It was a blessing for such a person to have such a beautiful girlfriend. However, they just couldn't understand. Why did he have so many girlfriends? And all of them were so beautiful? That was ridiculous. Let's go and say hello. Wang Tiancheng stood up and said, then walked towards Lin Xian. Young Master Lin? Wang Tiancheng said with a smile. Lin Xian and the others turned to look. You are? Wang Tiancheng smiled and said, Wang family, Wang Tiancheng. Lin Xian looked at Han Chuxue and the others and asked, do you know him? They shook their heads. Lin Xian also shook his head and said, sorry, I don't know him. In fact, Lin Xian obviously knew him. Other than the Wang family, the other three people were also from the reclusive family. However, Wang Tiancheng was the most powerful one among them. These reclusive families, at least from what Lin Xian knew, none of them had a good relationship with him. That was because all of them were arrogant. Not only were they arrogant, but they all coveted Lin and city because they had the capital to do so. Therefore, Lin Xian couldn't be nice to them. Wang Tiancheng stood there awkwardly, then smiled and said, that's okay. We'll get to know each other in the future. You guys eat and don't disturb us. After saying that, the four of them walked away. Humph, arrogant. He's so arrogant, they said angrily. So, this Lin Xian is destined to be an ordinary genius. Wang Tiancheng took a sip of wine and said with a sneer, it's hard for him to achieve anything big. Yeah, I originally wanted to see this Lin Xian today. Now that I've seen him, he's just so. He's just so. Arrogant. Humph, such a person will never achieve anything. These reclusive families are all coming to Lin and city. Does this mean that a treasure is about to appear in Lin and city? Lin Xian asked. It's hard to say. They might just be here to take a look. After all, you're quite famous. Ling Ying said. I'm really speechless. If I had known that Lin and city would have so many things to do, I would have bought it in another city. Everyone thought that there was an expert behind Lin Xian, so they already knew that Lin and city was the dragon vein of the continent. That was why they went against the flow and bought Lin and city. In fact, that was not the case at all. Back then, Lin Xian dared to buy Lin and city purely because the demon god of the 10th demon god temple was Yi Renbing. At the very least, he could guarantee that Yi Renbing would not order an attack on Lin and city. This is the dragon vein of the continent. What dragon vein? I don't feel any benefits. So what if there is? So annoying. Fortunately, the evil fiend temple is gone. If it was still here, I would be fucking tired to death. Lin Xian stretched and looked at them with a smile. Let's go play cards. I have to suggest that we don't drink. Ling Ying said. Yes, we don't drink. Lu Yufan also nodded. Lin Xian. Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian and snorted. Don't think that I can't see what you're thinking. This Lin Xian, his mind is full of perverted thoughts. It's not like he hasn't done it before. This is this shameless person's usual method. Say, if they were all drunk by Lin Xian, wouldn't Lin Xian be able to do whatever he wanted? Although they were all warriors and wouldn't get drunk, what if they couldn't use spiritual power to dissolve the alcohol? Previously, Lin Xian was like this. Then, because the girls were thinking the same thing, they didn't pay attention and got drunk. Then, they were all ruined by Lin Xian. Apui. Lin Xian stood there awkwardly. What are you talking about? Why did you suddenly say such strange things? If you want to play cards, then play cards. Why are you drinking for no reason? Lin Xian coughed and said. You said it. Yes. Fuck. This Ling Ying was usually not so smart when doing other things. Why was she so smart when it came to this kind of thing? Defeat. Then, the few of them went upstairs together. Young Master Wang, do you think they will go to the same room? A man said with uncertainty. Wang Tiancheng frowned. Shouldn't be, right? Today is Valentine's Day. They even came out together in such a large number. I think, maybe? Go take a look. After a while, the man ran over. They went into the same room. Crack. Wang Tiancheng directly crushed the cup in his hand. Fuck. He just couldn't figure it out. Why? What was the difference between Wang Tiancheng and Lin Xian? Was it because he didn't come out for the past few years? Yes, it must be so. If he came out for the past few years, what would this Lin Xian do? Fine. He was indeed jealous. Looks like I should find a chance to teach this kid a lesson. I'll let him know the price of arrogance. In Han Chushua's room. Why did they want to play in Han Chushua's hotel room? It was purely because they went to Han Chushua's room. It was close, so they might as well play here. The other girls did not pay much attention to it, including Wu Yuhan. However, when Linging opened the door and walked in, Wu Yuhan could guess what was going on. The shameless Lin Xian must have done it with Han Chushua here, because the bed was messy. Although this messiness was within the acceptable range, Linging was familiar with Han Chushua. If it was a normal rest, Han Chushua would definitely make sure the bed was at least 10 times cleaner than this. Wow, this Lin Xian was really shameless. Han Chushua felt guilty and quickly tidied up the bed. There's no need to tidy it up. It's not that messy. If we sit on it later, it'll still be messy. Miao Xiaomiao said. It's fine. Han Chushua said lightly. Let's start. How do we play? Hey, we should at least have some prizes, right? Otherwise, if we just play like this, it'll be boring. Lin Xian said. See, this person is thinking of some naughty things again. Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. No, really. I'm just thinking that playing like this is really boring. Even if we play with money, we can't just play like this, right? In the future, when he went out to play, he definitely couldn't bring Ling Ying. Otherwise, Lin Xian wouldn't be able to do anything. This Ling Ying needed to be taught a good lesson. Chapter 1814. Including Lin Xian, there were a total of 6 people sitting there. They were thinking about what to play. What are we playing? Miao Xiaomiao asked. Cards. Lin Xian smiled. How can 7 people play cards? Ling Ying didn't understand. 2 decks of cards is enough. Lu Yufan nodded. Anything is fine. I haven't played for a long time. Tonight, I'm going to have a good time and beat you to death. She then glared at Lin Xian. Then are we going to drink? Because it's true that playing cards like this is meaningless. Or should we drink when we lose? Miao Xiaomiao said. Lin Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. Damn, this girl was practically burrowing into his arms. He was just worrying about how to make them drink. No matter how noble, cold, or virtuous a person was, once they drank, they would become muddle-headed. Then, he would feel good as the one who stood out from the crowd of 10,000 flowers. Perhaps the mission of being a beginner would be completed tonight. Are you sure you want to drink? Ling Ying looked at Miao Xiaomiao and then glanced at Lin Xian. Lin Xian isn't a bad person. Miao Xiaomiao said. Yes, yes. Lin Xian nodded repeatedly. Ling Ying seemed to understand Miao Xiaomiao's words. All right then, let's drink. But we're all martial artists. Spiritual power can dissolve the effects of alcohol. If we drink until we're dizzy, what's the difference between drinking with spiritual power and drinking with water? If you agree, we'll drink. If we use spiritual power to dissolve the effects of alcohol, then we'll drink soft drinks, Lin Xian said. They weren't idiots. It wasn't the first time Lin Xian did something like this or even said something like this. He was definitely plotting something. But there was a saying, beat someone at their own game. Yes, we'll definitely drink. Han Chushue nodded. Then let's drink. Today is indeed a special day. Where are you guys? Lin Xian looked at Wu Yuhan and Lu Yufan. Let's drink. Lu Yufan shrugged. Wu Yuhan nodded. Tonight he wanted to touch her. How blissful. Lin Xian took out a large pile of wine and placed it beside each of them. How about this? As for the wine, we can drink it casually. There's no need to treat it as a punishment. The girls were suspicious. What was this Lin Xian up to this time? All right. Sister Ling Ying, let's ignore him and start playing cards. Lu Yufan was a little impatient. Beat Lin Xian to death. Lin Xian shuffled the cards and said, we have to have a little bit of luck when we play cards. Otherwise, it won't be very interesting. Isn't drinking wine the prize? Ling Ying said. What kind of prize is drinking wine? That's too boring. Today is Valentine's Day. We have to play to our heart's content. If we're busy in the future, working every day or in the demonic beast domain, we won't have many chances to play like this. Lin Xian said. Fine. You're good at bullshitting. That's true. Playing with money. Ling Ying said. Playing with money is boring. Lin Xian smiled and said, why don't the loser take off a piece of clothing? The girls. I told you. This scumbag has bad intentions. Lu Yufan gritted her teeth and said, yes, yes. Miao Xiaomiao nodded. But I think it's okay. It's more fun this way, right? Ling Ying winked at Miao Xiaomiao. The two exchanged glances and roughly understood each other's intentions. What a joke. Of course, the girls would be at a disadvantage in this kind of punishment. However, the five of them were of one mind. This Lin Xian was finished. Han Chuxue frowned slightly. Wu Yuhan was also slightly hesitant. When did she play so crazily? Although they had already done it with Lin Xian, to be honest, wasn't this kind of game a little too crazy? Chuxue, what do you think? Ling Ying asked Han Chuxue. Han Chuxue didn't want to spoil everyone's mood. She nodded and said, anything is fine. She felt that she definitely wouldn't lose. Moreover, she was wearing a lot of clothes. There shouldn't be a problem. Luckily, she was wearing a lot today. Yuhan? She subconsciously tugged at her clothes. Then Wu Yuhan nodded. Okay, then let's start. Deal. In the first round, Lin Xian won directly. All the girls took off their jackets. In the second round, Lin Xian won again. This time, the five girls didn't look too good. How could this be? The five of them couldn't win against Lin Xian alone? Then, they took off their second piece of clothing. Some took off their outermost underwear, while others took off their second turtleneck sweater or sweater. Underneath the sweater was basically their underwear. Some of them wore 4 pieces of clothing, while others only wore 3. Normally, they wouldn't let themselves be left with only their underwear. Therefore, those who wore 3 pieces of clothing took off their outermost pants. Anyway, they still had thermal pants. The weather was quite cold. Ling Ying was a little unhappy. Why was it like this? Luckily, she wore a lot of clothing. There was still a piece of underwear underneath. Should we change the stakes? Han Chuxue said awkwardly. No need, no need. Trust me, Lin Xian will definitely lose this round. Ling Ying said confidently. If we lose again. Wu Yuhan didn't know what to do. If she lost again, she wouldn't be able to take it off. She never thought that she would play this kind of game. It wasn't vulgar, but it was a little too open. She didn't know what to do. She had never experienced this before. The reason why she played this game was because she drank. However, no one could lose in the next round. They didn't understand. If any of them won, Lin Xian would take it off. Why couldn't the 5 of them win against Lin Xian alone? Could it be that Lin Xian cheated? Lin Xian expressed that he really didn't cheat. He might have cheated in other things, but when it came to playing cards, how could they beat him? Let's continue. Lin Xian smiled as he distributed the cards to everyone. As long as they won this round, no matter how bad it was, they would be able to see the girls in their underwear. Wahahaha. The more they lost, the more they subconsciously drank. Han Chuxue was the same. Lu Yufan pouted her little mouth. She felt so dizzy. She wanted to win so badly. She really didn't want Lin Xian to win. She didn't want to see his smug face. Everyone was dizzy. After all, the aftereffects were slowly taking effect. After the cards were distributed and sorted, they played as usual. Lin Xian played very quickly. 8910 JQK. There's still one left. Lin Xian threw out a dragon. His face was filled with excitement. They won. They were going to win. Ha 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 ha. There were definitely no more bombs outside, unless someone could play an ace. However, looking at the cards in their hands, no one could. Han Chuxue and Miao Xiaomiao still had a lot of cards. They took a look at their own cards. None of them could do anything about it. Wow, were they going to lose again? Ling Ying and Miao Xiaomiao looked at each other. Hey, Lin Xian, look at what's behind you? Ling Ying suddenly said. Chapter 1815. Ling Ying's words left Lin Xian dumbfounded. Lin Xian subconsciously turned his head. At the same time, Ling Ying's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He stole the queen card from Lin Xian's dragon and put it into his own pile. Lin Xian didn't see this, but everyone else did. How should she put it? Wu Yuhan coughed lightly and didn't say anything. She pretended that she didn't see anything because she didn't want to lose again. If she lost again, she would have to take off her clothes. She couldn't take off her clothes anymore. Although she had never been so shameless in her life, she chose to ignore it this time. It's fine. This is what friends should feel like. That's what she told herself. Han Chuxue also didn't want to act shamelessly, but she looked at her own cards. She didn't see anything. She didn't see anything. There was no need to talk about Ling Ying and Miao Xiao Miao, but Lu Yufan was yawning just now. She really didn't see anything. No, what's wrong? Lin Xian turned his head and asked. Oh, Fan Fan was making faces behind you, Ling Ying said with a smile. Lu Yufan blinked. She didn't see anything. Then she saw Ling Ying frantically winking at her. She didn't understand what was going on, but she knew that it was the right time to stay silent. Hey, Lin Xian, don't act shamelessly. Your cards are clearly 8, 9, 10, JK. Where's your queen? At this moment, Ling Ying pointed at Lin Xian's cards with an expression that said, I've discovered something incredible. Lin Xian scratched his head. Did he drink too much too? No, he must have dropped a queen. Wah, these girls can't afford to lose. Wah, Lin Xian, you're too shameless. Tell me, were you like this when you won against US before? Ling Ying asked. His heart was filled with joy. You're going to lose this time, right? I really didn't. I really wouldn't go back on my word. Maybe I didn't see it clearly, Lin Xian said. Then take the cards back. Miao Xiao Miao said. Han Chuxue and Wu Yuhan didn't say anything. They didn't want to say anything because they knew what had happened. Although he was shameless, he couldn't lose. Ling Ying stifled a laugh in his heart. There was nothing he could do about it. This was all for the sake of the girls. Especially after seeing how smug Lin Xian was today. Wouldn't that mean that he had to teach him a lesson? Are you sure I didn't cheat? Lin Xian asked. Nonsense, all your cards are here. If there's no queen, then there's definitely nothing. Ling Ying said, laughing in his heart. Ha, Lin Xian, with so many single cards left, you're definitely going to lose. Ha. Ling Ying slapped his thigh and laughed in satisfaction. Especially when he pointed his nose at Lin Xian, he was simply too arrogant. Oh! Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and silently put in the last card in his hand. Queen. All the girls? Ling Ying's smile froze. Lin Xian was laughing in his heart. Originally, he was worried that this straight might not be the biggest. Maybe there was someone outside who could control him. His remaining queen wasn't that big and he might lose. But this Ling Ying was a godly help. He stole a queen from him and said that his dragon didn't have a queen. Coincidentally, Lin Xian had a queen left and it was just enough to fill in the gap. All the girls were stunned. Ling Ying was the most stunned one. She experienced the whole process of going from hell to heaven and back again. Laugh again. Lin Xian looked at Ling Ying and laughed loudly. He even pointed his nose at her. Ling Ying had never expected this. The other young ladies were also dumbfounded. Wow, how could they lose? The heavens wanted them dead. Take it off. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Wahahaha, the pinnacle of life was coming. The girls looked at each other and expressed their discomfort. Take it off? None of them could take it off. Although they were dizzy from drinking, they weren't drunk yet. If they took it off, they would be naked. They couldn't take it off. Hey, you guys won't go back on your words, right? Lin Xian said. That, Lin Xian, although we lost, we really can't take it off anymore. After all, you're a man. How about this, let's change to another one. Ling Ying said helplessly. Hey, you guys are shameless. I'm not playing with you anymore. Lin Xian shook his head. Hey, they called out to Lin Xian. They were indeed shameless, so they were in the wrong. Han Chuxue said, Lin Xian, why don't you change your request? As long as it's something we can do, we won't go back on our words. To be honest, although they had done it with Lin Xian before, playing a game in front of everyone was a little too much. Lin Xian thought about it. He didn't have any expectations. He was waiting for them to say that. Lin Xian's ultimate goal was to get them drunk. He couldn't be short-sighted. He had to be more far-sighted. All right, since you're all girls, I have to take care of you. So, do you guys want to continue playing? Lin Xian asked. Let's play something else. We can't beat you in this game. Wu Yuhan said helplessly. What do you want to play then? Lin Xian asked. His goal was simple. The longer they played, the more they drank, and the easier it was for them to get drunk. Hey, why don't we play Truth or Dare? Ling Ying's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. She liked to play this game. Humph. She wanted this Lin Xian's secret to spill in front of them. Lin Xian's eyes also lit up. Assist again. He wanted to play this game too. Think about it, if he played Truth or Dare, he might be able to get a kiss from the girls. Wow. For example, Lu Yufan, Miao Xiao Miao Han Chushua said, although everyone is familiar with each other, I'm afraid it's hard to guarantee the authenticity of Truth or Dare. Yes, especially someone. Although it's said to be Truth or Dare, it might not be the truth. Ling Ying was pointing at someone. Lin Xian. It's okay. Wu Yuhan stretched out her hand and a few pills appeared in her hand. What's this? Truth pill. After taking it, you can only speak the truth. Even if you want to lie, what you say will be the truth, Wu Yuhan said. Damn. Why don't we play something else? Lin Xian coughed dryly and said. It seemed like he couldn't afford to play this game. Damn. Is this for real? He was a little scared. No. Why would he be scared? Hearing Lin Xian's words, Ling Ying hurriedly said, You're scared? Everyone. It seems like he's hiding a lot of things from us. Lin Xian. Yen. %yen ##yen. Let's play. Lu Yufan said without hesitation. Whoever doesn't play is a ghost. Miao Xiao Miao looked at Lin Xian provocatively. Then I'm fine with it. Han Chushue nodded. Lin Xian coughed dryly. Let's play then, who's afraid of who? Then the six of them ate the truth pill one after another. Little did they know that they had once again shot themselves in the foot. What about the rules? Chapter 18:16. Ling Ying then took out a sieve and said, There are 6 of us. This is a sieve with 6 sides. Lin Xian is number 1, Wu Yuhan is number 2, Chushue is number 3, Little Miao Miao is number 4, Little Fan Fan is number 5, and I'm number 6. The number you throw will determine the person's choice of truth or dare. Ling Ying took out her phone and searched it on Baidu. Then she said, This is the content of truth or dare. It's arranged according to the order. If you don't look at it, you'll be punished according to the order. How about it? Everyone nodded. Then let's begin. Each person throws once. Lin Xian, you're number 1. You go first. Lin Xian really wished he had a Europa system. Then he took the sieve and threw it out. The sieve was spinning, and everyone was nervously staring at it. Mu Qianxue. Finally, the sieve stopped at 1. Lin Xian? Ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, they couldn't help but laugh. Even Han Chushua's lips curled up slightly. Choose, truth or dare. Ling Ying felt great. It was finally time for them to turn the tables. Truth. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and said, What was he afraid of? He wasn't afraid of anything. What was there that he couldn't say? Anyway, even if he said the truth and made them angry, they would be appeased in a while, right? Dare was different. If he was asked to run naked or something like that, who could resist that? Ling Ying was still waiting for Lin Xian to choose truth. Normal people would choose truth, but this time there was a truth pill. Sometimes dare was a better choice. Ling Ying felt that during this period of time, she had to get more secrets from Lin Xian. Definitely. Ling Ying then picked up her phone. She could only see the first line of truth. She scrolled down to see the second line. Then, she showed it to the other girls and asked, Then let me ask you, even if you have many girlfriends, you will always have a favorite. Who is your favorite? Lin Xian? Wow, this question. God wants me to die. No. Wow, isn't this a question that kills me? Does Lin Xian have a favorite? It should be considered one, right? Of course, Lin Xian himself couldn't be sure. But after all, he was human. He would always have a favorite, right? Ling Ying smirked as she looked at Lin Xian. Humph, you're going to die. Lin Xian glared at her and said, I don't believe that's the question. That's right. When Lin Xian came back to his senses, he realized something. How was that possible? How can there be such a question? What kind of normal question would you ask this way? Which one's favorite among your girlfriends? This is ridiculous. It's targeted. So, it was obvious that Ling Ying had made up this story after looking at it on her phone. The smart ones had already discovered it. Hey, look. Ling Ying showed her phone to Lin Xian. Lin Xian then gave up. Crap. Why is this happening? Why would someone come up with such a question? Lin Xian was stunned. Most importantly, it wasn't a big deal to come up with such a question. Why did Lin Xian happen to encounter it? Quick, tell me. Which one is your favorite? Ling Ying asked excitedly. The other girls also looked at Lin Xian. Yuhan, is the truth pill effective? Ling Ying asked. Yes, it's effective. This is indeed an elixir and its level is not low. It produces effects according to one's psychological state. That's good. Lin Xian was speechless. Ha. It was a pity. They thought it was effective. In fact, it was effective. However, regardless of whether it was the truth pill or the lie pill, or the poison pill from the evil fiend temple, it was an elixir. It was something within the scope of medical skills. How could Lin Xian be afraid of something within the scope of medical skills? When they didn't notice, Lin Xian had already taken an elixir. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be so sneaky. Quick, tell me. Miao Xiaomiao shook her head and asked. In my heart, Lin Xian began. All of them looked at Lin Xian nervously. To be honest, everyone wanted Lin Xian to say their names. However, no one wanted Lin Xian to say their names. It was quite contradictory. Why was it so contradictory? It was actually quite simple. They wanted Lin Xian to say their names. There was no need to think too much about it. Who didn't want to be Lin Xian's favorite? Why didn't they want it? Because everyone was here. If she said something in front of everyone, it would be quite embarrassing. After all, they were so close. Wouldn't it affect the relationship between the sisters? Lin Xian continued. In my heart, all of you are equally important and equally likable. Lin Xian's answer was flawless. No. The girls looked at each other. Why did Lin Xian have such an answer? This didn't make sense. Actually, they knew what Lin Xian was thinking. They felt that this was definitely not Lin Xian's answer. However, Lin Xian's answer was just like that. Could it be that they had misunderstood Lin Xian before? In Lin Xian's heart, were they really the same? In fact, it was because the effect of the truth pill wasn't triggered. It was neutralized by Lin Xian. I've said it before. How many times have I said it? In my heart, all of you are the same. I've said it many times. Sai, you actually didn't believe me. I'm very sad now. Lin Xian looked aggrieved. All right. After all, it's your fault for being so lecherous. Lin Xian sniffled pitifully and said, I may be lecherous, but my sincerity are here. I know. Ling Ying said, but why did it feel like something was wrong? It just felt weird and fake. However, Lin Xian ate the truth pill. Strange. Could it be that the truth pill was ineffective? Whether it was effective or not, they would know when they tried it themselves. You have to apologize to me. Lin Xian looked at them and said, Sorry. Ling Ying said helplessly, Not sincere enough. Sorry. I've wronged you. But it's your fault for being so lecherous. Ling Ying said, That's right. Miao Xiaomiao muttered, Yes. You even thought of doing it with a few of us tonight. You're really a lecherous leader, Lu Yufan said. Lin Xian quickly explained, I really didn't plan to do it with all of you. I'm not that much of a bastard, right? I just thought that it would be more convenient to bring all of you to a hotel. As for who I sleep with tonight, it's all up to fate. Really, that's what I thought. Taking advantage of the truth pill, he quickly explained. Chapter 18-17. Could it be true? The girls looked at each other. But why did it feel so strange? Okay. I'll believe you for now, Ling Ying said. Let's continue. Come on, let's drink. Don't just play. Under Lin Xian's encouragement, they drank out of habit. It looked like Lin Xian was being attacked by these girls. But in fact, these girls were being tricked by Lin Xian. As long as they kept drinking, they would be the ones in trouble. Then Han Chushue rolled the dice again. Number 4. They looked at Miao Xiaomiao. Dare. Miao Xiaomiao's face was red as she tidied her bangs. Miao Xiaomiao was very beautiful and had long legs. However, she was not good at drinking. She drank a lot of coffee and her face was red. Dare. Then, Ling Ying flipped the dice. Please let the third person on your right carry you and look at them for 10 seconds. The third person on your left. Ling Ying glanced at it. Wow, it's this scum. Meanwhile, Lin Xian had already stood up and rolled up his sleeves with a look of excitement on his face. Wu Yuhan shook her head. What a sin. Miao Xiaomiao. She was an extremely conservative girl. Although she looked a little noisy, she was still very conservative. Although she had confirmed her relationship with Lin Xian a long time ago, they had rarely done anything intimate. If it was just the two of them, Miao Xiaomiao could still accept it, but there were so many people here. She was shy. To be honest, everyone else was unhappy. Why did it benefit Lin Xian? Lin Xian was about to die from laughter. He really did not play any tricks. His luck today was really good. Miao Xiaomiao bit her lips and blushed, but because she drank and really drank a lot. It was said that alcohol made people brave. This was true. Come on. Miao Xiaomiao stood up. Hee. Lin Xian wiped his saliva and walked over. Little Miao Miao, it's not my fault, Ling Ying said helplessly. Miao Xiaomiao shook her head. It's okay. She really didn't think much of it. She was just upset. What made him unhappy was that Lin Xian was so lucky. Then, Lin Xian hugged Miao Xiaomiao. Miao Xiaomiao blushed. More importantly, they had to look at each other for 10 seconds. Their gazes met, and Miao Xiaomiao's face turned redder and redder. You're your hand. Miao Xiaomiao gritted her teeth. What happened to my hand? Lin Xian smirked. How shameless. The other girls watched as Lin Xian placed his hand on Miao Xiaomiao's but no one stopped him or said anything. After all, Miao Xiaomiao was Lin Xian's girlfriend, so it wasn't a big deal. How happy Lin Xian was right now would be how miserable he would be in a moment. I'm so pissed. Lu Yufan gulped down a mouthful of wine. 10 seconds later. Hey, it's been 10 seconds. Lin Xian, are you done yet? Ling Ying quickly said. Cough. Lin Xian coughed and put Miao Xiaomiao down. Miao Xiaomiao's ears were red. Let's wait and see. Miao Xiaomiao wrinkled her nose. Lin Xian scratched his head. You're so heavy. Miao Xiaomiao. Lin Xian. You. Ha, I'm kidding. Miao Xiaomiao's face was red because her butt was being pinched. When Lin Xian hugged her, she could clearly feel that Lin Xian was deliberately pinching it, and it was the kind of pinching that was especially forceful. Bastard. Come. Let's continue. Lin Xian felt good. Then Miao Xiaomiao rolled the die, and it finally stopped at 3. It's Chushua's turn. Why isn't it Lin Xian's turn? Ling Ying said unhappily. Hey, I'll be the first, okay? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Chushue, you choose. Ling Ying ignored Lin Xian. Then, I'll do dare too. Han Chushue said. Come, let's see the content. Ling Ying placed his phone in the middle and clicked on the next dare. Please kiss the second person on your left cheek for 10 seconds. The few of them glanced at each other and were dumbfounded. Cough. Lin Xian coughed, rubbed his face and stood up. I'm sorry. Lin Xian grinned. Sister Ling Ying. Why do I feel like you and Lin Xian are colluding to mess with us? Lu Yufan looked at Ling Ying helplessly. Ling Ying wanted to cry. She really didn't. To be honest, this was Lin Xian's dream, something that would only happen in his dreams. But today, it might come true. The pinnacle of life. It was a group of girls playing games with you, and then you would take advantage of them in all sorts of ways. Wow, this was too blissful, okay? The bigger the game, the better Lin Xian felt. Han Chushua's face blushed. They were all girls like this. If she was alone with Lin Xian, it would be fine. But with others watching, it was so embarrassing. Come. Lin Xian grinned and moved his face closer. Han Chushua's red lips moved closer. No, why? Miao Xiaomiao glanced at Ling Ying. Ling Ying said, I really didn't collude with Lin Xian. If you don't believe me, you can look at the content of Dare and Truth. Ling Ying was dumbfounded. They looked at each other. It was true. Why don't we do it again and change it? Ling Ying nodded. Yes, I'll do it now. 10 seconds later. Let's continue, Han Chushue said. Let's continue. Lin Xian was of course happy. They played for about an hour. Lin Xian didn't lose anything. He could lie about truth, but the girls... Lin Xian even saw the scene of Ling Ying and Han Chushue kissing each other on Dare. Damn, that felt so good. The first to fall was Lu Yufan. She drank a lot, especially when she didn't get any advantage. She was unhappy, so she drank until she fainted. The second to fall was Miao Xiaomiao. The third was Wu Yuhan, then Han Chushue, and finally Ling Ying. They had been on guard against Lin Xian from the start. They knew what Lin Xian was thinking, but after having too much fun and drinking too much, they forgot all about it. Lin Xian, on the other hand, used his spiritual energy to dissolve the effects of the alcohol as he looked at the 5 beautiful girls lying on the ground. Now was the time for him to do whatever he wanted. But it doesn't seem too good. Lin Xian hesitated. Let's forget about it. Anyway, it wouldn't make a difference, right? It wouldn't make a difference. And there was still Lu Yufan and Miao Xiaomiao. Well, forget about it. Lin Xian then carried all of them to the bed. This was considered sleeping together, right? The next morning, Han Chushue was the first to wake up. It was so painful. She opened her beautiful eyes, and then, damn, she froze there. Chapter 1818. Han Chushue paused and looked at the scene in front of her. What happened? Lin Xian was lying there. Lu Yufan and Miao Xiaomiao were sleeping on Lin Xian's legs. The most important thing was Lin Xian. He was lying there. Ling Ying and Wu Yuhan were lying on his left and right, and this bastard's hands were both in his clothes. Thank goodness. Han Chushue sighed. Thank goodness she wasn't sleeping on the bed. No, she must have rolled off the bed when she fell asleep. Oh! Miao Xiaomiao yawned and opened her eyes. Thud. She sat up straight and looked at Lin Xian in a daze. Wow. Phone, where's my phone? Miao Xiaomiao wanted to find her phone to take a picture of this scene and show it to Ling Ying and Wu Yuhan so that they could teach Lin Xian a lesson. Sister Chushue. She then saw Han Chushue standing there. I'm going to wash up. Han Chushue then walked away. Miao Xiaomiao then secretly took a picture. Everyone woke up one after another. Sister Ling Ying, let me show you a picture. Miao Xiaomiao went over. What picture? I want to see it too. Lin Xian also wanted to come over. I'm not showing it to you. Miao Xiaomiao's cute little nose wrinkled. TSK, I care. I'm going home. I'm going to see my dear little Shirshir and little Tianny. Lin Xian stretched and then walked away. Ling Ying looked at the picture and her pretty face turned slightly red. He did it on purpose. He must have done it on purpose. Ling Ying gritted her teeth and said, even if it was an instinctive reaction as a man, wasn't it a bit too much to have one in each hand? Just like that, a week passed. Their team once again gathered in Tiandu. Tomorrow will be the day of the competition. You will be representing the Holy Temple. Of course, you are part of the 3rd team of the Holy Temple. There are 2 teams above you. The first team will be led by Holy Son Tianlin. Murong Feng said to them, can we not fight? Lin Xian asked, don't want to fight? Don't you want to fight? Lin Xian said, To be honest, I think it's enough to know their general strength. After all, we're all humans, and we're not opponents on the battlefield. Feng Ling nodded. Yeah, I was thinking about it too. Why don't they give us a mission? This competition feels boring. Murong Feng smiled and said, how should I put it? This is a rare opportunity to learn from each other. Don't you want the opportunity to learn from each other? Lin Xian said with a smile. Uncle Mu, we've fought enough in the demon beast domain. I think it's better for us to hide our strength and watch the competition than to fight with them. Yeah, if we fight with them, we'll have to use our full strength. I think we shouldn't fight. Ling Ying said. Alright, if you don't want to fight, then don't fight. You can go and watch the competition. Murong Feng said. Of course, he respected Lin Xian's decision. Moreover, Lin Xian's words were reasonable. In terms of strength, their team's overall strength couldn't be compared to some other teams. After all, there was still a gap between their realms. If their full strength was exposed, it wouldn't necessarily be a good thing for them. After all, they had the right to choose. Murong Feng also knew that either they didn't participate, or they had to take it seriously. If they did, then they wouldn't participate. Okay. The next day, many teams gathered in the huge arena of the Holy Temple. Lin Xian also saw a few familiar faces. Wang Tiancheng, Tianlin, and Tianheng were people that Lin Xian had interacted with before. Tianlin led Holy Temple's Team 1, while Tianheng led Holy Temple's Team 2. There were dozens of other teams. Without a doubt, everyone here was at least a one-star Heavenly Dao realm existence. Most of them didn't know each other, but they had heard of many of them. Those people were greeting him as if they knew him well. Of course, other than these big shots, there was also a group of big shots from these factions and reclusive family clans. However, regardless, Lin Xian's team was still very eye-catching. There was no other reason. Lin Xian's team had too many fucking beauties. Lin Xian. The Yang family members stared at Lin Xian and gnashed their teeth. Their Yang family had a grudge with Lin Xian. At this moment, Wang Tiancheng smiled and walked over with a group of people. Back then, I heard that you were a team. I'm looking forward to fighting with you today. Wang Tiancheng smiled and extended his hand to Lin Xian. Lin Xian shook his hand and said, I'm sorry, but we won't be participating today. Oh? Wang Tiancheng frowned. Wang Tiancheng originally wanted to teach Lin Xian a lesson in front of everyone today. If Lin Xian didn't participate, then Wang Tiancheng felt that there would be no point for him to participate in this competition. Why? Don't tell me young Master Lin doesn't dare to participate? Wang Tiancheng said with a smile. Yes, with so many powerful people participating, it will be very tiring and difficult. Why don't I just sit here and watch all of you and enjoy it? With that said, Lin Xian walked away. The others followed Lin Xian and walked away, sitting in the spectator seats. Oh, they aren't participating? Some of the others also noticed this. Damn it, they aren't participating. Many of them didn't know Lin Xian. Today was the first time they saw Lin Xian. However, they had more or less heard of Lin Xian. As a man, which one of them didn't want to teach Lin Xian a lesson? Damn it! They couldn't understand why there were so many beauties surrounding him. That's right, in the end it was jealousy. The most important thing was that Lin Xian was young, but his status in the continent wasn't something they, the proud sons of heaven, could compare with. There was no other way. Whether it was Lin Xian's art pavilion group or Lin Xian's recent eradication of the evil god temple, which had existed for hundreds of years, Lin Xian's great achievements were not something they could compare with. Palace Master Murong, is Lin Xian's team not participating? Murong Feng, who was sitting with a group of big shots, asked. These people were very concerned about Lin Xian. Lin Xian was a junior, but his status was very high. Ignoring everything else, just the matter of the evil god temple was enough to make these big shots treat Lin Xian politely. Yes, they aren't participating. Yeah, they aren't participating. Although their realms are typically at the Heavenly Dao realm, their realms are relatively low. Furthermore, they are facing a bunch of top geniuses. What they mean is that it's too difficult, so they might as well observe the geniuses. Murong Feng said. Chapter 18-19. This was nothing. However, the contestants were not happy about it. Fuck. Originally, they wanted to beat up Lin Xian because he was too ostentatious. If he didn't participate, it would be meaningless. Lin Xian knew that if he participated, he would be targeted. Although there was no enmity between them, weren't people like this? It was really strange. You didn't have the ability to do something, nor did you have the ability to get rid of the evil fiend temple. He did it, so you were unhappy and jealous? What kind of mentality is this? You want to defeat him to prove how strong you are? This Lin Xian has been of great help to the human race over the past few years. Did the Radiance Association say anything? An old man sitting next to Morongfeng asked. Yes, especially the recent matter of getting rid of the evil fiend temple. The Radiant Association attached great importance to it. They said that they would definitely reward Lin Xian enough. Look, the seventh elder went over. Morongfeng looked at an old man. This old man didn't sit with the others, but everyone could see that he had an extraordinary position here. He was the seventh elder of the Radiant Association who had brought a team to participate in the competition. There was no doubt about his strength. This team of the Radiant Association was said to be the weakest in the Radiant Association. As for the identity of each of them, everyone knew who they were, which family they came from, and which force they were from. However, there were more people in the Radiant Association, including the elders of the Radiant Association. You simply didn't know their true identity and family. It was as if they were originally orphans. The old man walked in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the old man. He couldn't see through his realm. Big shot. Senior is. The old man smiled and said, the seventh elder of the Radiant Association. You can just call this old man seventh elder. Radiant Association. Lin Xian stood up and cupped his fists. Senior. No need to be polite. Senior, is there something you need from me? Lin Xian asked. Well, there's something. Is it convenient for us to talk alone? Lin Xian then stood up and walked away with the seventh elder. What did the Radiance Association's seventh elder discuss with Lin Xian? This scene was witnessed by many people. Could it be that the seventh elder of the Radiance Association wants to recruit Lin Xian into the Radiance Association? They were all guessing. This was because the elder of the Radiant Association had brought Lin Xian to the side alone. This was the only possibility one could think of. To be honest, he was jealous to death. The Radiance Association represented the human race's most mysterious and most powerful force. Other than the members of the Radiance Association, even the leaders of the three major forces were not sure what the Radiance Association was like. The Radiance Association didn't participate in the governance of the continent. This was the business of the three major forces. The Radiance Association almost never interfered with the matters of the continent. Apart from major events such as the war between the human race and the demon race, there was almost no sign of the Radiance Association. You don't know what they're doing. But they're definitely very powerful and mysterious. For ordinary warriors, it was their goal to be nurtured by the three major forces. But for powerful warriors, they knew that being nurtured by the Radiance Association was the most powerful thing. And these people, which one of them wasn't a top genius? Why didn't they receive an invitation from the Radiance Association? This was especially true for people like Tian Lin. He was the holy son of the temple. He was definitely stronger than the weakest team in the Radiance Association. He definitely had the qualifications to join the Radiance Association. Why didn't the Radiance Association invite him? He couldn't be the strongest in the Radiance Association, but at least he had the qualifications, right? Tian Lin looked at Lin Xian's figure and secretly clenched his fists. You should have guessed why this old man is looking for you. The seventh elder looked at Lin Xian and asked. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. Senior wants me to join the Radiance Association? Lin Xian asked. Yes, that's right. After a discussion, the Radiance Association has decided to invite you to join. Lin Xian scratched his head. Join the Radiance Association? Indeed, Lin Xian knew the benefits of joining the Radiance Association. Perhaps Lin Xian would be able to know more secrets, including the secrets of the God's Awakening Door. Lin Xian had to know about the God's Awakening Door because Lin Xian knew that he had to return to Earth through the God's Awakening Door. Although Lin Xian couldn't remember, Lin Xian had left a note for him. The note said that behind the God's Awakening Door was Earth. On Earth, he still had people he liked. Other than Dongfang Xiang, there was Mu Qingya, Mu Feifei, and perhaps Lu Qingzhu. There might even be Qin Yijuan. Other than that, Lin Xian might even know the secrets of the continent. But why would Lin Xian need to know about the continent's secrets from the Radiance Association? Linglong Shui, Yi Renbing, and Huang Shi, which one of them couldn't do it? Moreover, his master, the one from Mount Tianyao, would know more, right? Lin Xian also knew one thing. Even if he joined the Radiance Association, he would only be an ordinary member of the Radiance Association. He wouldn't be able to make the Radiance Association allow him to do whatever he wanted. Moreover, Lin Xian still had 9 members. Therefore, he still had to rely on himself. Lin Xian then shook his head. I'm really sorry, but I think I'd better not join. Oh? It had to be said that Lin Xian's answer surprised him. Lin Xian said, I like freedom and don't like restrictions. Establishing a small team here is already the limit of what I'm willing to do. Because I'm fighting for the human race, I won't be restricted. The Radiance Association won't be affected by me. There's really no need for me to join the Radiance Association. Do you know what you can get if you join the Radiance Association? Lin Xian smiled and said, I still want to rely on my own ability to improve. The 7th elder pondered for a moment and nodded. All right, but if you still want to join, the Radiance Association will always welcome you. Thank you, Senior. I'll take my leave first. Lin Xian then walked away. I really can't see through him. He muttered to himself as he looked at Lin Xian's back. The Radiance Association was a place that even the top geniuses wanted to join. He actually didn't want to? Or is he too narrow-minded? The 7th elder couldn't be sure. Why did he look for you? Ling Ying asked. To let me join the Radiance Association. Lin Xian. You agreed? Of course not. Everyone? Damn! You can even reject this? Feng Ling and the others were stunned. Chapter 1820. From their point of view, this was definitely a rare opportunity. As the most powerful force on this continent, there was nothing wrong with such a force trying to rope you in. Of course, this was not entirely true. This was the strongest force of the human race. Lin Xian said, How should I put it? They seem to be trying to rope me in, but in reality, it's probably because of Lin and City. Of course, even if I join this Radiance Association, do you think they'll put in effort to nurture me? That's not necessarily true. You'll definitely be nurtured, but it's hard to say how powerful you'll be because in their eyes, your value is greater than your talent. Xiao Xinyue said, Yes, that's the logic. If I join the Radiance Association, I'll definitely be able to improve, but it won't be as big as I imagine. So why should I join? Lin Xian, you're amazing. If it were someone else, even if they knew that they wouldn't be able to get as much, they'd definitely be willing to join the Radiance Association. Other things aside, the Radiance Association's background is enough. Feng Ling muttered. To be honest, there were some things that he admired Lin Xian for. This was because this person was indeed a little different from his peers. Then, do you like me? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows at Feng Ling. Everyone? Feng Ling. Get lost. Feng Ling glared at Lin Xian. How could this person be so shameless? Ling Ying and the rest were also unhappy. Wow, this person was getting more and more presumptuous. Now, he even dared to do these things in front of them. In the past, he didn't dare to do it. In the past, he only dared to do it secretly. Wu Yunhua and Wang Xintong didn't have much of an opinion. One was a Buddhist, while the other would support Lin Xian no matter what Lin Xian did. As for the rest, they were more or less a little unhappy. But anyway, they had a rough idea. This number was that as long as it was a beautiful girl, there was a possibility that she would become their sister. Fuck, what can you do about it? Ling Ying was even thinking about it. If they were together in the future, even if Lin Xian was intimate with a girl for a day, If he didn't rest, it would be 10 to 20 days. What the fuck? Wouldn't he suffocate to death? Fuck. Suddenly, Ling Ying felt that Lin Xian was playing a huge game of chess. He had purposely found so many girls because one round would take a lot of time. Then, he would have an excuse to sleep with everyone. Wow, how vicious. Hey, Lin Xian, why don't you introduce me to someone? Zhuge Feng smiled. Scram to the side. Go and make your own bed. Do you still want me to introduce you to someone? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. I just think that your introduction is beautiful. Where would I find a girl to introduce to you? Lin Xian asked. What he's implying is that all the beautiful girls belong to Lin Xian. Why would he give them to you? Ling Ying said. Ha ha ha. They laughed out loud. Lin Xian was the most embarrassed. This group of girls. And they needed to be taught a lesson. It seemed that he still needed to teach them a lesson. Let's watch the battle. Lin Xian said. This was quite an important matter. Then they turned their attention to the battle arena. This battle arena was, of course, very special. That's right. Virtual battle. It was to lie in a virtual chamber and fight in a simulated space. You could inherit all the power except for spiritual weapons, martial techniques, realms, law domains, and so on. Most importantly, there was no danger. They fought from day to night. Lin Xian and the rest had basically seen these people's methods. How to put it, they were very strong. Moreover, Lin Xian and the rest knew that these people definitely didn't use their true abilities. However, they had a rough understanding of them. They are indeed very strong. The 10 of them sighed as they walked on the road. They can be even stronger. How confident are you if you're in the same realm? Wu Yunhua asked. That depends on who. I think we still have some confidence. However, there are some people who are really strong. They are not only strong in terms of attributes, laws, or domains. Their combat strength and control of swords and other aspects are very exaggerated. Ling Ying said that Tian Lin and the others are indeed very strong. Did they obtain an inheritance? Or are we too weak? I feel that some of them are so strong that it's unbelievable. Feng Ling said. And I think so too. It's normal for them to be strong. However, some of their sword techniques are too strong. Normally, it's difficult to achieve this in 20 or 30 years. Wang Xintong said. Murong said. It's like this. Generally speaking, they will inherit the inheritance of the experts from their own forces. For example, their ancestors. Therefore, they appear to be young but have exaggerated combat strength. Then, aren't we inferior to them? Wu Yuhan asked. This is also considered an opportunity. If we can't compete with them now, we will be able to do so in the future. However, I went to a demon god forbidden ground in the beast domain. There are many inheritances there. Lin Xian said. Is that the place you told us to go? Lin Xian nodded. But it should be closed now. It's okay. We can slowly improve ourselves. Inheritances aren't necessary. That's true. Let's go. Father is looking for us. Murong Yu said. Then they went to the Murong family together. That's right. They didn't go to the sacred palace, but to Murong Yu's house. Everyone feel free to sit. Xiao Yu's mother isn't home. So, I'll order takeout later to entertain everyone. I'm a man and I don't know how to cook. Murong Feng smiled as he walked over with a teapot. The reason why they didn't go out to eat was purely because of safety issues. Perhaps what he was going to say next was very important. Walls have ears. It was definitely the safest place to eat in one's own house, especially in the Murong family. Uncle Murong is too polite. We can cook. There's no need to order takeout. Ling Ying said. You are guests. Isn't it a joke to ask you to cook? Murong Feng said with a smile. Hey, Uncle Murong, don't be so polite. It's fine. Lin Xian smiled. Then we'll go and cook. Then, a group of girls walked into the kitchen. With so many girls, the speed of cooking was definitely not a problem. Only the 3 men were left in the living room. Lin Xian, take care of your body, Murong Feng said as he handed Lin Xian and Zhuge Feng a cigarette each. Lin Xian nodded awkwardly. Ha ha ha, what can we do? This is something that we can't even envy. Zhuge Feng smiled helplessly. Ha ha ha, we're men. We all understand. Ha ha ha. Uncle Murong, did something big happen this time? Lin Xian asked. We'll talk about it together when we eat. Chapter 18:21. With so many girls cooking together, the kitchen was big enough, and the division of labor was clear. Washing vegetables, cutting vegetables, and cooking were super fast. A table of dishes was quickly prepared. It smells so good. Lin Xian, you will be in for a treat in the future. Murong Feng laughed. Lin Xian's cooking is the best. Wang Xintong said. I heard about it. When I have time, I will definitely try it. Come, everyone, take a seat. Then they gathered in a circle. After drinking a mouthful of wine, Murong Feng said, I called you here today because I have a mission. Lin Xian and the others had probably guessed this. Then, Murong Feng continued. It's like this. Recently, the demon race hasn't been very peaceful. I reckon that in at most a year, the human race and the demon race will erupt into a true war. Right now, the demon race has basically finished reorganizing and is ready to go. As far as the demon race is concerned, everything is already prepared. They only need to make a decision before they can directly launch an attack. Obviously, Murong Feng must have grasped a certain amount of information to be able to say such words. It is indeed very serious. Once this war starts, there will be no peace for several years. Zhuge Feng sighed. In fact, it had been many years since the last war between the human race and the demon race. Now, the so-called war was actually a war to occupy the cities of the human race. This kind of war was just like the one in Tianhua City. The scale of the war was there, but it wasn't a real war because it might only be the evil god temple. But what Murong Feng said was a real war. The demon race's 10,000 demon alliance and the demon god temple would come out in full force. There would be no peace. Yes, it has been several years. This time, the strength of the demon clan is very exaggerated. The newly established demon god palaces, as well as the undead clan and other powerful existences. This is a great test for our human clan. Lin and City will definitely become the focus of the demon clan's attack. Then how big is the gap between the strength of the human race and the demon race? Feng Ling asked. In terms of strength, in a sense, the human clan is indeed inferior to the demon clan. In terms of numbers, the human clan is also inferior to the demon clan. In terms of fighting, the human clan is also inferior to the demon clan. This was true. There were many demonic beasts in the demon race. They were demonic beasts that hadn't transformed into human form. These existences would charge at you like crazy. In terms of the degree of daring to die, the demon race was indeed a little exaggerated. Then what's our mission? Murong Feng drank a mouthful of wine and said, according to the information we obtained earlier, the demon race's great demon god palaces are currently constructing the Space Plank Road. Once the Space Plank Road is completed, they will be able to gather their armies from thousands of miles away. When the time comes, the demon clan will launch wave after wave of attacks on the human clan like a surging tide. Murong, you nodded. That's right. As the attacking party, they have the absolute initiative in terms of frequency, direction, and strategy. If they are allowed to quickly transport their army, then the chances of failure in this war are very high. That's right. Even if we don't lose, at least a quarter of our human clan's territory will be occupied. Murong Feng nodded. Then our mission is to destroy the Space Plank Road? Lin Xian asked. Yes, that's right. Murong Feng nodded. It's not just you guys. All the major forces, including the Radiant Association, will carry out this secret operation. Only these people know about this operation. The only ones who know the specific operation plan are your immediate superiors. Therefore, there is no problem with safety. The Radiant Association may send no less than 5 teams to complete their mission. Are they all going to destroy the Space Plank Road? Lin Xian asked. Most of them are, because there are a total of 15 demon god palaces. They will build at least 15 Space Plank Roads. Each force or several forces may have the same goal, but they may not have the same mission. Then what's our mission? Lin Xian asked. Your mission is somewhat difficult. Your goal is the space plank road built by the 9th Demon God Palace. Morong Fong took out a remote control. Come take a look. A projection appeared in the air. It was a 3D panoramic map. They looked at it. This is the 9th Demon God Palace. This is Tianhua City. The 9th Demon God Palace and Tianhua City are more than 300 kilometers apart. For a war, 300 kilometers is not a long distance. However, in the previous battle in Tianhua City, the 10th Demon God Palace used the space plank road to transport demon beasts, causing us to lose control of Tianhua City. There is a huge difference. Then Morong Fong continued, over here, the 10th Demon God Palace is not far away. There are also the 8th and 5th Demon God Palaces. They are all in our direction. The 10th Demon God Palace was Yi Renbing's Demon God Palace. However, Yi Renbing had been kicked out of the Demon God Palace. Her power was still there, but it was no longer the 10th Demon God Palace. There was a new one in the 10th Demon God Palace. The most important thing is that the 8th and 5th Demon God Palaces are very far away from us. However, if they can also use the space plank road of the 9th and 10th Demon God Palaces, it will be very difficult. Therefore, they only need to build the space plank road to the 9th and 10th Demon God Palaces and use them to attack us. Therefore, the mission of destroying the 9th and 10th Demon God Palaces is very difficult and important. Lin Xian still had some conflicts with the 9th Demon God Palace. Previously, in the Demon Beast territory, they sent people to kill him. In the end, he was saved by Mu Qianshuang. Are we going to destroy the 9th Demon God Palace's space plank road? Lin Xian asked. No, your mission is to cooperate with a team from the Divine Temple and a team from the Radiance Association. Their mission is to destroy the 9th Demon God Palace's space plank road. Everyone. It was so uncomfortable. In other words, they were helping others? What's wrong? You're not convinced? Morong Fong asked. It's not that I'm not convinced. Their realm is very high, so of course they have the ability to do it. It's just that. Isn't this just being a hoodlum? Acting as a lookout for them? No. In addition to this, you have to do your best to cooperate with them to destroy the space plank road. This is a secret mission, but there will definitely be a battle. Since they want to return to the space plank road, you have to cooperate with them to destroy the space plank road. If necessary, you have to firmly buy time for them. Morong Fong said. You have several people with the space attribute. Moreover, Lin Xian's space attribute is stronger. You are very suitable for this mission. Chapter 1822. How should it be described? To Lin Xian and company, this was nothing much. To put it simply, they were not the front line. It was a mission that was split into several teams. They were responsible for assisting the other teams, while the other two teams were the front line. This was not a problem because they were indeed powerful. Their realm was higher, so the factions trusted them more. This was very normal. Lin Xian did not find anything wrong with it either. Then, what exactly do we need to do? Lin Xian asked. As for the specifics? Morong Fong pointed to a spot and said, Look over here. They looked at a spot. This is the 9th Fei God Temple. This spot is a defensive perimeter of the 9th Fei God Temple. Passing through this perimeter will lead us straight to the area where the 9th Fei God Temple spatial plank path is built. Barging in is absolutely out of the question. Do we need to lure them away? Xiao Xinyue asked. That's right. However, this is not necessary. Everything depends on the actual situation. The situation can change in an instant. As for what to do, it will depend on the actual situation. As for what to do, it will be up to you, the Holy Temple's team, and the Light Association's team to discuss it. Just say that your main mission is to do what I just told you. Cooperate with them. Lin Xian and company nodded. Alright, understood. Actually, Lin Xian and the others weren't unhappy about it. Indeed, they weren't unhappy about it. Their mission was also very important. It was just that there were stronger people doing harder missions. There was nothing wrong with that. As for Lin Xian and company, what they needed to do was to do their job well. You will realize that the various large factions placed great importance on every member of every team. These missions were very dangerous but also very important. Even so, they didn't even give them much consideration before letting them complete this mission. This was enough to show that, in their eyes, they believed in everyone. Indeed, it was trustworthy. They were already at the heavenly Tao realm, so what was there not to trust? Yes, use a day to prepare. Prepare anything you need. If there's anything you need, feel free to inform me. I will use the Holy Temple's resources to supplement you. Then, the three of you will head to the vicinity of the 9th Fey God Temple to begin the mission. Everyone nodded. Understood. Remember, the mission is important, but your safety is more important. I need you to ensure your own safety, but at the same time, I want you to cooperate with them to complete the mission. Do what you have to do. If your safety is threatened, retreat. But I don't want the mission to fail because of your mistakes. Understood. Good. Eat. A day passed just like that. In fact, the major forces believed in these children because they would inevitably become the pillars of the human race in the future. They also needed to give them experience. Although this mission was very important, in recent years, the human race had risen very quickly, especially in the two major attributes of time and space. More and more people had obtained them. Every team must have such an attribute. Firstly, it was powerful. Secondly, it could protect themselves and their teammates to a great extent. Think about it, a team can have one or a few people who can bring their teammates to a place tens of kilometers, hundreds of kilometers, or even thousands of kilometers in an instant. Isn't that safe? They must have the power to trap space. However, this kind of power must be prepared in advance because as long as the space attribute martial artists could react, they could escape. The most important thing was that the beast race rarely had the space attribute. To the beast race, 99% of their space attribute came from spiritual weapons. Spiritual items of heaven and earth were definitely not comparable to the human race in terms of flexibility. Late at night, Lin Xian's team and two other teams set off. They didn't go together. Perhaps this was a way to ensure their safety. They would gather at a certain location in the beast domain. A few hours later, they arrived at the gathering place. It was only a few hundred kilometers. Actually, for Lin Xian, it was only a matter of time before he made a spatial jump. However, one must know that one shouldn't casually use the space. This was because if there were experts on the other side, they would be able to sense the aura of the space. This was a small forest. After a while, 20 people arrived one after another. Since we're all here, let's discuss in detail the plan of action later. Everyone come over. The one who spoke was a man from the Radiant Association. He was the captain of the Radiant Association's team. His strength was definitely very exaggerated. In front of him, the holy son of the temple, Tianlin, didn't have much right to speak. However, in terms of status, Tianlin was definitely not inferior to him. However, it was the Radiant Association after all. He still had to give them face. Then, the man waved his hand and opened up a small space in front of him. He then walked in. They all walked in together. After walking in, they saw a pure white space. This wasn't a particularly powerful method. Lin Xian could also do it. However, it depended on how big the space was. This was the method to prove the strength of the space. There was an absolute advantage to this method, and that was that no one would be able to eavesdrop on them. The three of them sat together on three sides. Logically speaking, the other two teams only had 5 girls in total. Lin Xian's team had 8. However, indeed, many of the men would secretly steal glances at Morongyu and the other girls. After all, they were just too beautiful. However, the girls in their team weren't bad either, but compared to them, there was still a gap. It was likely that after the mission ended, these men would begin pestering the girls to woo them. This was a trivial matter. Everyone, let's introduce ourselves. None of us know each other, but this mission requires us to work together precisely. At the very least, we need to know each other's names, right? I'll go first. I'm the captain of the Radiant Association's 3rd team, Jiang Feng. My realm is Heavenly Tao Realm 4-star. My primary attribute is space. That's about it. Next, let me introduce my team members. Then, everyone introduced themselves. Morongyu, Heavenly Tao Realm 2-star. Her attributes are space, time, ice, and lightning. We all know that. Temple Master Morong's daughter, 4 rare. She has very powerful attributes. Zhang Feng said with a nod. Wu Yuhan, Heavenly Tao Realm 1-star. Her attribute is darkness. Lin Xian, Heavenly Tao Realm 2-star. Captain of the team. What about his attributes? Tian Lin asked. In terms of attributes, all attributes. Lin Xian said as he rubbed his nose. Everyone. Chapter 18:23. To be honest, they must have investigated Lin Xian. They knew that Lin Xian had many attributes, but all attributes, to be honest, they didn't know. No, how could there be someone with all attributes? The key was that they had investigated Lin Xian. Apart from having many attributes, all of them were very powerful. It was no wonder that Lin Xian was so highly regarded by so many experts. This is the first time I've heard of someone with all attributes. Amazing. Zhang Feng nodded. Lin Xian smiled. There's still a gap between me and all of you. You're too modest. Zhang Feng glanced at everyone and said, Then, I'll be the commander of Team 3 for this operation. Does anyone have any objections? At this moment, Tian Lin said, I don't have any objections. It's just that this young master has studied the art of war since he was a child. I have some knowledge of how to use people and plan plans. Due to my responsibility for this operation, this young master feels that I have the ability to lead Team 3. Well, if that's the case, then young Master Tian will be the commander. I'll be the deputy commander. But I hope young Master Tian didn't say this on impulse. Zhang Feng said. Lin Xian thought that the two of them were going to fight, but he didn't expect Zhang Feng to be a normal person. As for Tian Lin, he couldn't be said to be arrogant. If he had the ability, it wouldn't be wrong for him to say that he would be the overall commander of the operation. But if he didn't have the ability to do so, then it was a different concept. Don't worry, I've already made a series of plans. The rest will depend on the actual situation. Tian Lin said. Good. Then, young Master Tian, tell us the operation plan. Tian Lin nodded and took out a map. This is our location. This is the 9th Monster God Temple. This is the Space Walkway. The Space Walkway is about 10 kilometers away from the 9th Monster God Temple. What do you think? Tian Lin glanced at everyone. Simple. For the 9th Monster God Temple, if they react quickly and use the power of space, they can arrive here in a minute. If they react a little slower, it'll take them about 3 minutes, Zhang Feng said. That's right. Tian Lin nodded. Then for us to successfully destroy the spatial plank path, we only have 1 minute from the moment we are discovered to the moment we succeed. It's not enough, right? A woman asked. Enough. It's definitely enough. The demon race needs more than a year to build the spatial plankway. According to the information we received, they have already been building it for nearly a year. Destroying the spatial plankway will buy us at least a year, or even several years. This is because they don't necessarily have enough resources to build the spatial plankway. For us, destroying the spatial plankway will only take a few seconds. Heavenly Qilin said. A few seconds? Can't be that easy, right? Zhang Feng said. The incomplete spatial plank road is particularly fragile. Even if it's already built, it's still extremely fragile. But we have brought powerful offensive spiritual tools, and at the same time we also have our own formidable strength. As long as we get close to the spatial plank road and blast out our strength at the fastest speed, the spatial plank road will be directly destroyed. Isn't this process of a few seconds enough? Heavenly Qilin said. None of them spoke. It does seem to be enough. That's right. It's enough. Tian Lin nodded and continued. The key problem now is that if we get close to the spatial plankway, we only need to get close to it to instantly destroy it. They absolutely won't be able to react in time, even if they have so many experts. They should be able to react in time, right? Morongyu pondered for a moment and said. They looked at Morongyu. Yes. Tian Lin nodded. They can react in time, but you have to think about it. Even if they see, hear, and react in time, The strength they release definitely won't be able to catch up with our strength. Then they can only use their body to resist. Will they use their body to resist at that moment? As a normal person, this is their instinctive reaction, especially when it's something that has nothing to do with their life. Although it's important, in their subconscious, it's not their family. If it's attacked, they won't lose anything, right? Then why would they resist? They pondered for a moment. That's true. All right, everyone. Now let's discuss how to get close to that location smoothly. The area within a radius of 10 kilometers around the Spaceplank Road is filled with patrolling experts of the demon race. Especially beside the Spaceplank Road, there are a large number of experts, and they have the power to seal the space. Jiang Feng said, "That's right. Although the power of the spatial seal won't stop us from using the space, according to our intelligence, this power will interfere with our space release. Once we reach a distance of 500 meters, our space will lose its function. In other words, we have to get within 500 meters of the spatial plankway before we can attack. And before that, we can't be discovered. We only have a maximum of 3 minutes to attack. Although we only need a few seconds to succeed, once we're discovered, countless experts will gather and it won't be easy to approach. Even if we get close, they'll have already prepared a defensive response." Tianlin said, "We just need to get close to the spatial plankway. Then, the space attribute experts will attack from all directions. As long as one person succeeds, it'll be fine. If we get close, it'll be fine. If we hide, we'll have to pay attention to some hidden mechanisms or traps. There won't be people everywhere. However, after a certain distance, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to move an inch. So, my plan is to send a team to scout out the general situation there. Only when we know the general situation there can we take action." Tianlin said, "No need for a team. One person is enough." Jiang Feng said, "Well, who has the confidence?" "I'll go," Lin Xian said. "You? Well, that's fine. You have the dark attribute and the space attribute. You're indeed more suitable. However, there's a premise. You must not be discovered. I'd rather not be able to get close than be discovered. Once we're discovered, our operation can be cancelled." Tianlin said, "Well, I can only say that I'll try. Indeed, I might not be able to get close to that location." "All right. Do you need our help?" Lin Xian shook his head. "No need. I'll go now. Be careful." Lin Xian nodded and then walked out of this place. Chapter 1824. Although some of these people might be displeased with Lin Xian, they knew that for him to be a member of the team and for all the major factions to agree to come, he was definitely no pushover. Therefore, they still had some confidence in Lin Xian. Of course, to Tianlin, he actually hoped that Lin Xian would fail the mission. No, it wasn't just a failure. He hoped that Lin Xian would cause a huge disaster and cause the mission to fail. If that happened, his standing in the eyes of the human race and the experts of the various factions would definitely plummet. It was fine as long as they did not see him posture or see people praise him. This was Tianlin's idea. Therefore, Lin Xian was indeed the best choice for the mission. "Then let's wait. Let's wait for the news Lin Xian will bring us," said Tianlin. Yes. Everyone, take advantage of this time to prepare everything you need to prepare." On the other side, Lin Xian came outside. The reason why he accepted the mission was because Lin Xian felt that he had the ability to do it. Furthermore, he was really fighting for humanity. For humanity, it did not mean that he was a righteous person. It was just that this was the responsibility of a member of the human race. So many people with low cultivation realms were risking their lives. He was already at the heavenly Tao realm. Was he going to enjoy life? Yes, he might be enjoying it now, but he would not be able to enjoy it if humanity were to fall. Lin Xian released his darkness elemental concealment powers as he proceeded through the night. Eye of Cave Spirit. Lin Xian activated his Eye of Cave Spirit and proceeded forward. That's right. Many of them knew how to conceal themselves with the darkness elemental property. But Lin Xian's greatest trump card was his Eye of Cave Spirit. Clearly, the Fae had to protect the spatial plank road well because they knew that humans were aware of the matter. There was a chance that humans would cause destruction, so they would definitely defend it. However, there were always loopholes in defense, especially when it was something they could not be sure of. They could not be sure if the humans would attack. What was the simplest method? Thinking about it from another perspective, the simplest method would be to set up something similar to a trap near the space plank path. Of course, it wouldn't be a simple trap. For example, if someone passed by a place and didn't notice anything, the monster race would notice it. Therefore, as long as he had the Eye of Cave Spirit, he could guard against all of this. With the concealment of the darkness attribute, especially Lin Xian's darkness attribute, he could ensure that even a Heavenly Dao Realm 5-star would not be able to detect him. Lin Xian's figure continued to move forward. Sure enough, Lin Xian did see many patrolling demon race experts. In addition to the patrolling demon race experts, there were even more in the dark. This was discovered by the Eye of Cave Spirit. Otherwise, if it were someone else, they might be able to guard against patrolling in the open but not in the dark. Lin Xian gradually approached the location of the spatial walkway. In front of him, a bright white light flickered in the dark night, covered a very large area. That area was clearly the spatial walkway, but it was still several thousand meters away from Lin Xian. Holy shit, the demon race is truly ridiculous. What did Lin Xian see? There were countless fey beasts around him. These fey beasts were considered to be at the bottom of the hierarchy. In a fight, they would be cannon fodder, but there were countless of them. The demons used a very simple method to gather a large number of fey beasts around him. Although you are vigilant enough, unless you can completely surround the area in all directions, what's the use? Lin Xian pondered for a moment. This was because these fey beasts were considered to be at the bottom of the hierarchy. Lin Xian concealed himself and walked through the group of fey beasts. They were unable to discover Lin Xian. There were two types of concealment. One was concealing one's aura, and the other was concealing one's body. However, when the darkness attribute reached a certain level, concealment was equivalent to invisibility, but it was only almost. And why was Lin Xian completely invisible? It was the light attribute. The light attribute's pseudo-light was invisibility. When combined with the darkness attribute, the two complemented each other to achieve true invisibility. This kind of invisibility was so exaggerated that even if one walked on the sand, they wouldn't leave any footprints. This was the effect of the darkness attribute. Although the light attribute could make one invisible, it would leave footprints and couldn't conceal one's aura. After passing through here, Lin Xian was about 5 kilometers away from the space plank road. There were still many hidden experts guarding this place. This place won't do. I have to go to other places to take a look. Although Lin Xian came here, Lin Xian knew that many others couldn't come here. Lin Xian had to find a place where others could come. There must be a loophole. 2 hours later, Lin Xian approached the space plank road and roughly saw it. Of course, it was only a rough estimate. Fortunately, I have the Eye of Cave Spirit. Otherwise, this operation would definitely fail. Lin Xian muttered. He didn't only mean that his operation would fail. Everyone's operation would fail. This was because on the way here, there was an invisible force that encircled the entire area. It was about 2 kilometers away from the space plank road. This force was something that Lin Xian failed to discover even though he was at the Heavenly Dao realm at 2 stars. If not for the Eye of Cave Spirit, he would have been discovered the moment he passed through it. And the reason why the others could pass through the force without being mistaken for an enemy was because they had something special on them. Lin Xian returned. He's not back yet? It's been 3 hours. It's almost dawn. Tian Lin looked at the time. Although it's only 10 kilometers, it's perfectly normal for it to take 3 hours. Young Master Tian, there's no need to rush. At most, we can wait until next night. Dawn is coming. At that moment, Lin Xian walked over as everyone stood up. How is it? They asked. Lin Xian nodded. I've roughly figured it out. Everyone, listen carefully to what Lin Xian has to say. Lin Xian then said, from here to the space plank road, there are experts guarding it in the open. There are even countless fey beasts surrounding it. There are also experts guarding it in the dark. Of course, this isn't the crux of the matter. The crux of the matter is that about 3 kilometers away from the Spaceplank Road, there is a force encircling it. This force can be understood as something like infrared rays. It can't be seen or sensed, but once you touch it, you will immediately be discovered. They knitted their brows tightly. Then, how did you know? Lin Xian said, I naturally have my own means. Then wouldn't their own people be mistaken for an enemy attack when they pass through that force? Zhang Feng asked. They have a kind of pearl on them. This pearl can prevent this from happening. I also killed one of them and took his pearl before I went there. Lin Xian, you killed someone? Chapter 18:25. They furrowed their brows. To be honest, this wasn't good news. Lin Xian, and it's fine. The one we killed wasn't of a high realm, and they have a lot of people guarding them. They won't be suspicious if one of them dies. After all, they don't have communication methods like us humans. And that's true, but we can't let our guard down. Zhang Feng said, continue. Lin Xian then said, that energy scanned the area. I spent about an hour and a half looking for a path that might be relatively easy to walk on. After all, not everyone has the darkness attribute. Did you find it? Lin Xian nodded. I found it. It's here. Lin Xian pointed at a location on the map. This is a mountain range. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, there are experts guarding the foot of this mountain range, but there aren't any above the mountain range. If we walk up this mountain range and pass through that energy, we'll be 1 kilometer away from the spatial plank road. What's the situation around the spatial plank road? Tian Lin asked. There's a power that prevents the use of spatial energy. I sensed it, and it should be the power they're using to build the spatial plank road. It's very strong. If we forcefully use spatial jump or teleport, we can only teleport 20 meters away at most. Apart from that, I took a look inside and there aren't many people. Most of them are here to build the spatial plank road. Lin Xian said, 20 meters? That is to say, even if we get close, spatial attribute warriors can only teleport 20 meters away. 20 meters isn't enough. I'm afraid 200 meters is already within their line of sight, right? A man said. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, that's about right. It's fine. 20 meters. After we teleport in and rush in at full speed, we'll only need 2 seconds to reach the spatial plank road. Adding on the energy we release, we'll need at most 3 seconds. If we attack from all directions, will they be able to react in 3 seconds? Will they be able to react in time? Tian Lin said. That's about right. I feel the same. A man said. And that's about right. Everyone. Since Lin Xian has investigated everything for us, let me summarize. Tian Lin said. Now, if we want to go there, we have to go through a force. We can only use Lin Xian's method to get through this force. Before we start, we have to kill some people and get the bead. Lin Xian shook his head. No need, I have one. Then, a pile of beads appeared. This, Lin Xian. It was created by the law of creation. Since I found one, I can create a new one. They were pleasantly surprised. Good. Everyone, let the space martial artist do it. Time martial artist, do your best to accelerate the time of your teammates the moment the space martial artist makes his move. Let's make something that can be done in 3 seconds seem like a second in the eyes of those people. Others, cooperate with us. Do you have any objections? Or rather, questions? Heavenly Qilin said. Just give me a specific plan of action. I don't have many other questions. Yes, let's discuss a specific plan. Tian Lin nodded. Okay, then let's discuss the plan. I have a question. Lin Xian. Oh, speak. Lin Xian then said, I can only see the situation there, but I can't get close. The heaven and earth spiritual energy there is extremely dense, so I can't confirm many things. This was true. The eye of cave spirit could see some hidden things, but Lin Xian's distance was limited. He couldn't accurately see some things. He could only see where the heaven and earth spiritual energy was, how much there was, and how strong it was. As for what it was used for, Lin Xian couldn't see it, so he didn't know. So, what I'm worried about is, what if there are some special forces or traps next to the space walkway? Lin Xian. Many people looked at each other. That made sense. No, you don't have to worry too much about that. Tianlin shook his head and said, First of all, this is our mission. Since we've already made all the necessary preparations and eliminated all the dangers, how can we not go just because we suspect that there's a trap and that there's a protective force there? Second, they're constantly building the space walkway. For the sake of speed, they'll set up defenses that will affect their speed. At the same time, if there are traps with so many people building them, will it be convenient for them? Even if there are traps with so many people moving around every day, how can we just happen to step on a trap? Third, your mission has been completed perfectly. The rest of you just need to stay here and provide support for us. Set up the teleportation space in advance. When the time comes, we will inevitably fight with them. We need your team to be able to leave this place through the power of space as soon as we run over. Can you do that? Your team has more than 5 people with the space attribute. Tianlin said. They indeed had a lot of people with the space attribute because some of them had exchanged for it at the God's Awakening door. Lin Xian's use of space was too good. They felt that it was very convenient. Lin Xian nodded and said, That's not a problem. All right then. You guys start looking for a place to set up. Radiant Association members, our 2 teams will go there together to discuss a detailed plan. Then, the 2 teams walked away. What kind of person is that? Feels like he's looking down on us. Wind Chimes grumbled unhappily. That's right. Moreover, he doesn't seem to care about Lin Xian's words at all. It's as if in his eyes, Lin Xian's words can be ignored. Wang Xintong also mumbled unhappily. Lin Xian smiled and said, It doesn't matter. In any case, our mission is more or less complete. He's right. After all, the rest of the matter is left to the 2 teams, and we're just cooperating with them. Who knows, they might come up with a detailed plan later, and we might even need to take action. However, I feel that it's a little too simple, Zhuge Feng said. It's actually not that simple, right? Just like what Lin Xian said, under normal circumstances will definitely be discovered, and the mission will definitely fail. Wu Yuhan said. That's true. Lin Xian nodded and said, Yes, indeed. Those conditions are enough to make the demon race cautious. Perhaps I'm overthinking. Let's go, everyone. Set up the teleportation array. Be careful and make it stronger. Although it's very close, it'll be over if it's destroyed. Understood. Then they walked out. Chapter 1826. Just like that, a day passed. Lin Xian's team had successfully completed their mission. The rest was up to the other 2 teams. They had also come up with a perfect plan. The other 2 teams had already started moving. Only Lin Xian's team was left here. So boring. Ling Ying sat there. Most importantly, the other 2 teams hadn't given them any missions. They were just told to stay here and provide support for the other 2 teams at any time. Yes, this was indeed very important, but who would be able to stand it if they came out to be a bystander? They had thought that they could go and do some important missions. Lin Xian, it's okay. As long as the mission is completed, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. It's okay for you. At least you went to do something important. The 9 of us just stayed here and did nothing, Ling Ying said helplessly. It can't be helped. We're also here for a mission. Compared to them, our mission is easier. But it's still an indispensable part of the mission, Lin Xian continued. I know. Forget it. Let's not think about it. They should be back soon, right? Morong Yu nodded. Logically speaking, if we follow the plan and act according to it, we should be able to finish it in a few minutes. Let's get ready. Okay, but why do I have a bad feeling about this? Lin Xian pondered for a moment. They looked at Lin Xian. What ominous premonition. They looked at Lin Xian in confusion. Lin Xian shook his head. I can't say. I just feel that Tianlin isn't that reliable. But I can't tell why. That's true. I also feel that he's a little unreliable. It's like, He's too confident, Zhuge Feng said. Yes, yes, yes. He's just a little too confident. It's like he thinks the Yao clan is stupid. But Feng Ling thought for a moment and said, according to what Lin Xian said, I think the demon clan is already very careful. Maybe we're really overthinking it. Lin Xian, I think it's hard to say, really hard to say. Anyway, I've already reminded them. The rest is up to them to see if they take it to heart. Lin Xian had seen it through his eye of cave spirit. There was a lot of heaven and earth spiritual energy there, and it was divided into many parts. He was unable to determine what exactly that heaven and earth spiritual energy was. For example, it could be a trap, a formation, or a barrier. But maybe he was thinking too much. On the other side, just as Lin Xian said, this is indeed the case here. Then, in front of us should be the invisible and undetectable infrared ray that Lin Xian mentioned. Zhang Feng said, shouldn't we be a little more careful? Is this bead really useful? A man held the bead given to him by Lin Xian and asked. Since Lin Xian said it's useful, then it's useful. If it's not useful, then the responsibility lies entirely with him. Tian Lin said, that's true. After all, this is Lin Xian's mission. Moreover, he said it so confidently. At the same time, he also said that this thing is useful. If he really fails because of this reason, he will indeed have to take the blame. Let's go. Everyone be careful. The dark and light elements will help you hide. Okay. Then, they passed through the mountain range and hid not far away from the space plank road. According to the plan spread out. Changfeng, Lu Yi, Zhang Ming go to B position. Zhang Duo go to C position. Everyone from the Radiant Association go to D, E, and F positions and be on standby. Tian Lin said, yes. Remember what everyone's priority is. Understood. Okay. Report to me when you're in position. Wait for my orders. Tian Lin said. Then they spread out one after another. They would act at the same time. Some would directly rush to the space plank road and destroy it from all directions. Some would use the wind and time elements to buff them at the same time to help them complete the mission in the shortest time possible. Some would be responsible for providing support the moment they took action. For example, if they saw someone rushing to stop them, they would stop them instead. There was no need to fight. They just needed to buy time. Everyone got into position. Everyone, listen to my orders. Tian Lin said into the headset. 3, 2, 1, move out. Schwa at the same time, everyone rushed out and rushed to the space plank road. Everyone's cooperation was very unified. After all, this cooperation wasn't too difficult. Everyone's steps were the same and they just had to do what they were supposed to do. Enemy attack. The experts on the space plank road had noticed it immediately, but because Tian Lin and the others were too fast, they were able to react in time. They also saw people rushing towards the spatial walkway from all directions. Some of them moved, but they were stopped by others. Some of them wanted to make a move as well, but it was too late. Tian Lin's eyes flickered. It was a lot easier than he had imagined. The space plank road was right in front of them. Brothers, attack together. Tian Lin bellowed, then released an extremely terrifying power. As a space plank road that had yet to be completed, they definitely had the ability to destroy it with their 4-star and 3-star Heavenly Dao Realm strength. Alright. Boom! From several directions, several terrifying forces blasted the space plank road at the same time. Success! Tian Lin's eyes suddenly lit up. He knew that once he succeeded, his status in the eyes of the human race would definitely rise greatly in the eyes of the experts. This was also why he took the initiative to be the commander of this operation. It was because the greatest credit would definitely land on him. However, just as their forces were about to land on the space plank road, a white beam of light suddenly appeared outside the space plank road. What? Boom! Their forces landed on the white beam of light and were all blocked. Tian Lin's pupils suddenly contracted. A barrier. He turned his head to look at a spot where an elder was standing. He had just crushed a bead in his hand. Bastard! Tian Lin's eyes suddenly focused. Young Master Tian. Someone shouted from the other side. 3 minutes. Destroy this place. Kill. Tianlin roared. He could not accept failure. Absolutely not. 3 minutes. There were at most 3 minutes left. He still had a chance. There was still a chance if he could destroy the barrier in these 3 minutes. Yes. Then, a huge battle erupted. Young Master Tian, we can't take it anymore. We have to leave. The space here is restricted. We need time to escape. If we don't leave now, it will probably be too late when the people from the 9th Fey God Temple arrive. Zhang Feng roared. Tianlin clenched his fists as his eyes turned bloodshot. No! Chapter 1827. Tianlin knew that he had to succeed. It wasn't that this mission couldn't be failed. It was because everyone knew that there was a possibility of failure. For the beast race, they had already guessed that the human race would destroy the spatial walkway. It was just a matter of time and method. However, he couldn't accept failure. He had never failed in nearly 30 years. He couldn't accept it. At the same time, he really believed that this barrier would be destroyed in 10 seconds at most. Why run? This barrier is about to be destroyed. After destroying it, we can destroy the space walkway in an instant. Why run? Everyone, assist me. Let me destroy the space walkway. Tianlin shouted. Zhang Feng frowned. This was a difficult task for him as well. In theory, Tianlin was the commander-in-chief, and they had to listen to his orders. Although Zhang Feng felt that they had to retreat now, and his opinion was different from Tianlin's, Tianlin was still the commander-in-chief. If he ordered the Radiance Association's team to retreat and the mission failed, then Tianlin could push the blame to Zhang Feng, saying that it was because Zhang Feng ordered the Radiance Association's team to retreat that caused the mission to fail. Therefore, Zhang Feng could only brace himself. Block it for him. 10 seconds later, boom. Following Sky Qilin's super powerful move, he destroyed the enchantment. Tianlin revealed a surprised expression. Fortunately, he made it in time. However, the next second he was dumbfounded. Why? Fuck you. There's another barrier within this barrier? Fuck you. His mentality directly exploded. There's another barrier? No, it's too late. We have to retreat. Zhang Feng shouted. Tianlin gritted his teeth. Retreat. Retreat? Is this a place where you can come and go as you please? Suddenly, a group of figures appeared on the horizon. Their pupils suddenly shrank. On the other side, Lin Xian and the rest stood there, looking at the void in the distance. Something might have happened. Lin Xian frowned. It's been 2 minutes. Logically speaking, it should be done in 10 seconds. But 2 minutes. It can only mean that something has happened. Lin Xian said. Then what should we do? Ling Ying asked. Lin Xian frowned. His mission was to provide support here, but he wasn't very clear about the situation ahead. Going to help? Han Chuxue asked. Lin Xian said, I'll go. You guys stay here and continue to provide support. No, let's go together. Lin Xian said, we don't know what's going on over there, and our mission is to help them. If all of us go, they'll come back. But if we can't help them in time because we're not here, and if they come back, then we'll be at fault. Then let Murong Yu accompany you. Wu Yuhan said, no need, I'll be fine by myself. Don't worry, I can protect myself. Don't worry, I'll go over first. Be careful. They looked at Lin Xian worriedly. Yes. Lin Xian nodded and rushed over. By the time Lin Xian arrived, 10 minutes had already passed. Although it was only 10 kilometers, Lin Xian couldn't use space, couldn't move at full speed, and had to be wary of being discovered. 10 minutes was quite fast. Lin Xian arrived and saw that Tianlin's group had been completely blocked. A very exaggerated battle had broken out. They were obviously no match for them. They were now at death's door. Retreat. We have to retreat. Run. Zhang Feng bellowed. Go. Split up. Then, they sped off in different directions. Want to run? It's not that easy. Chase after them. How many of them could escape depended on their fate. Because of their numbers and strength, They were obviously no match for the 9th demon god temple that was chasing after them. It all depended on their luck. Almost all the experts here had chased after them, so there weren't many experts left. Lin Xian frowned. Their life and death had nothing to do with Lin Xian. Lin Xian had already shown enough respect by trying to save them. There was a risk of failure in the mission, so they could only rely on their luck. Lin Xian couldn't save them even if he wanted to. Moreover, he would be in danger himself. However, now Lin Xian might have a chance to destroy the spatial plank path. Lin Xian saw the situation on the other side. There was a barrier around the spatial plank path. The remaining strength of the barrier wasn't high, so Lin Xian could destroy it. It should be about time. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. Saint Cultivation Technique. Lin Xian activated the 3rd level of the Saint Cultivation Technique. Create Law, double strength, double speed. Evil God Cultivation Technique, increase realm, domain, open. Whoosh. Starfall. Starfall was the ultimate move that the evil god in the Monster God Forbidden Ground gave Lin Xian. Above the void, more than 1,000 stars flickered at the same time. Then, boom, boom, boom. Dense star power descended from the sky, bombarding this place indiscriminately. The others had already let down their guard. They didn't expect this to happen. Protect the spatial plank path. An old man shouted loudly. However, they couldn't protect it. Starfall was too powerful and its range was too large. How could they protect it when the surroundings were bombarded? They had to protect themselves. Whoosh. Lin Xian took advantage of the dust and charged in. Whoosh. Lin Xian's holy sword and Xian Yuan's sword appeared in his hands. Come, let me cut you into pieces. Ha! Lin Xian shouted. Then, the 2 swords exploded with terrifying power and slashed at the spatial plank path. Boom, although it seemed easy for Lin Xian, it was all thanks to Tian Lin. He destroyed the 1st barrier and consumed more than half of the 2nd barrier's power. That was why Lin Xian could use Starfall to forcefully shatter it and then destroy the spatial plank path with 2 swords. Puff! Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. He was injured by the destructive power of the spatial plank path. However, space jump. Lin Xian leaped 20 meters into the air and activated his wind attribute. He sped off into the distance. Chase! Chase after him. Bastard! Then, a group of people charged in Lin Xian's direction. Time slowly passed. Whoosh! Several figures rushed to where Morongyu and the others were. Go! Go! Tian Lin shouted, clutching his chest. Where are the others? Don't worry about the others. Let's go. They frowned. Are we going to let the others fend for themselves? If you don't want to die, hurry up and leave. We failed the mission. We can't increase the casualties. Besides, the others might not be in danger. You can stay here and help them. If there's any danger, retreat immediately. We'll go and recuperate first. We've already lost them. After saying that, Tian Lin led them into the teleportation array. What should we do? They looked at each other. Chapter 1828. Perhaps it was reasonable that the mission had failed, because there was such a possibility. But this made them a little surprised. Why did only a few people come back? Where were the others? Did something happen to them? Where was Lin Xian? Ling Ying then said, Let's guard this place. That's the only way. Where's Lin Xian? Wang Xintong asked. I don't know, but it should be fine. Let's contact him. Don't. Han Chushua then said, If we contact him and get exposed, then... That's right, we just need to trust Lin Xian. After a while, 2 more people ran over together. Where are the others? Zhang Feng looked at them. 5 people have already gone in. Including you, that makes 7. The others haven't arrived yet. Damn it! Zhang Feng gritted his teeth and then coughed up a mouthful of blood. What's going on? Morongyu asked with a frown. Zhang Feng sighed and said, The 9th Monster God Temple is more well-prepared than we thought. Another person said, Originally, it wasn't a big deal. At most, we just failed the mission. but that Tian Lin forced us to fight, which led to the current situation. Previously, the higher-up said that our safety is the most important thing, but that Tian Lin forced us to fight in order to complete the mission. In that case, you can't go against him, right? Two groups of people have different goals, right? Jiang Feng shook his head and said, "Forget it. It's not his fault alone. He also wanted to complete the mission. It's just that his decision was a little too risky. Captain, this is no longer a problem of risk. He simply doesn't treat us as humans. If the mission succeeds, he, as the commander-in-chief, will get more rewards. That's why he's so desperate. Does he not treat our lives as his own?" That person obviously resented Tian Lin very much. "By the way, where's Lin Xian?" Jiang Feng glanced at them. "Lin Xian found out that something happened on your side, so he went to help you. He asked us to stay and help you." Jiang Feng frowned. "He went to help us? But we didn't see him. It's only possible that Lin Xian arrived when you escaped. Then why isn't Lin Xian here yet?" Jiang Feng frowned and said, "He must have been targeted as well. But, with his attributes and abilities, I don't think it will be too much of a problem. At the very least, escaping shouldn't be a problem. It's just that he might not have shaken off those people yet." They didn't know that the spatial walkway had been destroyed because of the ongoing battle. Although the spatial walkway was destroyed, they still thought that it was the power of the battle. "I'll have to trouble you guys to take care of things here and help the others. We're going to recuperate first," Jiang Feng said. "All right." Half a day later, whoosh, Lin Xian's figure appeared there. "Lin Xian! Lin Xian!" When they saw Lin Xian return, they shouted in unison and ran over in surprise. Lin Xian shook his head. "I'm fine. It's just a minor injury." "Damn it, the 9th Monster God Temple actually has a spatial attribute demon beast. I had to run for half a day to get rid of him. The main reason was that Lin Xian could also run here directly, but that would expose their escape route. Therefore, Lin Xian ran in the opposite direction." "It's fine as long as you're fine." Murong Yu said. "What about the others?" Lin Xian asked. 10 people came back. Wu Yunhua said. Lin Xian frowned. "I'm afraid the remaining 10 people are doomed." Xiao Xinyue said. "This time, Tian Lin is going to take the blame." Lin Xian pondered for a moment. Why? The success or failure of the mission wasn't that important. Of course, this was built on everyone's lives. Compared to everyone's lives, the most important mission was to ensure that no one died even if the mission failed. This was because it wasn't easy for humans to nurture Heavenly Tao Realm experts. Furthermore, they had to be genius Heavenly Tao Realm experts. If they failed the mission, they could find someone else to discuss other plans. In any case, the spatial walkway was right there. But Tian Lin had chosen to disregard the most important thing, everyone's lives, just to complete the mission. This was already a great taboo. It would be fine if everyone was fine, but if something happened, it would be troublesome. "Let's wait for another 2 days," Lin Xian said. Yeah. 2 days later, helplessly, only 10 people returned from the 2 teams. The remaining 10 could not be contacted and there were no traces of them. As for Lin Xian and company, they were ordered by the Holy Temple to stay here for 2 days before leaving to ensure their safety. Holy Temple's Great Hall. All the people who participated in the mission were gathered here. At the same time, there were experts from the Holy Temple and the Light Association, as well as some bigwigs. An elder was pacing around with his hands behind his back. The others either had their heads lowered or were looking at him, but no one dared to speak. Pong! He slammed his palm on the table. 10. We lost a total of 10 top Heavenly Tao Realm geniuses for this mission. 4 Light Association geniuses and 6 Heavenly Tao Realm geniuses from the Holy Temple. This price is too great. Too great. The old man roared. 7th Elder, please calm down. Murong Feng hurriedly said. Calm down? How can I calm down? 10 future pillars of the humankind, the backbone of the humankind, are gone just like that. How can I not be angry? The Light Association's 7th Elder took a deep breath before looking at Tian Lin. You are the overall commander of this mission. Tell me. Tian Lin stood up. At that moment, he had already lost his previous arrogance. We were just a step away from success. So this junior thought that it would only take a few seconds at most to destroy the enchantment. Then we could instantly destroy the spatial walkway. We could give it a try, Tianlin said. And then, I never expected that the enchantment would be destroyed, but there was another enchantment within it. Tianlin said. Then let me ask you, what should our choice be? Seventh Elder looked at Tianlin. Tianlin said, retreat. So why didn't you retreat? Because I felt that there was enough time. There was still time to destroy the other enchantment and the spatial walkway. Tianlin said, is that enough? Tianlin did not say a word. Let me ask you, is it enough? Seventh Elder bellowed. Tianlin shook his head. It's not enough. I know that this was caused by my decision, but if I were to do it all over again, I would have done it again because I had given the order immediately. But you can't see the situation clearly. You think too highly of yourself. You feel that you are definitely right. A leader needs such courage, but you are not qualified. Chapter 1829. Seventh Elder slowly paced back and forth. As a leader, other than having the sharpest insight and the fastest judgment on the spot, the most important thing is to have a heart that treats everyone's lives as your own. In your eyes, your teammates are only tools to complete the mission. I don't. I want to complete the mission. I want to contribute to humanity. Tianlin looked up and retorted. You want to? Who doesn't? The Seventh Elder let out a sigh. Seventh Elder, at this point in time, it's necessary to pursue the matter. However, we can't spend all our energy on this. The spatial plank path still needs to be destroyed. Another old man said. At that moment, Lin Xian said, the ninth Fey God Temple's spatial plank path has been destroyed. What? They looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, back then I was there to provide support. When I saw the battle last a few minutes, I knew that things weren't going well. Therefore, I wanted to provide support, but most of the people had already gone out to chase after them. I found an opportunity to destroy the barrier and the spatial plank path. They looked at Lin Xian and fell silent for a moment. Good, good. Seventh Elder nodded immediately and said, good. Then, this mission is equivalent to sacrificing 10 heavenly Dao realm geniuses. The price is just too great. Thankfully, Lin Xian made up for it in time. Everyone, disperse. As for your punishment, we will discuss it and come to a conclusion. Yes. Then they dispersed. Young Master Lin. Zhang Feng shouted for Lin Xian. Is there something? Asked Lin Xian. Nothing. I just want to thank you. Thankfully, you made up for it. Lin Xian shook his head. It's nothing. I only managed to succeed because I found the right timing. Furthermore, all of you had already destroyed more than half of the barrier. Tianlin walked over and looked at Lin Xian. I really have to thank you this time. Lin Xian shook his head. I'm fine. I know that the problem lies with me this time, but I still want to say that in a battle, especially a battle between humans and demons, sacrifices are inevitable. Now that they have sacrificed themselves, perhaps it won't be long before I follow them and sacrifice myself. I'm not afraid of death. After saying that, Tianlin walked away. Zhang Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Sacrifice is unavoidable, but unnecessary sacrifice is too stupid. He clenched his fists. Everyone's values are different, and they see things in different ways. Lin Xian. He's definitely not suited to be a leader, Zhang Feng said. Yes. Lin Xian nodded. Then we'll meet again. I look forward to working with you again. Zhang Feng shook hands with Lin Xian. All right. Then they all dispersed. All that was left was to discuss Tianlin's punishment. As for the reward, then he could only wait and see. There might not be one. Everyone, what do you think of this matter? Punish him severely. Even if he's the holy son of the holy temple, the loss of this matter is simply too great. He must be punished severely. Severe punishment is severe, but he's still the holy son of the holy temple. No matter what, he's still very useful. Temple Master Morong, what do you think? Also, Tian family head, Tian Lin is your son. Discussing this matter in front of you means that we don't treat you as an outsider. What do you think? The Tian family head sighed. In this matter, Lin indeed has too much responsibility. He has given up a lot of things, but Lin heart is for the sake of the human race, for the success of the mission. The Tian family head said, we all know this in our hearts, but things have already come to this point. There must be an explanation for this matter. Moreover, these children who have been sacrificed, their families, they also want an explanation. If we give them this explanation, we'll be letting them down. The Tian family head nodded. Yes. Let's discuss this matter. Let's not talk about this matter for now. Let's talk about Lin Xian first. This old man also didn't expect this. I thought this was a failure, but Lin Xian actually turned the tide and destroyed the spatial walkway. Although there were other people attracting attention, he still dared to make a move when the barrier still exists. Moreover, he succeeded. This courage really makes this old man admire him. The seventh elder nodded. Morong Fong also nodded and said, that's right. I've known this brat for a long time. From the very beginning, I've been very optimistic about him. Indeed, his current achievements are within my expectations. Moreover, to be honest, the people by Lin Xian's side, whether it's his team members or the other children who are still growing up, have all benefited greatly from Lin Xian. This kid has the potential to be a general. I think so too. The hidden dragon army that trained him before also saw something special about him. He has an ability that allows him to gather his team members. Although he's not very talented and learned much, didn't everyone start from this step? These people were discussing spiritedly. Then, according to everyone's opinion, are you ready to give him power? The seventh elder glanced at everyone present. Morong Fong stood up and said, I think we can give it a try. Lin Xian may not know much about the art of war, but in the martial arts academy he also studied military affairs. Moreover, the people around him are also quite knowledgeable in this field, including the martial arts academy's teacher, Xiao Runing, who is also his good friend. I think we can give it a try. If we give Lin Xian a sufficient army and let him be in charge, to be honest, I'm quite relieved. Wouldn't that be a bit too much? This Lin Xian is good at leading a small team. In ancient times, he would be a very good general. However, a general is a general. A general who is in charge of all the generals is not a general who is qualified to be a general. If the general makes a mistake in his decision, everyone will be buried with him. 1 million, the seventh elder said, then glanced at everyone. This old man is also very optimistic about him. Give him 1 million and let him be the commander of Lin and city. At the same time, Lin and city will be his own. When the human race and the demon race fight, Lin and city will inevitably become the target of public criticism. For Lin Xian, guarding Lin and city is more important than anyone else. That is, Lin and city is his everything. I think it's very suitable. Yes, 1 million, actually it's not a lot. As the defending army, there's not much that can be wrong. At the same time, there are other teams in Lin and city. We can give it a try. If it succeeds, then we can give him more soldiers. Then, Palace Master Morong, I'll leave this matter to you. Will that kid refuse? Morong Fong smiled helplessly. Others can't wait, but he might refuse. I'll give it a try. Chapter 1830. Lin Xian had indeed returned to Lin and city. For a 2-star heavenly Dao realm Lin Xian, it was very convenient for him to travel back and forth between Lin and city and heaven capital. Just as he returned to hug his beloved little Shirshir and little Tianny, Lin Xian received a message from Morong Fong. What's the matter? Ling Long Shui asked. Lin Xian placed little Shirshir and little Tianny on the sofa by the side. They went to play by the side before he said, Uncle Morong wants to give me soldiers. Isn't that good? Bing Ling Yue said. It's troublesome. Lin Xian scratched his head and said, I think it's pretty good. The soldiers are definitely for you to protect Lin and city. With soldiers in your hands to protect your city, You should be more confident in doing certain things. Lin Xian nodded. That's true. But I still want to spend more time with you. There's no need for that. We have quite a lot of fun without you. Bing walked over with a smile on her face. Hey, that's too much. Lin Xian glared at her. Alright, just agree. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, but I'm worried that I don't have the ability. It's just defending a city. It's not like I'm asking you to lead an army of 1,000,000 to attack the Fey race. These are two different concepts. Bing said. That's true. Lin Xian then sent a message to Murongfeng, agreeing to the matter. Oh right. Is there any news from Huangshi? After all, Bing's 10th Fey God Temple was no more. It had been replaced by another Fey God. The old location was still there. It could only be a faction that belonged to Bing alone. Clearly, there weren't many stronger factions. That side was basically managed by Xue Bingxin and Xue Binglan. Her two subordinates were also the girls that Lin Xian had slept with. As for Huangshi's second Beast God Temple, it was still the second Beast God Temple in the eyes of the Myriad Demon Alliance. However, because Huangshi was a phoenix, the Myriad Demon Alliance couldn't order her to do anything. They could only discuss with her. They didn't know that Huangshi was now standing with Lin Xian. Therefore, it was even possible that Lin Xian could learn some of the plans of the 10,000 Demon Alliance through Huangshi. Huangshi will remain neutral. Ling Long Shui said. Neutral? That makes sense. Lin Xian pondered for a moment and expressed his understanding. She was a demon. In the war between humans and demons, she could only remain neutral. For example, Ling Long Shui and the others were also neutral. They would only take action when their interests were threatened. For example, Lin and City belonged to Lin Xian. They didn't care about the war between humans and demons, but they would definitely take care of Lin and City. However, Huangshi, after all, she was still the Fey God of the second Fey God Temple. Her identity was also quite special. The dragon vein in Lin and City has begun to erupt. Do you feel that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in Lin and City is now nearly twice as strong as before? Ling Long Shui asked. Lin Xian nodded. Yes. Does that mean that this place will be completely exposed soon? It might be at least 20 times denser than the current spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Such a place is already an exaggeration for any force, no, for humans and demons. Furthermore, it's a treasure land that must be obtained. Things might be more difficult than you think. Lin Xian said, That's fine. I'll make the decisions in my territory. If anyone dares to behave atrociously in my territory, I will definitely not let them off easily. Moreover, when I have troops in my hands, who will dare to be arrogant? The humans definitely won't dare to do anything openly. At most, they will do it secretly. As for the demons, they will also have to fight. The main thing is, what can we obtain from the dragon vein? They sat down. It's hard to say. There may be treasures from thousands of years ago, some shocking secrets, or some special ruins. It's really hard to say. It's probably going to happen soon. Lin Xian nodded. That's good. I'll probably stay in Lin and City for the time being. Let me see what we can get. In addition to accompanying them, Lin Xian also wanted to accompany Lan Xingxing, Zhao Yunqi, Xiao Runing Yi Bai Shenxian, and so on. So many girls wanted to accompany him. It was tiring, but he was still very satisfied. This Lin Xian is really amazing. He can even discover the dragon vein. No wonder everyone was in a hurry to sell their businesses in Lin and City and flee to inland cities. However, this Lin Xian did the opposite and used the lowest price to build Lin and City into his force. I didn't know at that time, so this is the case. In a certain cave, a total of 12 people gathered here. The person who spoke was Zhao Mengyue. There were men and women, but they were all young. Recently, I've been hearing some news about this Lin Xian. Is he really that amazing? A fatso said. The bespectacled man sat there holding a notebook and said in a weak voice, According to the information, this Lin Xian went from having no cultivation realm to the present heavenly Dao 2-star realm in less than 3 years. This is unprecedented. The people around Lin Xian are all at rather high cultivation realms. Although it's not that difficult to raise one's cultivation realm in this era, it still shows how powerful he is. Then, it's time to meet this old friend. According to my investigations, an extremely top-grade heaven and earth spiritual item will appear in Lin and City in 2 days. Zhao Mengyue said. Boss, what kind of heaven and earth spiritual item is it? How top-grade is it? Zhao Mengyue said. It's one of the 10 great sacred artifacts. I can't be sure which one it is, but I believe the others will soon know about it. When the time comes, it will be a tough battle. However, our goal is the sacred artifact. If we can get our hands on it, we must not linger. Got it. Then, Zhao Mengyue looked at Linya and said, Don't go for now. Linya didn't say a word. Alright, that's it. Let's move out. Yes. What? A treasure is about to appear? Lin Xian received a call from Morong Feng. Yes. I'm not sure what it is exactly. I estimate that tomorrow morning, the sky above your Lin and City will be purple with purple air from the east. What kind of treasure is it? Lin Xian asked out of curiosity. It actually made them so concerned. It might be one of the 10 great sacred artifacts. 10 great sacred artifacts. Lin Xian muttered to himself. Yellow, black, earth, and sky sacred artifacts were the grades of spiritual artifacts. Be it humans or fae, they definitely had sacred artifacts. However, the 10 great sacred artifacts that Morong Feng mentioned were the 10 most powerful divine artifacts in history. It was just like the 10 great divine artifacts on Earth, the Shenyuan family, and the Kongtong seal. Chapter 1831. Of course, Lin Xian cared a lot about it. Fuck, this was his territory. When the time came, countless people would come to snatch the treasure. How should he put it? Lin Xian didn't have the qualifications to stop them. Even if this place belonged to him, in theory, Lin Xian couldn't say that this place belonged to him. Therefore, everything here should belong to him. The competition was huge. When the time comes, all the major clans and major forces will send people over, right? Lin Xian asked. Of course. That's for sure. In theory, it belongs to the continent and only the strong can get it. When the time comes, I'm afraid that the major forces will fight each other. There's no other way. You can't stop this kind of thing. The Holy Temple will send people, but of course, they won't be my people. Can't be helped. That's human nature. Most importantly, this is no ordinary treasure. Whoever obtains this treasure will have his life changed. Morong Feng said. Lin Xian nodded. I understand. And I know you're unhappy, but there's nothing I can do about this. I can only say that you have to try your best. I can't help you because if my force interferes in this matter, it will be a big matter. The Holy Temple's people who go over are not really part of the Holy Temple's forces. They are just the forces of the 12 elders. They belong to their individual forces. The 3 major forces won't interfere in this matter. Morong Feng said. Then, can I kill people? Lin Xian asked. How should I put it? In theory, you can. However, it depends on the situation. The human race needs to unite against the outside world. However, this is a different concept. It's a very normal fight for resources. You have the authority to control Lin and City, but the resources of Lin and City are not something you can control. Morong Feng said. And I understand. Thank you, Uncle Morong. Be careful. Okay. Lin Xian then hung up the phone. 10 great sacred tools. Damn it. I won't agree if you want to snatch it from under my nose. Lin Xian muttered. However, as for how to do it, Lin Xian normally needed the help of Ling Longshui and the others. Ling Longshui and Ling Longyue's powerful space should be very useful. However, to tell the truth, Lin Xian really didn't want them to take action. It wasn't that he didn't need them to take action. After all, they were all part of the demon race. Lin Xian really didn't want them to be exposed. Even if some people knew that there was a powerful demon race behind Lin Xian, they didn't know the specific abilities of the demon race. If he let Ling Longshui and the others take action, Lin and City, they would be very clear about the power behind Lin and City's Lin and City. Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian, Lin Xian. Azura Palace? Lin Xian pondered for a moment. No, Lin Xian couldn't trust most of the people from the Azura Palace. Although they had joined the Azura Palace and were now part of the Azura Palace, with the temptation of such a treasure, what if one of them got their hands on it? If the roles were reversed, would you hand it over to your superior? Therefore, not only could he not let the people from the Azura Palace take action, in order to avoid any accidents, he had to let Bai Xian give the order to forbid anyone from the Azura Palace from taking part in this operation. If things went wrong, they would become Lin Xian's opponent. If things went wrong, the Azura Palace would fall apart. Therefore, the safest way for Lin Xian was to rely on himself. Then, Lin Xian opened the group and spoke in it. Are you guys free? Get ready to do something big. That's right. Lin Xian was relying on his own team. With everyone together, they wouldn't be any weaker than any other power. What? Lin Xian then explained the situation. Come. We'll definitely come. I'll be there tomorrow. I just got home. Wait for me. I'll be there the day after tomorrow. Feng Ling also sent a message. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. I think there will be a lot of geniuses from all the major powers. If it's not enough, I'll have to find Bai Xian. Lin Xian then went to the Azura Palace. Bai Xian and Lung Wuxin were chatting in the courtyard. Oh, young Master Lin is here. Bai Xian stood up with a smile and looked at Lin Xian. Lung Wuxin also looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes, but she didn't say anything, because there was still a barrier between her and Lin Xian. Although she was happy and relaxed during her stay here, she still couldn't take the initiative to tell Lin Xian that she didn't care anymore. Even if she didn't care anymore, she couldn't take the initiative to tell Lin Xian that she didn't care anymore. Something big has happened. The treasure in Lin and City is about to appear. Do you know about this? Lin Xian asked. I know. The Azura Palace's information network is not to be trifled with. Bai Xian said. I'm short of manpower. I can't touch most of the people in the Azura Palace because they can't be trusted. When the time comes, just tell them not to interfere. But you have to give me some trustworthy people. Lin Xian sat down and said, I can, but you said it yourself. The people of the Azura Palace won't do anything. If you let some of them do it, wouldn't it be bad? Bai Xian said. She was very smart. Although Lin Xian didn't say anything, she knew what Lin Xian was thinking. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. That was true. Lung Wuxin and I will help you. The others won't do anything. It's not enough. Bai Xian smiled and said, Don't forget how many people will come here this time. They will definitely fight with each other. On the contrary, the more people we bring, the more likely we will become their target. It's better to have fewer people, which will make it easier for us to move. We're going there to seize the treasure, not to fight. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. You're right. We'll just take the treasure. Once we do that, we'll leave that place. What's the point of having more people there? After all, we can't go too far. The three major powers are still watching. Lin Xian said. That's the reason. All right, that's all for now. Lin Xian nodded. Is there anything else? Bai Xian asked. Yes. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at her with a smile. Bai Xian was speechless. Looking at Lin Xian's expression, why did she feel that something was wrong? Lin Xian flashed to Bai Xuan's side and carried her in his arms. I haven't bullied you for a long time. This time, I'll bully you properly. Lin Xian carried her and rushed into the room. Lung Wuxin was speechless. Then, she was left in the courtyard. 3 days passed just like that. On the first day, just as Murong Feng said, a purple light appeared above Linen City. It wasn't a disaster, but a purple aura that gathered the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It was a good thing. It also meant that the rumors were true. Chapter 1832. That night, Lin Xian and the rest gathered together. Lin Xian, can we go? Lan Xingxing asked as she ate Lin Xian's dishes in satisfaction. Lin Xian glanced at the lass. He first met Lan Xingxing at the martial arts academy. She was impressed by Lin Xian's delicious food. Now, Lan Xingxing had also grown up. She was really beautiful, right? She was still so innocent and pure. Upon hearing Lan Xingxing's words, many of the other girls looked at Lin Xian with anticipation. Why would you go? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Why? We can help you too. Lan Xingxing asked. Lin Xian then said, when the time comes, there will be a bunch of heavenly Tao realm existences. What are you going to do? Get beaten up? Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, they found it reasonable. Then I'll become stronger as soon as possible. Lan Xingxing said. All right, let's eat. Xiao Runing then said to Lin Xian, someone from above contacted me and asked me to help you. Huh? Lin Xian scratched his head and looked at Xiao Runing. Xiao Runing was also puzzled. The higher-ups had told her to contact Lin Xian, and Lin Xian would tell her the details. It left Xiao Runing dumbfounded. Don't tell me they want you to lead a team with me? Lead what team? Xiao Runing asked. She was often at the martial arts academy, so she was relatively slow to learn of the news. It's like this. The Holy Temple will give me 1,000,000 troops when the time comes. Lin Xian. Xiao Runing. Is the Holy Temple crazy? They dare to give you so many soldiers? Aren't you afraid of something happening? It wasn't that Xiao Runing didn't trust Lin Xian, but everyone had their own specializations. She knew very well what this idiot had been doing in the martial arts academy. When it came to leading troops into battle, this Lin Xian really didn't have any strategies. That's why it's possible. Why did they ask you to help me? Lin Xian grinned and looked at Xiao Runing. All right. When? Lin Xian replied, maybe in a few days, because I still have a lot of things to deal with in Linen City. However, the news might have already reached them, so I should just head over and report. Why don't you head over and help me hold the fort? It'll be easier for me to go there then. Come on. I'm just here to assist you. What am I supposed to do when I go over? Let's talk about it when you're there. You can take these few days as a vacation. Xinyue, let's go shopping after the mission is over. Xiao Xinyue nodded. Okay. Then you guys must be careful, Yi said softly. Yeah. The struggle between factions can even lead to life-threatening situations. At this time, those people only care about benefits. The main thing is that the benefits are big enough to make them lose their rationality and judgment. Zhao Yunqi said. Zhao Yunqi was a smart girl. She was also exceptionally calm and collected. You know a lot, girl. Lin Xian ruffled her hair, causing Zhao Yunqi to blush and lower her head. Yes, that's indeed the case. That's why there are only about 10 people in Little Yuyu's group this time. Our goal is to obtain the treasure, not to compete with them to see who's stronger and who's brought more experts. Lin Xian. Then, some people might say, if you use an overwhelming force, then no one will dare to compete with you. Firstly, Lin Xian didn't have such an overwhelming force. Secondly, even if he did, would they be willing to accept it? Of course they wouldn't. Instead, they might join forces to deal with you first. Therefore, Lin Xian felt that it was good to only send the 10 of them. Bai Xianxian and Leng Wuxin didn't need to participate. Will there be demons? An Xian blinked and asked. Lin Xian. There might be demons, but it's hard to say. Those demons who dare to compete are probably very strong, but they're probably acting alone. They're trying their luck to see if they can snatch the treasure. After all, this is human territory. Those demons wouldn't dare to openly come here and compete with human forces for the treasure, right? But Lin Xian was worried about one thing. He wasn't worried that the demons would come to snatch the treasure, even if the temptation of the treasure was very great. But if anyone dared to come, wouldn't that be like a sheep entering a tiger's den? Wouldn't that be courting death? Especially at this time. Even if they came, it wouldn't be a large scale. However, Lin Xian wasn't worried about this. Lin Xian was worried about Zhao Mengyue. The power behind this woman was probably not small now, right? According to Lin Xian's investigation and that of others, Zhao Mengyue had been very well behaved during this period of time. But it was precisely because of this that her power was growing. Especially since Lin Xian knew that she was looking for the power of the 12 demon gods. It was probably about time. Now, it was time to see how much power she had developed. Lin Xian even had a feeling that this was something that an ambitious and easy to act on. Moreover, this was a power that wanted to rapidly develop. Not only this power, Lin Xian even felt that with Zhao Mengyue's character, she might even be secretly planning something. To be honest, Lin Xian was really worried about this Zhao Mengyue, because Lin Xian was never afraid of the strong. Lin Xian was only afraid of one kind of people, and that was crafty and cunning people, villains or perverts, because this kind of people wouldn't do anything fancy. They would disgust you to death. At that moment, Bai Xianxian walked over. They had booked a huge private room to have a meal together. "How is it?" Lin Xian asked. "Yes, there might be more people than expected. Many of the top-ranked family clans in the 5 empires that can produce heavenly Dao realm experts are basically here. Apart from that, the geniuses you saw in the Holy Temple, as well as the various reclusive family clans and factions geniuses. Then, there are many experts from the continent. They either have friends who are experts, or they are here as individuals. In short, it's a little exaggerated." Bai Xianxian sat down and said, "There's no need to pay too much attention to those individuals. Most of them are here to try their luck." "Is the Light Association here?" Lin Xian asked. "They are here, and there are quite a number of them." Bai Xianxian said, "It was naturally impossible for the Light Association to send the elders. Those were experts who truly belonged to the Light Association. The Light Association would definitely send Zhang Feng and the other teams. This was because even if the Light Association wanted to come, it was reasonable for them to not be allowed to. As the pillar of support for humanity, it was impossible for the Light Association to compete with the human family clans and factions to snatch something, right? Wouldn't it be a little too outrageous if word got out?" Chapter 1833. Lin Xian knew that it was going to be a little difficult this time. However, his advantage lay in the fact that he was a spatial attribute cultivator. However, he reckoned that there would definitely be a lot of spatial treasures here. However, there would definitely be a way to decide who the treasure would end up in. This method would depend on the situation when the time came, because it was impossible for them to fight to the death for a treasure, right? It was absolutely impossible. Those forces would definitely not allow it. If that happened, the 3 major forces and even the Radiant Association would truly intervene in this matter. However, that would definitely not happen. At most, there would be a few unfortunate deaths in the battle. Looking at the situation, if it's not tonight, it'll be tomorrow. Lin Xian looked out of the window. At this moment, the sky outside Lin and city was purple. This did not give off a strange feeling, nor was it scary. Instead, it gave off a novel feeling. "Have you confirmed the location?" Feng Ling asked. Lin Xian looked at Bai Xianxian. Bai Xianxian nodded. "I've roughly confirmed it. The location should be near the Moon Mountain." "Moon Mountain? Fortunately, it's a remote place." Lin Xian muttered. "And this Moon Mountain is a rather strange place. Near the Moon Mountain, all the instruments will lose their effect. Everyone says that it's because of the magnetic field. Since it's basically confirmed that a top-grade treasure will be born near the Moon Mountain, the magnetic field or the cause of this might be a heaven and earth spiritual item. Or a demonic beast from ancient times," Wu Yunhua said. "Yes, you must pay attention to this. The birth of a heaven and earth spiritual item, especially a top-grade heaven and earth spiritual item, is usually accompanied by a powerful demonic beast. Isn't this heaven and earth spiritual item rumored to be one of the 10 great sacred artifacts? If the demonic beast accompanying this sacred artifact is an extremely heaven-defying existence," Xiao Runing said. "And we're also clear about this." Lin Xian nodded. Why would the birth of a heaven and earth spiritual item usually be accompanied by a top-grade demonic beast? The reason was actually very simple. First, this spiritual item of heaven and earth was used to seal a certain demonic beast, and after a long period of time, the seal was removed and the demonic beast gradually loosened, and then came out together. Secondly, for some powerful existences, their perception of some specific powers was stronger than that of the human race. This was especially so when they might have sensed it many, many years ago. Normally, they wouldn't be able to sense it now. Then, they would fall into a deep slumber with their top-grade spiritual tools or spiritual items of heaven and earth. Of course, there were also benefits. They could borrow the strength of the demon race to cultivate because the demon race's cultivation speed was originally slow. This was especially so for those demon beasts who didn't choose to take human form. They were also willing to do so. To the demon beasts, this was an opportunity. Thirdly, other than for cultivation, demonic beasts also wanted to obtain heaven and earth spiritual items or spiritual weapons. However, generally speaking, it was not easy to obtain a spiritual weapon that could make a top-notch demonic beast sleep for hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. When a spiritual weapon was strong to a certain extent, it would have its own consciousness. This kind of consciousness could only be forcefully recognized as its master. If you couldn't do it, then you could only accumulate it over time and wait for the spiritual weapon's power to gather to a certain extent before it was born. At that moment, the spiritual weapon was actually the strongest and easiest to obtain. Some spiritual weapons even had a weapon spirit, and the weapon spirit was its own consciousness. To be able to guard one of the 10 great sacred weapons, I'm afraid it's a powerful demonic beast that has lived for thousands or even tens of thousands of years and has yet to take human form. Han Chushua frowned and said, "In fact, no matter how strong this demonic beast is, it's just an ancient, fierce beast. Although it's powerful, there will definitely be a lot of people who can fight against it. I'm just worried. What if that demonic beast already has the ability to control that sacred weapon? If that's the case, I'm afraid it'll be difficult." Morongyu said, "That's not very likely, right?" Lin Xian asked. "It's very likely. A powerful demonic beast that has accompanied a powerful spiritual weapon for thousands or even tens of thousands of years has already formed some kind of resonance with the spiritual weapon. Especially at the stage of birth, the spiritual weapon is the easiest to obtain. If there's a demonic beast, that demonic beast will be the first to come into contact with the spiritual weapon, so it's possible that the demonic beast has already taken control of the spiritual weapon." Morongyu continued, "Then we still have to let Xiao Linglong and the others go with us." Lin Xian pondered and said, "I don't think so. There will be so many people at that time. If we let Sister Linglong and the others go, then when other forces discover that there are stronger existences, won't they also send stronger existences to compete?" Ling Ying asked, "I don't know. Let's go take a look first. Let's eat." One day passed just like that. The next night, the entire Lin and city was restless. "Oh my God! What's going on? Why is the heaven and earth spiritual energy in Lin and city so dense? And it's so dark and the sky is so purple. Is there something big going on? I haven't heard anything." Lin and city seems to be a dragon vein, the center of this continent. The heaven and earth spiritual energy is very dense, and all kinds of rare treasures will gradually appear. This is also why everyone wanted to leave Lin and city, but the Yishen group went against the grain and bought Lin and city. This Lin Xian is amazing. Then what's the situation now? It's said that a very powerful heaven and earth spiritual weapon is going to be born tonight. It might be at Moon Mountain. What the fuck? Aren't we going to give it a try? Give it a try, my ass. Everyone is at the heavenly Tao realm. What realm are we going to be at? Why are we going there? Holy shit. It's good to watch the show. Why aren't we going to watch such a rare scene? There will probably be a lot of people going. What if there's danger? You said it yourself. There will be a lot of people fighting over it. Do you think they will attack us? This is an open topic. It won't be a problem. That's true. It was unknown who leaked this information, but it was no longer a secret. Therefore, the number of people gathered at Moon Mountain would be more than anyone could imagine. Look, it's Lin Xian. Some people looked at Lin Xian. That's right, Lin Xian and company had set off as well. Miao Xiaomiao and company did not go. Lin Xian forbade them from going. They were not allowed to watch the show or get close. It was unknown what kind of danger there was, so it was best they did not go. This was because once such a powerful existence escaped their control and charged into the crowd, They would be instantly killed even if they were at the Great Void Realm. It was too dangerous. Lin Xian, are you going to Moon Mountain? Many people came over. Huh? Lin Xian looked at them. How did you know? It's not like it's a secret. Lin Xian frowned. Why was it leaked? Chapter 1834. Lin Xian couldn't understand. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be so many ordinary warriors who knew about this. This was because this matter was rather special. It was only recently spread among the more powerful forces. Even if some of these people couldn't control their mouths and spread it, it shouldn't have spread to this extent, right? Moreover, the higher-ups said that it was best not to spread this news for the time being. They knew that this news couldn't be kept a secret. But now, because they didn't know much about the dragon vein in Lin City and didn't know how dangerous it was, they wanted to see what the situation was. They didn't want these people to be in danger. But now, so many people along the way knew about it. Although Lin Xian knew that this matter couldn't be hidden, especially since there was a heaven and earth anomaly in Lin City, what they said was too true. There must be someone behind this matter. It was this person who let so many people know about this matter. What was the purpose? Lin Xian really couldn't think of what the purpose was. If the roles were reversed, what would happen? Revealing this secret was nothing more than letting more people go to the Moon Mountain. Then what? What could be done? Could it be that this person was someone who hated evil? Did he think that it was unfair to the ordinary warriors for the major forces to hide this matter? How could Lin Xian know? In short, this matter made Lin Xian a little concerned. He took it to heart. He felt that this matter was a little abnormal. Ah, hasn't this matter already spread? Everyone knows about it. Lin Xian asked the man. That's right, that's right. You people are really not good enough. You've become rich and you don't care about us anymore. Sigh, as they say, capitalism is evil. The corners of Lin Xian and the others' mouths twitched. It's not that we don't want to let you know, but the person who let you know might not have good intentions. Lin Xian said. Why do you say that? Lin Xian's words puzzled them. Lin Xian then said, according to our information, be it MT Moon or any other place in the future, anything is extremely dangerous. For example, tonight's MT Moon might have a heavenly Tao realm or even an ancient Fey beast with an extremely high realm appear. So think about it. Why didn't we leak this information? We at the heavenly Tao realm aren't afraid of such Fey beasts. Or at the very least, we have the ability to protect ourselves. Ignoring the likes of you, even heavenly venerables or great void existences would die from the slightest contact with such an existence's aura. If you don't wish to die, go ahead or try your luck. It's your choice. After saying that, Lin Xian led them towards the Moon Mountain. He believed that, after he said this sentence, they would understand what they should understand. Do we have any plans this time? Feng Ling moved closer to Lin Xian and asked. The other girls also looked at Lin Xian and Zhuge Feng. After all, Lin Xian was indeed their backbone. Lin Xian lit a cigarette and took a puff. Then, he looked at them solemnly and said, we don't have any specific plans. All we can do is play it by ear. However, I have to warn you of something. Tonight's matter might have a mastermind behind it. Are you talking about the person who leaked the news? Lin Xian nodded. Yes, but I don't understand either. What's the point of having more people head to MT Moon? Furthermore, most of them will be people with low cultivation realms who are just there to watch the show. It's rather odd. Could it be that Fey Beast's doing? Wang Xintong stuck out her tongue and said. Upon hearing Wang Xintong's words, Lin Xian paused. Could that really be the case? Lin Xian asked. Ah, I was just saying it casually. Wang Xintong hurriedly explained. No, no, no. Is there really such a possibility? Lin Xian shook his head and said. Everyone looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, I'm not sure either. However, there must be a reason behind this matter. I really don't know what the reason is. We can only be careful. Yes, if you think about it carefully, there's something fishy about this matter. It's right to be careful. Morong Yu also said. Yes, if it's a Fey beast, there is indeed such a possibility. Fey beasts are different from natural treasures. Natural treasures need to be born, while Fey beasts are asleep purely because of natural treasures. They can wake up at any time. Such a strong Fey beast, its intelligence is no different from ours. It definitely knows what the birth of natural treasures will attract. Then, if it's a Fey beast, if it's smart enough, it might even use this to achieve its goal, Wu Yunhua said. But if it's a Fey beast, why? Does it want to let more people go and catch them all in one fell swoop? What's the point of that? It means that it's sufficiently strong and confident. However, if it wants to kill more people, if it's sufficiently awesome, can't it just charge into the city? Zhuge Feng shook his head, expressing his puzzlement. That's why I said it's really strange. I can't figure it out. Therefore, this operation might be more dangerous than we imagined. Also, after we go over, let's see how we can communicate this matter to all the factions that come. It's not to share this matter with them or give them suggestions, but to let everyone know what's going on, Lin Xian said. Regardless, from Lin Xian's point of view, this matter might be the most difficult to discuss tonight. It might even be more dangerous than the Fey beast. For some reason, it was intuition. It wasn't just intuition. After all, everyone knew how dangerous this place was and how powerful the Fey beasts were. Under such circumstances, if one dared to pull any tricks, it meant that they weren't afraid. This matter could only be a plot by a person or a faction. Therefore, it was best if everyone knew what was going on. The main target was clearly Lin Xian and every Heavenly Dao realm expert. Soon, they arrived in the vicinity of Empty Moon. Empty Moon wasn't considered a small place. It was rather big, but mainly because it was remote. But at that moment, Lin Xian and company were looking at the vicinity of Empty Moon. It was impossible to tell how many people there were. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that there were thousands or even tens of thousands. Furthermore, there were still people coming from all directions. There would definitely be more people when the time came. Young Master Lin, everyone, good evening. Zhang Feng walked over with a group of people with a smile. Lin Xian had a rather good impression of Zhang Feng. At the very least, he would consider the safety of his teammates. Good evening. What's the situation now? Lin Xian asked. I don't know yet, but why are there so many people? Chapter 1835. Zhang Feng was only making a passing remark, but he did not consider the matter on a deeper level. The main reason was that there were so many human experts and Heavenly Dao realm experts in such a place. Furthermore, there were some who did not come but were secretly watching the situation. What could possibly happen? However, Zhang Feng was indeed rather surprised. This place was different from what he imagined. Wasn't there a little too many people? Lin Xian said. Right? There are indeed too many people here, right? The news has been leaked? Zhang Feng also asked in surprise. Lin Xian nodded. Yeah, I wonder who leaked it. That's odd. Why would it leak? He found it unreasonable. Think about it. Could it be them? It was rather odd because there was competition between them. If they did not wish for more people to know about it, it was definitely the same for others. Was there anything bad about knowing? Firstly, it would increase the number of casualties. Secondly, the competition would be even greater. Although these people with low cultivation realms did not affect them much, what if there were more people? It was hard to say. Furthermore, what if there were many experts who did not know about it? It was unfathomable. Therefore, Captain Zhang might have to pay attention to this matter. Lin Xian said. Zhang Feng looked at Lin Xian and frowned slightly. He did not pay much attention to the matter in the beginning. It was fine if it was leaked, but with Lin Xian saying so, he felt that it was not as simple as it seemed. Are you implying that someone did it on purpose? Zhang Feng was no ordinary person. He was also very smart. The moment Lin Xian said that, he immediately reacted. Captain Zhang, don't you think so? Lin Xian said with a smile. Heh. A man beside Zhang Feng laughed and said, That's very normal. The main thing is that the people who came are all warriors, but their realms are only SOSO. So what if there are more of them? What kind of storm could he stir up? Captain Lin, Aren't you being too sensitive? No, no, no. Zhang Feng shook his head. This matter is indeed very strange. But some things are hard to say. However, this matter really needs to be paid attention to. Then Zhang Feng looked at Lin Xian and asked, Do you have any leads? Lin Xian shook his head. No, it's all just speculation. However, I still feel uneasy. Maybe we're in danger, or maybe it's the demonic beast's doing. After all, demonic beasts can be born at any time. I'll go tell the others. Zhang Feng nodded and walked away. He felt that it was necessary. He wasn't saying that Lin Xian's worries were groundless. He felt that it was really possible. He agreed with Lin Xian's words, so he was willing to talk about this matter. Lin Xian glanced around. What are you looking for? Ling Ying asked. The others looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned and said, I am looking for those people. You mean Zhao Mengyue and the others? Lin Xian nodded. He had an intuition. Zhao Mengyue and the others would definitely come here. Their current situation was to secretly strengthen themselves. However, they were very arrogant and indeed had the ability to fight for it. Or rather, they secretly made some small moves. Or perhaps this matter was because of them. Was this their plan? What if it was really possible? Do they dare to come? Wu Yuhan asked, puzzled. Why wouldn't they dare? For a group of people who think highly of themselves, what wouldn't they dare to do? Moreover, they don't have much influence, so they can only rely on a small number of people. It's very convenient for them to move around. Moreover, Lin Xian rubbed his chin and said, Based on my understanding of Zhao Mengyue, her brain is ordinary. However, this person is very abnormal. Facing a strong and abnormal opponent, this kind of opponent is more terrifying than those who are smarter, isn't it? Yes, because it's difficult to use your own brain to think of what an abnormal person will do. This kind of person often does things differently from normal people, and they don't care about the consequences. Zhuge Feng said, but their forces aren't strong, right? In such a situation, the most likely thing they will do is to hide themselves, and then quietly look for an opportunity to fight for the treasure instead of going against everyone, right? Do they have the ability? Lin Xian also didn't understand. I don't know. It's all speculation. Let's go up the mountain and see what's going on. After saying that, Lin Xian led them to the moon. That Lin Xian led his team? Lin Xian's arrival had indeed attracted a lot of attention. Although in their eyes, Lin Xian wasn't the biggest threat. This was his territory. Therefore, others would think that they were snatching things in his territory. If they were in his shoes, no one would be happy. Under normal circumstances, this Lin Xian should have made a big fuss. But he didn't. Instead, it made those people feel even more strange. Strange. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case. Don't be fooled. There might be a lot of Lin Xian's people in the crowd. It doesn't matter. There are so many people here. No matter how many people this Lin Xian has, can he compete with all the forces? You guys stay here. Be careful. I'll see if I can find anything. Lin Xian said to the others. Don't we go together? Lin Xian shook his head. No need. I'm on this moon mountain. It's fine. Okay. Then, Lin Xian opened his eye of cave spirit and wandered around the moon mountain. During this time, there were a lot of people. They didn't think that there was anything wrong with Lin Xian. It was normal for him to check the terrain of the moon mountain. Of course, Lin Xian wasn't checking the terrain. The eye of cave spirit allowed Lin Xian to see a lot of things, including the situation of each person. Lin Xian could even tell if each person was a human or a demon. There was no need to say more about their realm, attributes, and so on. At this moment, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the moon mountain was very dense. The sky above the moon mountain was purple. It was very exaggerated, but also very beautiful. From the looks of it, the spiritual item of heaven and earth would be born tonight. Even now, Lin Xian was suspecting something. He even suspected that this demon might have transformed into a human and was in the crowd. Uneasy. It was better to be careful. The eye of cave spirit couldn't see anything detailed because the entire moon mountain was enveloped by an extremely powerful spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If Lin Xian wanted to, he might be able to accurately find the location of the spiritual item of heaven and earth. However, it was meaningless. What is this Lin Xian doing? Why do I feel that he's not just checking the terrain? Chapter 1836. In the eyes of some geniuses, Lin Xian might still not be worthy of their attention, but this was only half of their thoughts. If they really didn't take Lin Xian seriously, then why would they pay so much attention to Lin Xian's actions? Well, this is Lin Xian's territory. Could he be secretly up to something? They were still a little worried. Let's go and take a look. Then some people gathered around Lin Xian. Ha ha ha, young Master Lin. Let's get to know each other. I'm Zhang Chong from the Zhang family. Zhang Chong smiled and stretched out his hand to Lin Xian. Lin Xian reached out and shook his hand symbolically. What's the matter? Lin Xian asked. Ha ha ha. It's nothing serious. I just saw young Master Lin wandering around here and looking around. I'm a little curious about what young Master Lin is doing. Lin Xian smiled and said, I'm thinking about something. Oh? What's the matter? They looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, Look, in addition to the major families and forces near Moon Mountain, there are no less than 10,000 people here. There is no lack of a large number of celestial masters and great virtual realm cultivators. I'm thinking, who leaked this news? What's the benefit of leaking this news and luring them here? Or is there a conspiracy? Hearing Lin Xian's words, they frowned. At first, they didn't care, but now that they heard Lin Xian's words, they felt that there was a reason behind it. What do you think, young Master Lin? Lin Xian shook his head. I don't know. That's why I'm here to see if there's any explanation. If it's possible, I hope that all of you can share this matter with the people you see. Even though we're competitors this time, in a sense, we're on the same side. If there are any forces or people who want to use this opportunity to plot against all of us, then we still have to face a common enemy. Well? Zhang Chong nodded and walked away with his men. He still had to pay a little attention because today was indeed a very special day. If someone had the heart, they could even do some very exaggerated things for this treasure. Time passed slowly, and everyone was basically conserving their energy in a certain position, waiting for the birth of the heaven and earth spirit treasure. Most of the people at the foot of the Moon Mountain did not come up. They were just wandering around nearby. Although they wanted to come and take a share of the pie, they didn't dare to act rashly. After all, the ones above were the heavenly Tao. Midnight, midnight. Suddenly, many experts opened their eyes at the same time. He's here. Their gazes simultaneously turned towards the center of Moon Mountain. Shwa at the same time. From somewhere on the Moon Mountain, a white beam of light suddenly shot into the sky, connecting the heavens and the earth. At the point where the light met the void, a whirlpool appeared. Purple, black, and white lights were twisting and contorting. In the blink of an eye, the wind and clouds around them changed. Their clothes and hair danced wildly in the wind. Everyone became vigilant, and some of them even took out their spirit weapons. They knew that the heaven and earth spirit treasure was born. What followed next was a great battle. It was either with the demonic beasts or between them. The experts from all over the place, and even some not far away, couldn't participate in this competition because of their status. For this operation, there is a rule in the human race. That is, the major forces can send people, but the people you send can't be too old. Therefore, you will see that most of the people here are young people, at most middle-aged people. If the experts of the major forces and the older generation all came out and competed with each other, the battle would be huge. The human race didn't want that to happen. Many of them came to watch, and they definitely couldn't do anything. Even if they wanted to, they didn't dare to because they knew that there were countless eyes watching behind them. Of course, they also had a purpose, and that was to protect these people. If something went wrong, they would definitely protect the geniuses of their own forces. It's here. Let me see which treasure it is. Everyone stared at the light. An object emitting white light slowly rose into the void along the light pillar that connected the void. It's here. Everyone stared at the treasure closely. Right now, he couldn't make a move. This treasure was currently surrounded by an extremely terrifying amount of heaven and earth spirit chi. It was extremely powerful. If he were to rush over, the explosive power would instantly send him flying and even cause irreversible damage. When could you make a move? This was easy to judge. As a top expert, you could feel the strength of the heaven and earth spirit chi. That's the sky-flipping seal? Everyone's pupils suddenly shrank when they saw the treasure. Of course, except for some people who didn't recognize the sky-flipping seal. It's actually the sky-flipping seal, I didn't expect it to be the sky-flipping seal. This sky-flipping seal shouldn't have recognized a master, right? If it has recognized a master, then the situation is serious. I don't think so. A powerful existence like the cataclysmic seal shouldn't be able to recognize a master so easily. However, if the demonic beast and the cataclysmic seal had existed for a long time, it might be able to borrow some of the cataclysmic seal's power. Lin Xian looked up at the sky-flipping seal. It's actually this thing. The reputation of the sky-flipping seal was still very big. As long as your realm was a little higher and you understood enough things, you could always see the records of the sky-flipping seal in some ancient books. This sky-flipping seal was ranked third among the 10 great sacred tools. The top 3 of the 10 great sacred tools was an absolute crushing qualitative change. In short, the 10 great sacred tools had different effects, but there was always a rating. According to the ancient records, the top 3 of the 10 great sacred tools crushed the other 7 mysterious sky saint tools in terms of power and exaggeration. Many people guessed that it might be the bottom 5 this time, but they didn't expect that it would be the third-ranked sky-flipping seal. What was the effect of this sky-flipping seal? It was said that there were many effects, but there was one most substantial effect, and that was a terrifying attack and boundary power. You can use the power of the overturning sky seal to erupt with a very powerful might. The most terrifying thing is the barrier. The overturning sky seal can create some barriers. This kind of barrier is even a bit similar to the power of space. It doesn't simply trap you. It can even erupt with a power similar to the explosion of space, causing you to die directly inside. And this kind of power was very strong. Pleasantly surprised, but uneasy. Chapter 1837. Everyone raised their heads and stared intently at the heaven upheaval seal. Prepare to attack. Many people whispered to the people around them. When should they attack? That was simple. Once the energy disappeared, he could make his move. Be careful, Lin Xian said to the people behind him. Got it. Don't attack yet. Let them attack first. Lin Xian continued. What if they escape? After all, everyone was prepared. It shouldn't be that easy to escape. Even the other human factions aren't weak. But don't forget, this is the heaven upheaval seal. And there might be a powerful fey beast eyeing it. If the rest of you let the person who snatched the heaven upheaval seal escape, will this fey beast be able to? It will be the first to say no. Yeah. Morong nodded before saying, there's no need for us to compete with them. Why don't we conserve our strength and find an opportunity to let them attack first? The main reason was that Morong knew what Lin Xian was worried about. Apart from the powerful fey beast and tonight's special situation, he was also worried about Zhao Mengyue and company. That's right, Lin Xian was still searching for traces of Zhao Mengyue and company. He believed that she would definitely come. Shua, above the void, the heaven upheaval seal blasted out a powerful force. To the people beneath, this was a feeling of bliss. This was because this force was the powerful heaven and earth spiritual energy. Anyone who obtained the heaven upheaval seal would definitely be able to easily cross the gap of 2 to 3 stars in the heavenly Tao realm. This was just the combat strength that the heaven upheaval seal could bring them. If one added the ability to fight across realms, a genius would be able to obtain the heaven upheaval seal. The enhancement would be immense. Furthermore, this was only a superficial enhancement. The heaven upheaval seal's strength would only become stronger. Tack. Upon seeing the force erupt, the heaven upheaval seal appeared above the void. Although there was still a powerful force protecting it, if one was strong enough, they might be able to obtain the heaven upheaval seal. Lin Xian looked up. No, the heaven upheaval seal had yet to be recognized as its owner. Forcefully taking it in this state was dangerous. Of course, it did not mean that it was completely impossible. But why didn't Lin Xian allow them to attack? Firstly, even if he obtained it, he would be surrounded by everyone. Secondly, he still didn't know the situation of that demonic beast, so he had to be careful. Shwa shwa shwa. At the same time, many experts from all directions rushed toward the cataclysmic seal above the void. They were also using all kinds of special powers, spiritual weapons, and props. Their idea was very simple. As long as they got the cataclysmic seal, they would immediately run away. This was because they had a rule. You could compete here, you could fight. But if someone got the cataclysmic seal and brought it back, then it would belong to that person. You wouldn't have any reason to fight for it. Otherwise, the three major forces and even the Radiant Association would intervene. Of course, you can still do it secretly. You still want to fight with me? A man's eyes narrowed when he saw over 100 people rushing towards him. Great storm. Crash. A very powerful wind attribute martial skill appeared. This martial skill didn't have the ability to defeat all of them, but it could definitely obstruct them. 0.1 seconds was enough for him to grasp the sky-flipping seal first. The storm obstructed the others. I'm about to get it. The man raised his head and looked at the sky-flipping seal with a surprised expression. Just as he was about to get close to the sky-flipping seal, a powerful force erupted from the sky-flipping seal. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood directly. Then his figure fell to the ground. He quickly got up from the ground. How can it be? How can there be such a strong force around the sky-flipping seal? Logically speaking, even if it was the sky-flipping seal after it was born, it should be looking for someone who could control it. Logically speaking, it shouldn't erupt with such a strong force. Many others also rushed up and fell to the ground in unison. No, no, this sky-flipping seal is controlled by some kind of force. Suddenly, a strong expert shouted. Some experts in the distance were also paying attention to the situation here. Lin Xian stood there, frowning. That's right. Although the sky-flipping seal has its own consciousness to protect itself, at this moment, the sky-flipping seal showed a consciousness to attack. It's a demonic beast. It's that demonic beast. It must be that demonic beast secretly controlling the sky-flipping seal. Someone shouted. Quick! That demonic beast must be nearby. Find it. If they didn't deal with this demonic beast, it would be very difficult to get the sky-flipping seal. Everyone expected that the demonic beast had the power to control the sky-flipping seal, because this was a very normal thing. After staying with the sky-flipping seal for so long, it couldn't control the sky-flipping seal, but it could definitely use a small amount of the sky-flipping seal's power. Lin Xian opened his eye of cave spirit and also searched. However, in such an environment, the eye of cave spirit was really difficult to search, because the surrounding spiritual power of heaven and earth was too strong. Every point and every place was filled with an unknown amount of spiritual power of heaven and earth, causing Lin Xian to want to find some clues, but he couldn't see it all. His eyes were filled with the flow of spiritual power of heaven and earth. He suspected that someone here was the demonic beast in human form, but Lin Xian didn't see it either. This moon mountain was big enough, and it might even be in the crowd below. Lin Xian couldn't be sure. However, at this moment, suddenly, a tragic scream was heard, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone looked in the direction of the scream. Gee! They saw a pair of bloody hands being pulled out of a person's chest. Putong. The heavenly Tao realm genius's heart was crushed as he slowly knelt to the ground. Slowly, he sprawled on the ground as the figure behind him entered everyone's eyes. It was a person who looked like a very coquettish woman. She didn't look special, but she appeared extremely gloomy and sinister. He. She held her bloody right hand and crushed the heart into mincemeat. Then, she raised her bloody hand, allowing the mincemeat to land in her mouth. Following that, she stuck out her tongue to lick the corner of her mouth. The heart of a heavenly Tao realm is still very delicious. Her eyes focused as she leaped, widening the distance between her and everyone. This is a demonic beast. Everyone, let's finish her off first. A man from the Light Association bellowed. Yay! Everyone nodded. Clearly, if they didn't finish her off, they wouldn't be able to snatch the sky-flipping seal in peace. Finish me off? With a bunch of trash like you? The corners of her mouth curled slightly. Chapter 1838. Lin Xian glanced at the woman. Her realm wasn't especially high. Lin Xian could still detect that her realm was only at the Heavenly Dao Realm 7 stars. The Heavenly Dao Realm 7 stars and not 8 stars was a realm they could cross. This was because the Heavenly Dao Realm 8 stars was the biggest gap in the Heavenly Dao Realm. Among them, the highest realm was at the Heavenly Dao Realm 5 stars. However, it didn't matter because they had the numbers advantage. There were more than 100 Heavenly Dao Realm experts. Even if a Heavenly Dao Realm 7 star could crush everyone in terms of realm, none of them were to be trifled with. Furthermore, there were so many of them with so many means. I really don't understand what gives you the right to appear. Do you think nothing of all of us here? Do you think your realm is high enough? I think you have been here for too long that you have lost your mind. Tian Lin stood there and said indifferently. The imposing aura around his body was slightly surging. It was as if he was indeed a very strong expert. The woman licked her lips. Just the few of you really aren't enough. In fact, these experts roughly knew that she wasn't a fool. Was she courting death by appearing in front of so many people? However, her appearance meant that she had a certain level of confidence. Ha ha ha. Then do you know how many human clan experts are keeping an eye on this place? Tian Lin sneered. In fact, he didn't wish to fight either. She was a Heavenly Dao Realm 7 star, and an extremely powerful one at that. Even if there were so many people here, she definitely had the ability to kill or even heavily injure many of them. He might even be one of them. After all, after reaching the Heavenly Dao Realm, many of the injuries one suffered would easily leave behind hidden injuries. This was because it wasn't easy for one to be injured at the Heavenly Dao Realm. Therefore, if he could scare her away, it would be excellent for them to compete with each other. Unfortunately, the woman sneered. Open. She leaped up as a powerful force blasted out. Then, the heaven upheaval seal rapidly spun in the void as a white force blasted out. No good. Quickly enter. The eyes of many experts in the distance suddenly narrowed when they saw this scene. Then, they all rushed towards Moon Mountain. Because they couldn't appear on the Moon Mountain, they stayed a certain distance away from the Moon Mountain. They knew that there would be powerful Fey beasts, but they also knew that no matter how powerful they were, as long as they did not reach the 8 stars of the Heavenly Dao Realm, they would not pose much of a threat. With so many children around and their outstanding abilities, nothing serious would happen. Even if something might happen with so many elders here, it was only a distance of 1,000 meters. They would be able to help them in a very short time. So, they felt that their presence would be able to guarantee the safety of the geniuses in their respective powers. As for who could snatch the sky-flipping seal, that would depend on their own abilities. But they never thought that the connection between the demonic beast and the overturning sky seal had reached such a deep level. It was reasonable for her to be able to borrow the sky-flipping seal's strength, but for her to be able to use the sky-flipping seal's strength to release a powerful barrier was ridiculous. This was because the sky-flipping seal's main strength was its barrier. From what they knew, only after the sky-flipping seal recognized a master could one use it to release a powerful barrier. If it did not recognize a master, one could at most borrow the sky-flipping seal's strength. That was all. Therefore, they really did not expect it. And clearly, the woman had failed to make the sky-flipping seal recognize her as its master. If she had succeeded, the sky-flipping seal would not have appeared. She would have left with the sky-flipping seal. Bang! Everyone was blocked when they charged over. Damn it! Damn it! They crazily released a terrifying power to attack the barrier that was blocking them, but it was completely ineffective. The overwhelming power was scattered everywhere. This barrier was so strong that not only could they not break it, but it also had a rebounding power. All of their attacking power was rebounded and blasted back at them. This is bad. They frowned. This was really bad. If they could release one barrier, they could release a second one, or even all kinds of barriers. They did not have the strength to break the sky-flipping seal's barrier. What do we do? Seventh Elder, what do we do now? Many people looked at the Seventh Elder of the Radiance Association. The Seventh Elder frowned. The sky-flipping seal's strength is one of the best in the world. To break the sky-flipping seal's barrier, I'm afraid only a Heavenly Tao Realm 10-star can do it. Either wait for the barrier to disappear automatically, or use the sky-flipping seal to remove it. The Seventh Elder pondered. Heavenly Tao Realm 10-star. The Radiance Association must have a Heavenly Tao Realm 10-star, right? The Seventh Elder said, I'll contact them now. It might take some time. I hope that these children will be fine. Their confidence was based on their presence, so they could guarantee the safety of this group of children. But now, a powerful barrier was blocking them, causing them to be particularly flustered. There's no need to panic. There are no less than 200 Heavenly Tao Realm experts on MT Moon. That woman's realm is only at the Heavenly Tao Realm 7-star. Even if she can borrow the sky-flipping seal's strength, she's at most an 8-star. Although the disparity is huge, as long as they are united, the many Heavenly Tao experts can definitely turn the situation around. Said an elder. That's true. This was because everyone had laws and domains. With more than 200 laws and domains, even a Heavenly Tao Realm 7-star would not be able to withstand them. But what if? Save me! Save me! In front of them, inside the barrier, thousands of people were hammering at the barrier with all their might. They were panicking and horrified. They wanted to come out, but they could not. These were warriors with low cultivation realms who had come from various places to watch the show. They never expected to be trapped while watching a show at the foot of MT Moon. They were already very careful. They did not even go up the mountain, but they were still trapped. It was especially horrifying. This feeling of helplessness made them especially afraid. There was a group of experts in front of them. Especially when they saw that this group of top experts of the continent had released an extremely powerful force to bombard the barrier, but it was useless. This made them even more afraid. Didn't that mean that they were turtles in a jar? If all the experts on MT Moon died, would none of them survive? Just the thought of this made them feel especially horrified. On the mountain, everyone, fight together. Chapter 1839. The woman posed a huge threat to them. After all, her realm was there for all to see. Apart from her realm, she could also control the Heaven Upheaval Seal's powers. They had to work together to finish her off first. Attack! So, then, countless experts charged at the woman from every direction. Shall we attack? Zhuge Feng asked. There's no rush. The difference in our realms is a little too great. Let's find an opportunity, said Lin Xian as he stared at the woman who was fighting the crowd. All right. No one would say anything even if they did not attack. After all, they were only at the 1 or 2-star Heavenly Tao realm. However, it did not mean that they could stay idle forever. They could use their attributes, domains, and other factors to help. As for Lin Xian, he was using his Eye of Cave Spirit to probe something. Lin Xian's Eye of Cave Spirit could clearly probe the woman's abilities without holding anything back. 9-headed Expanse Flood Dragon. Lin Xian pondered as he looked at the woman in battle. That's right. This was the woman species, a 9-headed Expanse Flood Dragon. How should it be described? It was considered a top-notch Fey beast and was extremely powerful. However, it was a flood dragon and had yet to reach the level of a dragon. Even so, it was already an extremely top-notch existence. Then, Lin Xian saw some of her abilities. This was where Lin Xian's confidence came from. Lin Xian could see her abilities, laws, domains, attributes, or Fey techniques. Undying body? Why does she have the power of an undying body? Lin Xian frowned suddenly. An undying body was a special ability of the undead. Of course, it did not mean that an undying body was truly undying. Instead, it meant that an undying body had extremely exaggerated self-healing abilities. What did it mean? For example, if one was injured, one did not need to do a thing. One's undying body would passively heal them at an extremely fast speed. For example, if an arm was chopped off, one could automatically regrow it in a short period of time. This was a very, very exaggerated ability. This was also why the undead clan was so strong, why people were so afraid, and why the human clan panicked when they knew that the undead clan had joined the Myriad Demon Alliance. This ability was indeed very exaggerated. Of course, the immortal body wasn't truly immortal. There were two ways to break the immortal body. First, the speed at which you deal damage is faster than the speed at which it recovers. Even if it's an immortal body, even if its recovery speed is very fast, it still needs time. But is this theoretically possible? In theory, as long as the disparity between their realms wasn't too great, how could you be continuously injured by one person? The second method to destroy the undying body was instant kill. That was right. If he killed him in one move, then the immortal body would be useless. What was the use of the immortal body when the person was already dead? But no matter if it was the former or the latter, there was still difficulty. It didn't matter if the difference in cultivation level was too great, but if your cultivation level was very close, whether it was the former or the latter, it would be very difficult to achieve. This was also the reason why the immortal body was so exaggerated. In theory, the higher your cultivation level, the stronger the immortal body. But Lin Xian didn't understand. Why did the nine-headed boundless dragon have the power of the immortal body? Could it be that she was born from the nine-headed boundless dragon and the undead clan? This was the only reason Lin Xian could think of. Then it was troublesome. Her strength was very, very strong, and her cultivation level suppressed them. Now, even if they had more than 200 Heavenly Dao experts, they actually had the advantage in this battle. But if they managed to injure her with great difficulty, and she simply used the immortal body to recover, how could they fight? No wonder she dared to appear. That was because she really did have the confidence to do so. In this situation, not to mention them, even if many experts from the outside came in, they might not be able to kill her. One expert after another was injured. After all, they were Heavenly Dao experts. Even when facing experts of this level, they wouldn't die so easily. Storm of swords. Tianlin found an opportunity and flashed behind the woman. Storm of swords erupted. Swish, his realm was at the Heavenly Dao realm at 4 stars. With powerful martial techniques and augmentation, he was definitely able to deal damage to a Heavenly Dao realm at 7 stars. He even had the augmentation of laws. It's a success. When everyone saw Tianlin's powerful strike hit the woman, they revealed looks of pleasant surprise. A smear of blood seeped out from the corner of the woman's mouth. Together, however, the powerful effects of the immortal body manifested. Such injuries weren't considered serious for the woman. In just 2 seconds, she recovered to her original state. Bang! She struck Tianlin with her palm, but he reacted quickly. He produced a powerful defense, but the difference in strength was still too great. He was sent flying. Time slowly passed. Lin Xian and company also joined the battle. However, as the person who knew the most, Lin Xian had been thinking of a solution. Why didn't Lin Xian tell everyone that the woman had an immortal body? The reason was simple. Perhaps from the woman's point of view, they didn't know of her immortal body. If they continued acting, she would believe that they didn't know of her immortal body. Once she knew that they knew of her immortal body, would she raise her guard? Lin Xian wasn't certain. He had to think of a solution. Strange. Why hasn't this Fey beast's combat strength decreased? Quite some time had passed and they had injured the woman numerous times. Logically speaking, her combat strength should have decreased, but it didn't decrease at all. Furthermore, there was something that left everyone puzzled. She didn't seem to be using her full strength. Why? Logically speaking, shouldn't she try her best to avoid stalling for time? Or could it be that she was confident that the enchantment outside could completely block everyone? Then why didn't she use the Heaven Upheaval Seal's other powers? Or could it be that she had lost the ability to use the Heaven Upheaval Seal's powers? Who could say for sure? But she could even use the Heaven Upheaval Seal's enchantment powers. It's really strange. Why do I feel like she's playing with us? I have the same feeling. Her combat strength is so much stronger than us, but she hasn't used her full strength. She's just playing with us. Why is that? Could it be that she hasn't come out for so long, so she wants to play with us for fun? Suddenly, everyone realized this point. That'd better be the case. She'll regret it. Everyone, don't hide anymore. Use your full strength. Tianlin coldly snorted and opened his domain. Chapter 1840. In fact, everyone knew what was going on in their hearts. Every one of them was hiding something. Why would they hide it? Of course, it was to fight with each other later. But now, everyone realized that they couldn't hide it anymore. If those people outside come in, you might have some chance of winning. But with just you, you're far from enough. The woman sneered. She was indeed very confident. After being in contact with the sky-flipping seal for so long, she clearly knew how strong this barrier was. After hiding for so many years, she was about to die of boredom. She wanted to slowly torture these people to death instead of simply killing them. She was confident that her ability was enough. Of course, she also had another goal. She wanted to absorb all of them. With so many heavenly Tao, her realm would soar after absorbing all of them. Everyone activated their domain and activated their law. The power that erupted was still very exaggerated. Pay attention. Her domain is invincible for a short period of time. Lin Xian shouted at this time. The woman frowned and turned to look at Lin Xian from the battle. How did he know? How did you know? An expert asked. You only need to know that this is her domain. Lin Xian shouted. It was obvious that this woman was deliberately consuming their physical strength and spiritual power. They couldn't afford it, but this woman had an immortal body. She could. Therefore, Lin Xian couldn't let everyone attack her with all their strength. Because she only needed to release a domain to dissolve all of them, and their spiritual power consumption would be great. Split up, Tianlin shouted. Although he didn't like Lin Xian, he still felt that since Lin Xian said this, he must have his reasons. Therefore, he could roughly guess what this woman was thinking. She wanted to slowly exhaust the physical strength and spiritual energy of these people, and then easily end the battle. Because Tianlin also knew that although their realm was much lower than this woman, it would definitely not be easy for her to get rid of them. Even if she used the sky-flipping seal, it wouldn't be easy. Even if she did it with the help of the heaven-flipping seal, she would still have to face those people outside. Therefore, she must preserve her strength to deal with those people outside the barrier. That's right, this was indeed what this woman was thinking. She didn't care about the heavenly Tao inside at all, but it wasn't easy to get rid of them. Therefore, she would rather spend a little more time to preserve some of her physical strength and demonic power in order to deal with those people outside. It didn't matter if she was injured. She had an immortal body. Even if she had to fight with some people until both sides suffered, she would be the one to gain. However, all of this was exposed because of Lin Xian's words. She stared at Lin Xian. You're courting death. Whoosh! Then, she charged straight at Lin Xian. He had to kill this man. He should have some kind of power that allowed him to see him. Therefore, this person had to be eliminated. Are you angry from embarrassment? Lin Xian smirked. Space jump. Shua Lin Xian then disappeared from where he stood. Boom! On Moon Mountain, Lin Xian's position was smashed into a huge crater. This woman's strength is so strong. Everyone's pupils shrank when they sensed this power. The power this woman had displayed before was also very strong, but the power of this move was more than 3 times stronger than before. In other words, she was either toying with them all this time, or deliberately acting, and didn't erupt with particularly strong power. Then what was the reason? Damn it! She looked at Lin Xian, who had landed in the void in the distance. Since you want to die, then don't blame this sovereign. A barrier suddenly emerged from the sky-turning seal in the void, locking onto Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian had the spatial attribute, and Lin Xian's spatial attribute was extremely strong. As long as he concentrated, he could definitely leave that place before the barrier locked onto him. She was anxious. Then it seemed that Lin Xian's guess was correct. Take note. Everyone be vigilant. This woman's strength is even stronger. She has been delusional in thinking of using a simple method to exhaust us. We must not let her succeed. Zhang Feng bellowed. Understood. At that moment, everyone felt a great sense of danger. They had to be serious. In a minute, everyone with the time attribute is to cast time stop on this woman. She has an undying body. Lin Xian transmitted his voice to everyone. He knew that among the 200-plus heavenly Tao realm geniuses, there were definitely quite a number of warriors with the time attribute. It wasn't too much to capture 20 of them. With 20 of the time attribute being used on a person at the same time, even if she had a high realm, she would definitely be hit if she wasn't prepared. To finish this woman off, there was only one way: instant kill. And the only thing that could instantly kill her was the power of time stop. Space is useless. It's too easy for her to shatter space. Time stop had to be used, making her instantly lose the ability to resist. Then, she had to be instantly killed. When these people heard Lin Xian's voice transmission, they did not know how Lin Xian knew that the woman had an undying body. However, after such a long battle, the woman had suffered so many injuries. Yet she was still in an extremely good state. It made them feel that she might really have an undying body. They had to do as he said. If she really had an undying body, they would be in big trouble. They were all geniuses and not ordinary people. They were all very smart. The moment they received the news from Lin Xian, they instantly knew what Lin Xian was thinking. Time stop, then instant kill. This was their only chance. These people continued to rush over and fight with this woman as usual, without revealing any flaws. But a minute later, time stop, time stop, time stop. At the same time, all the time attribute warriors cast their powerful time stop at the woman. With so much time stop gathered on a single person, the effects were definitely useful. Then, the woman instantly stood motionless in her spot. The falling leaves around her also stopped. Now's the time. They knew that they only had a second or less. They had to take action immediately. So, at the same time, countless people rushed over. Warriors with spatial dimensions flashed in front of her. Paramount Sage Heart Technique, Strength Multiplies, Creation of Laws. Lin Xian brandished his two swords. Chipada, her head was directly chopped off by Lin Xian. At the same time, many people's swords penetrated her body. Everyone was pleasantly surprised as they watched her body fall to the ground. Success. Chapter 1841. Logically speaking, even if you are a powerhouse, your head was chopped off in an instant and your body was pierced through countless times. You should still be dead. How could you not die when your head was gone? At most, you would have an out-of-body experience since your body was already dead. Even if you were a heavenly Tao realm 7-star, it was impossible for you to have an out-of-body experience. As long as you failed to escape, you would definitely die. Furthermore, it was impossible for your out-of-body experience to control the heaven upheaval seal. Well done. The people outside also revealed looks of pleasant surprise and admiration. It's simpler than I imagined, but it's mainly because they made the right choice at that instant. The punk who came up with such a plan isn't simple. I wonder who sent the voice transmission. They were no fools. They guessed that someone must have sent the voice transmission. Therefore, these time elemental warriors were able to release time stillness at the same time. Then, next up is the contest for the heaven upheaval seal. Everyone had such a thought. Boss, when do we take action? Among the tens of thousands of people below, there were 10 people who were inconspicuous. It was possible that they had disguised themselves. Linya did not come. Furthermore, there was someone watching Linya. Therefore, there were only 9 people. The 12 Fiend Celestials had 12 powers. Above the 12 Fiend Celestials was Imperial Descent. Therefore, in theory, there should be 13 people. They now had a total of 11 people. The reason was that the myriad evil lightning had been obtained by Lin Xian. The fog of darkness had been obtained by Wu Yuhan and Wu Yunhua. However, it was rather terrifying just thinking about it. They had actually obtained all the remaining powers? If not, there wouldn't be so many people, right? It was possible that Imperial Descent's powers had not been obtained. Of course, it was only a possibility. There's no rush. They aren't dead yet. Let them slowly exhaust themselves and fight. Zhao Mengyue stood there as the corners of her mouth curled up. Huh? They aren't dead yet? They revealed looks of surprise. When the time comes, these tens of thousands of warriors whose cultivation realms aren't low will become my nourishment. Zhao Mengyue licked her lips. That's right. Everything was under her control. This news was spread by Zhao Mengyue. What was her goal? Of course, it was not for these innocent cultivators to come here for no reason. It was for their strength. She knew that once the news spread, the people who came would definitely be warriors. Furthermore, there would be a large number of heavenly venerables and great void realm experts. Only such warriors would have the confidence to come. Then, there would be countless heavenly Dao realm experts. In that case, when they were done fighting, she would make her move and absorb and refine all of them. Her cultivation would increase by an unknown amount. This was also what Lin Xian didn't understand. Why would someone leak the news and cause more people to come here? Then, some people might say, with so many cities and so many warriors, wouldn't there be more warriors than here? But can you compare to the density of martial artists here? Moreover, was it possible to find a martial artist of such quality? Moreover, would it be safer than this place? Originally, she had already thought of separating the people outside from the people inside, but she didn't expect that someone would actually do it for her. This saved her a lot of trouble. Wait! Just as everyone was prepared to turn their attention to the heaven upheaval seal in the void, they suddenly saw the woman who had collapsed in a pool of blood stand up. What? They widened their eyes. This? Then, they watched helplessly as her head grew back. Everyone? Lin Xian and everyone else were dumbfounded. Holy shit, what was this? No, this is an undying body? That can't be, right? No, this is definitely not the power of an undying body. No matter how exaggerated an undying body is, it's impossible for a head to grow back after being cut off. Everyone was puzzled. Lin Xian frowned. This was indeed not the effect of an undying body, but it had the effect of an undying body. Nine-headed vast expanse flood dragon. Theoretically speaking, if you cut off one of its heads, it would still be alive. However, that's only possible when it's in its demonic beast form. In human form, the 9 heads converge into one. Cutting it off is the same as cutting off all 9 heads. Theoretically speaking, it would definitely be dead. However, it's possible that her special ability combined with her undying body produced such an effect. Lin Xian pondered. This was the only possibility he could think of. That should be it. Then, the woman roared, and her figure transformed. A huge green 9-headed boundless dragon hovered above the void, circling around the heaven upheaval seal. She had transformed into her true form. She had underestimated everyone, and she had almost died just now. Now, she had to be serious and fight with her original body. Previously, she wanted to use the least amount of strength to end everyone here, but now she couldn't do that, and a beast in its true form was stronger than a human form. But fortunately, she had lost 1 head earlier, so now she only had 8 heads. 8 heads meant that her strength was greatly reduced, but because she had transformed into her true form, she made up for the difference with her human form. Roar. She let out an angry roar, and then gathered the power of the heaven upheaval seal. The green light immediately entwined with the white light of the heaven upheaval seal. She was using the power of the heaven upheaval seal to strengthen herself. Quick, do it! Tian Lin shouted loudly. Whoosh! Everyone once again charged forward from all directions. Be careful, Lin Xian said to Han Chuxue and the others. Okay. Whoosh, then they rushed in together. The heaven upheaval seal was important, but they had to get rid of this 9-headed boundless dragon first. Otherwise, they were definitely not qualified. Time slowly passed. The good news was that with so many people, it was relatively easy to deal with a 9-headed boundless dragon. As long as they paid attention, the chances of them being killed were not that high. But there was another problem. Even if she was in her human form, she still had an undying body. Now that she was strengthened by the heaven upheaval seal, how could they hurt her? No, she really has an undying body. It's useless to hurt her. Although we have more people, her realm is higher. If this drags on, I'm afraid it's disadvantageous for us. Why don't we try again? It's useless. If we succeed the first time, we won't succeed again. She will definitely be on her guard. What should we do? Who has a top-grade spirit artifact to finish it off? We do. But it's not enough to instantly kill a heavenly Tao Realm 7-star. Lin Xian landed on the ground. Perhaps he was the only one who had a solution. Shua Lin Xian held the Shenyuan sword and holy sword in both hands before coming to a spot and dancing on the spot. Chapter 1842. Lin Xian's abnormal actions left everyone puzzled. No, she was fighting a powerful fey beast with her life on the line. Yet, he was spending his spiritual energy to release his strength to cleave the air? Wasn't that a little ridiculous? They really could not figure out what Lin Xian was doing. The woman was being pestered by more than 200 heavenly Tao, so she could not be bothered to spend time dealing with Lin Xian. There was no need for that because she had already been exposed. Time slowly passed. What is this Lin Xian doing? The experts outside were all dumbfounded. What are you doing? No, even if your realm isn't high and your strength is unable to cause any substantial damage to the nine-headed vast expanse WIRM, you can't just waste your spiritual energy and stamina to cleave the air, right? This is ridiculous. This is completely ridiculous. That's not right. This Lin Xian isn't a simple figure either. He's definitely not that simple. It looks like he's cleaving the air, but I have a nagging feeling that there's a reason behind it. Let's ignore this for now. Has the Light Association's Heavenly Tao Realm 10-star arrived? Let's crack this barrier and quickly kill the nine-headed vast expanse WIRM. That way, we can ensure the safety of these children. More than 10 people have already perished. This loss is just too great. A bitter battle was within everyone's expectations, but they never expected it to be this difficult, much less the barrier. How can a Heavenly Tao Realm 10-star appear so easily? Takes time. Such experts are typically in seclusion, seeking a legendary breakthrough. It's not easy for them to come out. Even if they're experts, returning to seek their permission will take a lot of time and procedures. Even if there's no procedure, one might not be able to reach such an expert's location. What about the experts from the three factions? The three factions definitely have a Heavenly Tao Realm 10-star. It's the same for the three factions. They sighed. Far away, Linglong Shui and company held little Shirshir's hand. Little Tianyi stood there watching the situation from afar. Do you have a solution? Yi Renbing asked. Linglong Shui shook her head. This is a spirit barrier, not a space. If it was a space, I could still have a way. But if it's a spirit barrier of the overturning sky seal, it's not very good. My realm is not enough. Linglong Shui's realm wasn't high. She was only at the 4-star Heavenly Tao realm. Furthermore, she had only improved that much in the past few years. For many years, she had spent all her energy cultivating her space. In terms of realm, she wasn't number 1, but in terms of space, if she said she was number 1 in the world, no one would dare claim to be number 2. Moreover, Linglong Shui's age wasn't that old. Her realm was very normal. She had cultivated her space to the extreme before she focused on cultivating her realm. Therefore, in terms of cultivation level, she might not be strong, but you couldn't say that she wasn't strong. I can't do it either. My level is a bit too low. Yi Renbing said with a frown. There was no need to talk about Bing Lingyue. Her realm was also a bit lower than theirs. The overturning sky seal is indeed too strong. Fortunately, the 9-headed boundless flood dragon can only use a little of the overturning sky seal's spirit barrier. If it could use more, I'm afraid it wouldn't be enough even with the help of the people outside. Yi Renbing nodded. Yes, but that's normal. After all, to use the overturning sky seal's true strength, it needs to recognize an owner. But it shouldn't be a problem. Lin Xian is continuing with his sword. Linglong Shui looked at Lin Xian, who left everyone puzzled, and muttered to herself. She had heard Lin Xian mention it before, and she also knew the effects of this sword. Therefore, others might not understand what Lin Xian was doing. But she knew. This sword, as long as it was used, would become more and more powerful with every strike. There were actually quite a number of such martial techniques, but the most powerful aspect of this sword was that it had no limits in theory. Therefore, to Lin Xian and company, if they wanted to defeat the nine-headed boundless flood dragon with its undying body, they needed to kill it in one strike. And the only way to do so was to use Lin Xian's sword. When Lin Xian's sword accumulated to a certain extent, it would be sufficient. But now there was a crucial problem. The problem was whether Lin Xian's spiritual energy was enough to support him to produce a sufficiently powerful sword strike. This sword strike was not something that could be improved just by brandishing the sword in one's hand. This was a martial technique. Every time one brandished the sword, one was actually using a martial technique. Since it was a martial technique, it also meant that one had to expend spiritual energy. Every subsequent strike would become stronger and stronger, and when one's spiritual energy and stamina were exhausted, the sword strike would break. The difference between Lin Xian and the Fey Beast was 5 stars. The 5-star Heavenly Dao Realm difference was only a tie, but he still needed to insta-kill it. Even an 8-star Heavenly Dao Realm might not be able to insta-kill it, so the difficulty was extremely high. Most importantly, did he have enough spiritual energy? Lin Xian's spiritual energy was dozens of times richer than the typical warriors. If he had enough, it was still possible. There were also pills and the like. For Lin Xian, the only problem was Lin Xian's strength would only increase. As for the nine-headed boundless flood dragon, as a pinnacle existence, it did not care about Lin Xian in the beginning. This was because Lin Xian's sword strike had not accumulated enough strength. Strength was nothing to it, so it would definitely attract its attention later on. Time slowly passed. How is this Lin Xian so strong? Those who were puzzled at the beginning suddenly realized how Lin Xian's strength had increased to such an extent. Indeed, there was a reason for it. Just the strength of each strike probably reaches the 6-star Heavenly Dao Realm, right? He had forcefully raised the strength of each strike from Heavenly Dao Realm 2 stars to Heavenly Dao Realm 6 stars. Even if it's some augmentation martial technique, it shouldn't be that exaggerated, right? His strength is still increasing. Those people widened their eyes. This martial technique had left them astounded. And at the same time, the nine-headed boundless flood dragon, who was battling in the void, sensed Lin Xian's strength. The main reason was that Lin Xian's strength was stronger than anyone else's. He was the most threatening force to her. She had no choice but to take him seriously. With an angry roar, the nine-headed boundless flood dragon sent all the experts flying as it charged straight for Lin Xian. Lin Xian, be careful. Ling Ying shouted. Help me buy some more time. Lin Xian roared. All right. So, in an instant, the 9 of them rushed over. The other experts exchanged looks. They could sense Lin Xian's strength. So then they charged over in unison. To them, they did not have the ability to resolve the battle. And the constantly increasing strength of Lin Xian was perhaps the only possibility. Be it for themselves or something else, they had to ensure Lin Xian's safety. Tack. Chapter 1843. At this moment, everyone's choice was the same. They had chosen to protect Lin Xian. Even though they didn't like Lin Xian, they knew very well that they didn't have the ability to deal with the nine-headed expanse serpent. Therefore, they could only rely on Lin Xian now. The only thing they could do was to cooperate with Lin Xian. If they failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Block it! They rushed over and exploded with powerful strength to block the nine-headed flood dragon's attack. Lin Xian was almost there too. You're courting death. Roar. The nine-headed vast expanse flood dragon let out a furious roar. Let me do it. Ling Ying rushed over. Domain, Infinite Resurrection. Whoosh, Ling Ying activated his powerful domain. Ling Ying's domain, Infinite Resurrection, was a very powerful domain. Within the domain, all injuries would be healed instantly. This was even more powerful than the immortal body. However, this was a domain after all, and the immortal body was only a passive effect. The price was, of course, infinite resurrection, but it was fine as long as it was useful. Therefore, within Ling Ying's domain, they could block the nine-headed flood dragon's attack as they wished. They only needed to block it. Time passed slowly. Bang. A group of figures was blasted out by the powerful force. Die! The nine-headed vast expanse WYRM roared furiously and swung its powerful claws at a group of people. Whoosh! At this moment, Lin Xian flashed under the nine-headed flood dragon's claws and slashed with both swords. Boom! The two powerful forces collided and then pulled apart from each other. What? Everyone was shocked by this scene. Lin Xian's strength had already reached such a high level? His strength was not inferior to the nine-headed flood dragon's? What kind of increase in strength was this? It's too late. Lin Xian smirked and looked at the nine-headed flood dragon. Then, with a space jump, he rushed forward. That's right. It was too late. From now on, the nine-headed boundless dragon would gradually be suppressed by Lin Xian. She would definitely lose the ability to end Lin Xian's life. As the battle continued, Lin Xian's strength would only increase. If she went out, she would be killed by the people outside. But if she didn't go out, if this continued, Lin Xian would only become stronger and stronger. Of course, Lin Xian had been taking pills to recover his spiritual energy the whole time, so he could still maintain his spiritual energy. Whoosh! Lin Xian rushed forward and fought with the nine-headed boundless dragon. Previously, it was the nine-headed boundless dragon that was fighting with Lin Xian. Now, it was Lin Xian that was fighting with it. Because Lin Xian wanted to continue with his sword, the battle could not stop. The experts outside were all shocked as well. This Lin Xian, can he get any stronger? No. Even if he has that much strength, isn't his spiritual energy a little too rich? Logically speaking, a 2-star Heavenly Tao Realm warrior should be emptied of spiritual energy by now, right? Or is he just putting on an act? Is his goal just to scare the nine-headed boundless dragon away? The experts could not understand. Holy shit, this Lin Xian is so strong. In the crowd, a person beside his friend could not help but exclaim. The bespectacled man nudged his spectacles and said, his strength has gone from 2-star Heavenly Tao Realm to 7-star Heavenly Tao Realm. The data shows that all his stats are much stronger than genius warriors at the same realm. From the looks of it, his spiritual energy is probably dozens of times richer than genius warriors at the same realm. He's an extremely terrifying opponent. Furthermore, he might have all his stats, but what's even more ridiculous is that not only is every stat pure, even his proficiency is maxed out. His combat strength is heaven-defying. Zhao Mengyue also looked seriously at Lin Xian. To be honest, she had been paying attention to Lin Xian all this while. At that moment, Lin Xian's combat strength had astounded her. She knew that Lin Xian was very strong, so she did not underestimate Lin Xian from the beginning. However, didn't he just stay in the Fey race for a year? How did he improve so much? Thankfully, we held back and let the nine-headed boundless dragon fight them first. If not, it would be hard to tell. This Lin Xian actually managed to produce the strength of a 7-star Heavenly Tao Realm warrior at 2-star Heavenly Tao Realm. This also means that even if we join forces, we might not be his match. Zhao Mengyue sighed. But now, the corners of Zhao Mengyue's mouth curled slightly. Even if he can defeat the nine-headed boundless dragon, it's probably a drop in the bucket. It's the same for the rest. When the time comes, who can stop us when we attack? Zhao Mengyue sneered. Then, should we take advantage of today to eliminate this Lin Xian? Asked Sanguine Fiend. Zhao Mengyue was hesitating. Today was undoubtedly the best opportunity to eliminate Lin Xian. This was because Zhao Mengyue refused to accept Lin Xian in the beginning. She felt that her growth would definitely be faster than Lin Xian's. When the time came, she would personally defeat and kill Lin Xian in a proper manner. However, The present Lin Xian was growing too quickly. She had a feeling that she was no match for him. If this continued, allowing Lin Xian to continue growing, Zhao Mingyue's confidence would be in vain. The main reason was that Lin Xian was growing too quickly. However, if she were to kill Lin Xian, Lin Ye would definitely go berserk. She really had no way of making Lin Ye one of her own. Therefore, Zhao Mingyue was searching for someone who could replace Lin Ye and withstand the Ice Demon's powers. Unfortunately, this candidate was just too difficult to find. This is indeed a rare opportunity. Zhao Mingyue sighed. She needed a choice. Do we take action? Bloodseeker asked. When the time came, Lin Xian would definitely be in a weakened state. Killing him would be easy. Kill. Zhao Mingyue's eyes narrowed. But, if we kill him, what will happen to Lin Ye? Zhao Mingyue said, let's not worry about that for now. Let's kill this Lin Xian first. Otherwise, he'll be too much of a threat in the future. Understood. Wait for my order. On the other side, fuck! This Lin Xian has already started suppressing the 9-headed boundless dragon. Zhuge Feng cursed. Big brother, there isn't much of a difference between our realms. Why is the difference in combat strength so huge? Isn't this a little too ridiculous? It's about time. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. Law of creation, double strength, heretical god force, holy mantra. Lin Xian went all out. His strength instantly skyrocketed to the point where even Lin Xian himself felt like he couldn't control it. What? Everyone was dumbfounded when they suddenly sensed the terrifying strength Lin Xian produced. No, wasn't this a little too ridiculous? You're only at the heavenly Tao realm at 2 stars. It's already ridiculous enough that you can produce such powerful strength. Now, you have multiplied your strength by so many times. Chapter 1844. The 9-headed vast flood dragon was dumbfounded as well. This was completely different from what she had imagined. Or rather, it was impossible for her to have thought of this. How could a 2-star heavenly Tao realm expert produce such strength? Time stop. So, Lin Xian charged forward. Shua! In the dark night, saber beams and sword shadows flashed. As a beautiful beam of light flashed, everyone closed their eyes. Then, they heard a loud crash from the sky. When they opened their eyes again, the gigantic 9-headed vast flood dragon's heads had all been chopped off. It was a corpse lying motionless on the ground as blood gushed out. Gulp. Everyone could not help but gulp a mouthful of saliva. This is fucking... Phew. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Tiring. However, Lin Xian was now looking forward to something. He now had a special ability called the Fey God Record. To put it simply, Lin Xian could absorb the Fey souls of Fey beasts to give him immense strength. For example, the undead had an undying body. If Lin Xian killed an undead and absorbed their strength, he would have an undying body. For example, if Lin Xian absorbed the Void Fox, Lin Xian would have the powerful spatial powers of the Void Fox. This was the Fey God Record. Furthermore, Lin Xian could have 9 different powers. That also meant that in a disguised form, Lin Xian could have 9 additional nomological or domain-like powers. Therefore, Lin Xian had to choose the most powerful people. He believed that they would be very useful, and an undying body was definitely a very, very useful thing. Therefore, Lin Xian was wondering if he could obtain an undying body if he absorbed the 9-headed vast flood dragon's strength. It was worth a try. Then, Lin Xian walked to the 9-headed vast flood dragon's corpse. The other's attention was placed on the heaven upheaval seal. The enchantment still existed. Even though the 9-headed vast flood dragon was dead, its power had already been released, so the enchantment still existed, unless it was broken, or if someone else used the power of the sky-flipping seal to cancel the enchantment. The reason why Lin Xian didn't snatch the sky-flipping seal was because he knew that even if he snatched it, others would come and snatch it from him. It was better to wait and see how he absorbed the immortal body first. While he was absorbing the immortal body, no one should disturb him. Lin Xian had saved so many lives, and at the same time, Lin Xian did not participate in the fight for the sky-flipping seal. Who would attack Lin Xian? Even if someone wanted to, no one would attack for no reason because there were so many people outside who could see what was going on. Lin Xian. Ling Ying and the others landed beside Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, "It's okay. Just be careful." Whoosh! At this moment, Tian Lin was the first to rush towards the overturning sky seal in the void. "You want to snatch it?" Seeing Tian Lin make a move, how could the others be happy? They all rushed over in unison. Zhao Mengyue and the others hadn't made a move yet because they still had the strength to fight. They had just finished fighting the nine-headed vast flood dragon. So wouldn't it be better to wait for them to finish fighting among themselves? As for Lin Xian, Zhao Mengyue looked over. She didn't know what he wanted to do, but he must have consumed a lot of energy. It was impossible for him to recover well in a short time. Wait, her main goal wasn't to kill Lin Xian, but to absorb the sky-flipping seal and the lives of everyone here. As for Lin Xian's life, although this was a good opportunity, she wouldn't give up the sky-flipping seal and so many people here just to kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian walked to the nine-headed vast flood dragon's corpse. It must be the immortal body. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. He was worried that he would obtain the nine-headed vast flood dragon's own ability. But thinking about it, the nine-headed vast flood dragon's own ability would be of great help to Lin Xian. Then, Lin Xian sat there and unleashed his power. What is Lin Xian doing? Many people looked at Lin Xian curiously, puzzled. Lin Xian's methods were hard to understand. He was always doing something different from the others in the same situation. Ling Ying and the others stood beside Lin Xian. They didn't know if there would be any danger, but they were protecting Lin Xian. As for the sky-flipping seal, it would be difficult for them to snatch it. In any case, ensuring Lin Xian's safety was their #1 priority. The others were fighting frantically, and the scene was chaotic. This was because their previous target was the nine-headed vast flood dragon, but now their target could be anyone. After all, it was a battle with order before, but now it was pure chaos. After a long while, Lin Xian opened his eyes. At the same time, an aura erupted from his body. 3 stars Heavenly Dao Realm. It was somewhat simple for him to advance to the 3-star Heavenly Dao Realm, but it wasn't simple either. He had killed so many fey beasts, and had just killed such a powerful one. At the same time, he had absorbed the immense power of the immortal body. That's right, Lin Xian had truly obtained an immortal body. He was now extremely excited. This power could be said to be extremely powerful. From this moment forth, as long as one didn't insta-kill Lin Xian would be able to turn the tables. As for the others, they didn't know what Lin Xian was doing, but they could tell that Lin Xian was absorbing the energy. Awesome! Lin Xian stretched his back. You advanced to the 3-star Heavenly Dao Realm? Ling Ying said sourly. Wow, this person didn't seem to be working hard at all. How did his realm rise so quickly? Why was he always going on dates with beautiful girls? How could his realm level rise so quickly? Most importantly, this was the Heavenly Dao Realm, not the Heavenly Venerable Realm or the Great Void Realm. How could one rise so quickly? Impressive. Yeah, sigh. Every time my realm rises, there's an uncomfortable feeling. Lin Xian sighed. Everyone? Uncomfortable? Windling expressed her puzzlement. Think about it. It wasn't easy to raise your realm after going through so much trouble. Then you have to start from scratch. So difficult. Everyone? Scram, they said unhappily. Lin Xian looked up. This heaven upheaval seal? Are you still going to snatch it? How's your condition? Han Chushue asked. Lin Xian. Of course I'm going to snatch it, but... Lin Xian pondered for a moment. The 9-headed vast expanse WRM was dead. But up to the moment of her death, Lin Xian did not see any reason to spread the news and send so many people here. Therefore, Lin Xian felt that there was someone else. There had to be another reason for spreading the news. Lin Xian's ominous feeling did not disappear because of the Fey Beast's death. I need to take a walk. Lin Xian. Ah, they were taken aback. I'm now eager to know if there's someone in the dark. Chapter 1845. Lin Xian felt uneasy if he didn't get to the bottom of this matter. There must be a reason. Lin Xian had to figure it out. Otherwise, he would really feel that something was wrong. Then Lin Xian said to them, "Don't fight first. Save your strength. I'll go take a look first." Got it. Then Lin Xian walked away. He went to the middle of the crowd below. Although this moon mountain wasn't small, you wouldn't normally hide. If you wanted to control the overall situation and see everything, you could only be outside. The easiest place to not be discovered was in the crowd. Lin Xian was sure that there must be someone else. He didn't need to know anyone. He only needed to use his eye of insight to investigate and see the realm and attributes of those people. If there was someone particularly outrageous, then Lin Xian would definitely notice it. The others were fighting for the overturning heaven seal. Their idea was that although it was difficult to fight for the overturning heaven seal, as long as they were given time and opportunity, they could directly get the overturning heaven seal in their hands. Then the rest would be easy. Remove the barrier and run directly to the side of their corresponding experts. In this way, in theory, the overturning heaven seal would belong to them. If they wanted to fight for it, at least on the surface, they couldn't. And Lin Xian didn't fight for the overturning heaven seal, which made some people surprised. But thinking about it, it was reasonable. He felt that the sandpiper and the clam fought, the fisherman would benefit. But was there really a chance for the fisherman to benefit? Whoever snatched the overturning heaven seal should be able to remove the barrier even if it didn't recognize a master. Because the current overturning heaven seal, especially without the interference of the nine-headed boundless dragon's power, was now in a state of waiting to be recognized as a master. In this state, the resistance of the overturning heaven seal was very small. However, why did it say that several people had already snatched the overturning heaven seal but didn't use it? That could only mean that he and the overturning heaven seal were not fated. Without fate, you really couldn't use a little bit of the overturning heaven seal's power. But even if there was no fate, why couldn't you snatch the overturning heaven seal? Now that there was no fate, it could only be said that fate had not arrived yet, right? Your cataclysmic seal is in a state of birth, which is different from the state of the nine-headed boundless dragon. As long as the cataclysmic seal is in your hands, there will always be a way to turn it into your own treasure. Lin Xian walked over to the crowd. Lin Xian, what's the situation now? When will this barrier disappear? When can we leave this place? Because of what happened before, they had completely panicked. Tianlin stood there with bright eyes. Sure enough, he was the son of destiny. Sure enough, he was different from other warriors. Sure enough, he was destined to be extraordinary in this life. The heaven upheaval seal was his. Next, he only needed to rush out of here and rush to the side of the Tian family. Then, the heaven upheaval seal would be his. His realm was very high and belonged to the group of people with the highest realm. If he wanted to rush out with all his strength, there shouldn't be anyone who could stop him, unless it was space. However, it wasn't like Tianlin didn't have space attribute. Whoosh, following that, Tianlin's reaction was to rush out. There was no need to fight with them. Lin Xian frowned. Fuck, I can't let him run away. Otherwise, something will happen. The heaven upheaval seal, Lin Xian wasn't willing to let it be taken away by others. However, at this moment, an inexplicable barrier suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Those people outside were anxious to death. However, when they saw the enchantment disappear, they weren't worried anymore. However, they didn't expect another enchantment to appear. What? Tianlin stopped in place. Enchantment? But he didn't release any enchantment. Could it be that someone here released it? Chapter 1846. The sudden change happened again, which caught everyone by surprise. Even the warriors who were trapped here didn't have time to run out before they were trapped in the barrier again. They thought that everything was fine, but who would have thought that there would be another change? What's going on? Why is there another barrier? Is it Tianlin who created this barrier with the power of the sky-flipping seal? It can't be, right? Why would he create a barrier? Everyone was puzzled. Tianlin, What do you mean? Zhang Feng shouted coldly. Since you have the sky-flipping seal, you can run away and they won't be able to catch up. But why did you create another barrier? You're trapped in a trap of your own making? It's not me. Tianlin said. How could it be him? He couldn't even escape in time, so why would he create another barrier to block himself? What? Then who is it? At this time, everyone thought of a possibility. Could it be that one of them created the barrier to prevent Tianlin from running away so that they could continue fighting for the sky-flipping seal? It seemed possible. Good news. However, at this time, suddenly, a figure flashed over. Tianlin couldn't react at all. Or rather, he reacted, but he didn't have time to resist. Shua, an arm fell from the void. Immediately after, Tianlin let out a blood-curdling scream. Then, the sky-flipping seal flew out along with his severed arm. Everyone? Shua. Then, that figure rushed into the void and grabbed the sky-flipping seal. What? This unexpected scene stunned all of them. Who? They looked at that figure. Lin Xian also looked over. Zhao Mengyue. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. Although she was wearing a mask, Lin Xian recognized her. She was Zhao Mengyue. Don't ask how he recognized her. Shua. Then, another 9 people rushed over and stood together with her. There were men and women, and all of them were wearing masks. Ayaya, this is what they call a sandpiper and a clam fighting, the fisherman benefits. The one who spoke was a man with an eccentric tone. Who is it? Everyone stared at them. Zhao Mingyue's eyes narrowed. Kill him, she said faintly. Yes. The corners of a fatty's mouth curled as he extended his hand. The heavenly Tao realm 1 star was like an ant as all his blood was stripped out before being absorbed by the fatty. Following that, the heavenly Tao realm 1 star collapsed to the ground, no longer breathing. Everyone's pupils suddenly shrank. Not good. Outside, the Radiance Association's 7th elder narrowed his eyes. Who is this person? The Radiance Association's 7th elder gritted his teeth and said, The power of the 12 demonic gods. This is the blood demon. What? It's them? Is it the organization that was secretly searching for the power of the 12 demon gods? It's them. Unexpectedly, they had already gathered so many people. Not good, this is really not good. How long will it take? Now they could feel that the barrier was terrifyingly strong. If they wanted to save them, they would have to wait for the top experts from the 3 major forces or the Radiance Association to come. Soon. It should be soon. Let's see what they're up to first. What do you want? Zhang Feng stared at Zhao Mengyue with a powerful force wrapped around his body. What do I want? Of course, I want to kill all of you and turn you into nourishment for this sovereign. That's all. The corner of Zhao Mengyue's mouth curled up slightly. Then she said, I'll leave this side to you guys. This sovereign will first go and get rid of those tens of thousands of people. Yes. Whoosh, then. Zhao Mengyue rushed towards the chaotic crowd below. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. She wanted to kill. No. She wanted to absorb and refine these people. No wonder. He figured it out. She was the one who spread the news. But where was Linya? Linya did not come. Courting death. Zhang Feng roared and rushed over. Bang, however, in the next instant, that fatty rushed in front of him and sent him flying with a punch. Your opponents are us. Their spiritual energy and physical strength had almost reached the critical point. Even though there were only 10 of them, it was not a problem for them to fight against 200 people. The most important thing was that they had the special and powerful demonic god power. This was the most powerful thing. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. Whoosh, then he rushed over with a space jump. Zhao Mengyue. Lin Xian blocked Zhao Mengyue, who was rushing towards the crowd. Oh, great young Master Lin, you can recognize me? So it turns out that we are true love. Zhao Mengyue laughed. Where's my sister? Your sister? Then how could I bring your sister here? Don't worry, if there's enough time today you'll also die. Her eyes suddenly focused. Then I'd like to see if you have the ability. Lin Xian's power erupted. Heh! This sovereign does not have time to play house with you today. This sovereign has more important things to do. If there's enough time, I'll deal with them first before dealing with you. Unfortunately, it's too late today. Whoosh then, she rushed towards Lin Xian. Myriad lightning, heavenly prison. However, when Lin Xian's terrifying lightning fell on Zhao Mengyue, she didn't even release her power and blocked Lin Xian's lightning. Lin Xian's eyes focused. Zhao Mengyue rushed over and sent Lin Xian flying with a palm. Trash. Then, she ignored Lin Xian because she knew that she couldn't do anything to Lin Xian. She had to hurry up and get down to business. Those people scattered and fled in all directions in fear. Don't run, don't run. Isn't it a blessing to become one with this sovereign? In an instant, countless black tentacles appeared behind Zhao Mengyue and rushed into the crowd. Imperial descent. The people outside saw this scene and their pupils contracted violently. What? She even found the power of imperial descent? Those people could see that fear came from the bottom of their hearts. The 12 demon gods were incomparably powerful. What was powerful was their 12 powers. But above the 12 demon gods, there was a person who once led them. He possessed a power even greater than the 12 demon gods. This terrifying existence was called Di Lin. Countless years ago, the Light Association killed the 12 demon gods along with imperial descent. They paid an unimaginable price to seal them or their powers because they couldn't destroy them. At the same time, imperial descent was included. Who would have thought that he would appear today? The continent would face another catastrophe. The human race would no longer have peace. Spatial barrier. Whoosh! Suddenly, a powerful force appeared and blocked all the tentacles. Lin Xian erupted with all his power, domain, and laws. He stood there. What a headache. Zhao Mengyue's eyes narrowed. Chapter 1847. In terms of realm, Lin Xian wasn't much different from Zhao Mengyue. Zhao Mengyue's realm was only at the heavenly Dao realm 4 stars. As for why her realm increased faster than Lin Xian, it was actually easy to explain. Wasn't there a lot of burning, killing, and plundering? Naturally, her experience increased by a lot. Furthermore, she had obtained imperial descent's power. This power wasn't as simple as a legacy. It was normal for her realm to soar. But thankfully, her realm's increase was still at a relatively normal level. What made her powerful was none other than imperial descent's power. This power definitely added a few stars to her combat strength. However, Lin Xian wasn't afraid of her. Although she was powerful and Lin Xian might not be able to finish her off, Lin Xian was definitely capable of holding her back. Zhao Mengyue's back was entwined with a powerful force. It was unknown how many black tentacles were formed from her power as they charged at Lin Xian from all directions. Since you have a death wish, don't blame me for it. Zhao Mengyue was infuriated. Fuck. Initially, she had intended to kill Lin Xian as well. However, from the looks of it, there wasn't enough time. The experts from the 3 major forces, including the Radiance Association, should be arriving soon. She had to absorb everyone here within 10 minutes. As for Lin Xian, who was the most difficult to deal with, she would deal with him later. However, this Lin Xian actually dared to block her? Zhao Mengyue couldn't figure it out. What was the point? She wasn't going to kill Lin Xian, nor was she going to kill his family. He had gone through so much trouble and might have even paid a huge price to save them. What would he get in return? Lin Xian, who was going all out, wasn't afraid of Zhao Mengyue. However, these tentacles were very powerful. When Lin Xian's power came into contact with these tentacles, Lin Xian felt all his power being absorbed. Felt like he was facing Taiji. But these were 2 different feelings. This feeling was purely his power being absorbed. Was this imperial descent's power? Even if 2 opponents of similar strength were to fight, one of them would be able to absorb most of the opponent's strength, even physical strength. How could one fight? However, Lin Xian knew that there was no absolute invincibility in this world. Otherwise, imperial descent wouldn't have been wiped out back then. Lin Xian, use it. The Radiance Association's 7th elder's voice sounded. Lin Xian's brows raised. Illumination. Shua, the power of light's power flickered around Lin Xian's body. When Lin Xian collided with the black tentacle again, Lin Xian could clearly feel that the absorption rate of the black tentacle had decreased significantly. Light. Lin Xian's of the lights of the Xian's obsessed. But that's his. Do you? Zhao Mengyue sneered. It doesn't matter. What I need to do now is to stall you. You must be in a hurry, right? Lin Xian's lips curled slightly. Zhao Mengyue's eyes narrowed. Lin Xian, don't force me. Force you? I'm forcing you. What can you do about it? Can you do anything to me? You think I can't kill you? Zhao Mengyue's aura surged again. It's useless. It was indeed difficult for Lin Xian to kill her, but stalling her wasn't too much of a problem, especially now that Lin Xian had the immortal body. Now, he really wanted to understand the 12 demon gods and imperial descent. Lin Xian felt that Zhao Mengyue would definitely be a troublesome character in the future. Fortunately, we have this Lin Xian. Fortunately, Lin Xian's combat power is strong enough. Otherwise, we'd be in big trouble. The experts outside couldn't help but sigh. How long until they arrive? They've already set off. 10 minutes. They'll arrive in 10 minutes. Lin Xian, hold on for another 10 minutes. Then, the seventh elder of the Radiant Association shouted. Qi, a tentacle directly penetrated Lin Xian's body. At the same time, the flying Shenyuan sword penetrated Zhao Mengyue's lower abdomen. Thump. Both of them landed on the ground at the same time and retreated at the same time. Damn it! Zhao Mengyue gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Xian. Her other hand was clutching her stomach. Are you crazy? Zhao Mengyue glared at Lin Xian. This person couldn't hurt her, and she also didn't have much of a way to hurt Lin Xian. However, he actually used such a method to fight her, which would harm both the enemy and himself. Lunatic. He was definitely a lunatic. Ha ha ha. Lin Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Zhao Mengyue. Continue. Whoosh, then Lin Xian directly charged over. Zhao Mengyue gritted her teeth. No, was there a need to go this far? I'm not going to kill you, and the one I'm going to kill isn't your family. How could you fight in such a way without caring about your life? Lunatic. Lunatic. It didn't matter to Lin Xian because Lin Xian now had an immortal body. Although his chest was penetrated and the injury was very serious, with Lin Xian's current state, it would only take a few seconds for him to recover. This was the terrifying immortal body. Boss, let me help you. At this moment, the blood demon rushed over. Get lost. Lin Xian flashed in front of him and slashed with his sword. The blood demon directly staggered back in the air. Retreat. Zhao Mengyue stood there and gritted her teeth. She was really unwilling to give up and said this. Retreat. Hand over the sky-flipping seal. Lin Xian flashed in front of her, forcibly withstanding the power of the tentacles, and rushed toward the sky-flipping seal in Zhao Mengyue's hand. Facing Lin Xian's overwhelming attacks, Zhao Mengyue was dumbfounded. No, her attacks were constantly hurting Lin Xian from behind. She reckoned that his back had already been pierced several times. How could he still be so fierce? Did he want to die? As Lin Xian cut off Zhao Mengyue's arm, the sky-flipping seal fell into Lin Xian's hand. Lin Xian was already covered in blood. Wait for your death. Retreat. Zhao Mengyue gritted her teeth and said. Lin Xian was dead for sure now that he had suffered such injuries. Even if he was fine, it would take at least a year and a half for him to recover. No matter what tricks he had up his sleeves, Yi Futian would definitely be able to kill him during this period of time. In the end, Zhao Mengyue and the others didn't get anything and ran away with injuries. The barrier disappeared. Lin Xian, Ling Ying and the others hurried to Lin Xian's side. I'm fine. Lin Xian stood up. His flesh was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. If he didn't have the immortal body, Lin Xian wouldn't dare to do this. It was just a little painful. Are you really fine? They were scared to death when they saw Lin Xian like this. Hurry up and leave, Lin Xian said. Then, Murong Yu made a space jump and they disappeared. Chapter 1848. The heaven upheaval seal eventually landed in Lin Xian's hands. In the eyes of many, this might not have mattered much. This was because Lin Xian had resolved both crises from the beginning to the end. Furthermore, he had suffered such heavy injuries. With the heaven upheaval seal in Lin Xian's hands, it made some people feel less displeased. The main reason was that Lin Xian had saved their lives. This Lin Xian can be considered crippled. Tian Lin pondered for a moment. With such heavy injuries, he was definitely crippled in a short period of time. Furthermore, it was likely that he would have hidden injuries for the rest of his life. It was very difficult to deal with such heavy injuries at the heavenly Tao realm. Although he was missing an arm, it was very easy for warriors at his realm to get an arm back. There were many ways to do so. On the other hand, Lin Xian returned home with them. "How are you?" "I'm fine," Lin Xian said. "Ha? How is that possible?" Ling Ying hurriedly circled Lin Xian. Lin Xian took off his outer clothes and released his laws of creation to clean the blood off his body. Holy shit! They looked incredulously at Lin Xian's completely uninjured body. "Why aren't you injured? You clearly..." Wu Yuhan said in shock. "An undying body." "Huh? You also have an undying body?" They revealed looks of disbelief. "Absorbed," said Lin Xian. "You still have that ability? What do you think I've been doing in the Fey race for a year?" They heaved a sigh of relief. "Is it permanent?" Lin Xian nodded. "Yes." "Holy shit! Now that you have an undying body, you must be very strong." Feng Ling exclaimed. "That's right. Therefore, after vanquishing the 9-headed vast flood dragon, I tried to see if I could obtain this undying body. I never expected to actually obtain it." Lin Xian was pleasantly surprised as well. "That's good. That's good." They heaved a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, the overturning heaven seal fell into my hands in the end," Lin Xian said. "Thank goodness you're all right." Ling Ying rolled his eyes. "I'm only doing this because I know I have an immortal body." "No problem." Lin Xian. "Why didn't you say so earlier? You made us worried to death." At this moment, Linglong Shui and the others walked in together. "Sister Linglong. Sister Yiren Bing." They also shouted one after another. "As long as you're fine," Yiren Bing said. "Ah, little Shir, give me a hug." Ling Ying ran over and hugged little Shir, who was being held by Linglong Shui. All right, everyone go back and rest," Lin Xian said. "All right then, we'll head back first." After that, they left one after another. They were indeed tired. Lin Xian took a shower and walked out. Little Shir and little Tianyi were playing at the side. Linglong Shui, Yiren Bing, and Bing Lingyue were sitting on the sofa. Recently, Bing Lingyue had been playing with Yi Yi and the others. "Just now, you were dealing with the power of the imperial descent," Linglong Shui said. Lin Xian nodded. "I know. I think it's necessary for me to properly understand these things. The other 12 demon gods are also very powerful, including the dark mist and the 10,000 evil lightning on your body. However, compared to the power of the imperial descent, these 12 demon gods are not worth mentioning," Linglong Shui said. Lin Xian lit a cigarette. "No smoking." Little Shir pouted and ran over to Lin Xian and snatched his cigarette away. "You brat, you didn't even say a few words about my dad's injury. You just took my cigarette away." Lin Xian smiled and glared at her. "Dad's fine." Shika mumbled to herself. "Too smart, she's too smart." Little Shir was also very worried. When she saw that scene, she was so anxious that she wanted to rush in. Bing Lingyue said with a smile. "No." Little Shir then ran away. Lin Xian smiled and then looked at Linglong Shui. "But I don't think it's that strong. Wasn't it rumored that 1 imperial descent and 12 demon gods stirred up the entire continent? Because the power of the imperial descent she obtained wasn't perfected," Linglong Shui said. "Is that so?" Linglong Shui nodded. "Yes, the power of the perfected imperial descent has a special effect. This effect can increase the power of the 12 demon gods several times. Most importantly, they can form a powerful combination skill with each other. In short, it's very powerful." Does that mean she can't do it? She should be able to. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. In other words, the imperial descent is indeed the core of the 12 demon gods. That's right. If the imperial descent is killed, the power of the 12 demon gods will be greatly reduced. Many years ago, the Light Association used this method to defeat these people. They first restrained the imperial descent, then defeated the 12 demon gods, and finally defeated the imperial descent. Similarly, without the 12 demon gods, the imperial descent's power will be greatly reduced. Lin Xian thought about it. When I fought with her, I felt my power being absorbed again. This is one of the powers of the imperial descent. During the battle, each of her tentacles is a powerful force. In other words, she can fight many opponents at once. During the battle, you will exhaust your stamina and spirit energy, while she will continuously absorb your stamina and spirit energy to strengthen herself. The more she fights, the stronger she gets. Linglong Shui continued, the imperial descent also has a very troublesome ability. She is almost immune to all major attributes. Lin Xian frowned. Immune to attributes? Yes, thunder, fire, ice, and other types of martial skills are all ineffective against her. Even time is ineffective against her. Only space can really seal her. The only thing that works is the light attribute, but its power is also next to nothing. Many years ago, we indeed relied on the powerful light attribute experts of the Radiance Association to defeat her. But the power of the light attribute alone isn't enough. Lin Xian said. Yes, that's why the imperial descent is so troublesome. Are there any other weaknesses? No. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Fuck, this was much more difficult than he had imagined. But her physique isn't strong. Lin Xian thought about how he had directly pierced through her body and chopped off one of her arms. That's because she hasn't become the complete form of the imperial descent. The complete form of the imperial descent has a terrifyingly strong physique. It's a pity that I didn't kill her this time. It will be even harder to kill her in the future. At that time, Lin Xian indeed didn't have the ability to kill her. It was indeed a pity. However, after today, the three major forces and the entire human race should start to face this matter seriously. Lin Xian said, it's useless to face it directly. We have to eliminate her as soon as possible. Chapter 1849. Lin Xian felt that he really had to make a move. But Lin Xian couldn't figure it out. His master on Mount Tianyao, Yu Liuli, should know about everything in the world. She should know about Zhao Mengyue and that she was now Di Lin and the 12 demon gods. Then why did she turn a blind eye? Was this powerhouse really so passive? Or could it be that she had already calculated the other layer? Lin Xian wasn't sure, but she didn't make a move. Lin Xian felt that there shouldn't be too much of a problem, right? Lin Xian wasn't sure either. Rest, Lin Xian said. Then he walked out. Linglong Shui and the others didn't know what Lin Xian was going to do, so they let him be. After Lin Xian walked out, he took out a 1,000-mile voice transmission talisman and sent a voice transmission to Su Qining. What's the matter? Su Qining's cold voice sounded. I say, little Qining, can't you be a little nicer to your dear junior brother? Your future husband? Smile, let's smile. Lin Xian said with a smile. Su Qining was annoyed to death by this Lin Xian. If you have something to say it. Nothing. I just miss you and really want to hear your voice. Su Qining. I'm hanging up. Hey, don't. Lin Xian then said, it's like this. Help me ask Fairy Master about the 12 demon gods and Di Lin. Ask her yourself. Lin Xian said, I don't have Fairy Master's voice transmission talisman. It's too far. Okay. Su Qining then hung up Lin Xian's call. Hey, let's go rest. Whose room would Lin Xian choose to go into? This was really a problem. On the other side, boss, are you okay? The group of them came to a certain place. Zhao Mengyue wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her eyes flashing with killing intent. Bastard Lin Xian. Being injured and losing an arm was nothing to her. What she was unhappy about was this Lin Xian. Also, she didn't get anything and was exposed. She was even injured. The cataclysmic seal was obtained by Lin Xian, which made her very unhappy. Zhao Mengyue heaved a sigh of relief. I'm fine. Why don't we just go and kill that Lin Xian? I don't want to. Zhao Mengyue's eyes narrowed. I can't. He's probably pretty much crippled now. After taking so many of your attacks, I don't even know if he can survive. Can't you kill him? Zhao Mengyue said. He has very strong experts protecting him. If you go, you will be courting death. So we're just going to leave him be? Zhao Mengyue sneered. He has also paid the price. Let's see if he dares to go against me in the future. I'll go and recuperate first. Keep a low profile for the next few days. When I completely comprehend the power of the imperial descent, they will regret it. Yes. Keep an eye on that Linya. Zhao Mengyue said. Don't worry, boss. Then, Zhao Mengyue clutched her chest and left. If you ask me, why didn't boss kill Linya? Or if it was someone else, such a disloyal person, and Lin Xian's sister, he still had to spare some energy to look after her. Seriously. It seems that he hasn't found a suitable candidate to inherit the Ice Demon's power. That's why he continues to bring her along. In the beginning, he really did think that he could make her one of his people. He even tried many methods, but none of them worked. But isn't Linya's life in boss's hands now? Then even if Linya wants to run, she won't dare to run, right? I really don't know if boss controls Linya's life or not. But what I know is that if there is a chance to run, even if Linya might die, she will run. Let's go and take a look. At this moment, Linya was sitting at a place and reading a book. The group of people came over one after another. Where's Zhao Mengyue? Linya glanced at the people who came over and casually asked. Boss is injured and is recuperating in seclusion. The blood demon was stopped halfway by the eyes of the man in glasses. Then, the man in glasses smiled and said, Boss has another mission. Linya nodded. Then why are you all here? Linya asked. No, we are a team. Shouldn't we stay together? Linya said indifferently, You're disturbing me from reading. We don't want to talk, so we won't disturb you. Let's go outside. Then, they all walked away. Linya looked at their backs and fell into deep thought. Is she injured? Linya pondered for a moment. She was a very smart woman. Of course, she could guess. That blood demon was a hothead. He was simple-minded and had developed limbs. The possibility of him subconsciously answering was very high. At the same time, they all had the smell of blood on them. This meant their trip wasn't going well. Usually, Zhao Mengyue was the one looking after her. Zhao Mengyue indeed had the ability to do so. No matter what they were doing, Zhao Mengyue would bring her along. Her goal was to keep an eye on her. But this time, Zhao Mengyue didn't come back. Perhaps she really went to recuperate. In other words, this was a very good opportunity for her. Even if it was fake, it didn't matter. Linya knew that Zhao Mengyue had always known that she wanted to leave. Then, she could give it a try. Those people outside might not be able to stop her. She had to make preparations. Linya stood up. As for whether she would die or not, Linya still had some confidence. At most, she would be seriously injured. At most, she would become an ordinary person. She definitely wouldn't die. At first, she was a cultivation newbie and had been deceived by Zhao Mengyue. But now, she understood some things. These days, she had read too many books and understood too many things. She didn't like this kind of life. Instead, she hoped that she could return to the city and be an ordinary person. She could work from 5 to 9 and cook for little Xian. She preferred being able to hug little Xian's baby. After a long time, Linya walked out of the cave. The people outside were either cultivating or chatting. As Linya walked out, all their attention was on Linya. I'm going out for a walk, Linya said. No. Boss said that we can't go anywhere. We're staying here. Someone stopped Linya. It's nearby, Linya said. Aya, that's true. I've been bored to death here. Let's go out for a walk. That's true. Let's go out for a walk. No problem, right? Linya nodded. Up to you. Then, she walked forward. Those people exchanged glances and followed Linya. Soon, Linya walked to a lake. She sat there and threw pebbles. Chapter 1850. Linya sat there and looked at the beautiful lake. The people behind her also walked over. Some of them also sat beside her. You don't say. The scenery is pretty good. Yeah, I think the head needs to give us a vacation and let us go out and have some fun. I think it's very necessary. We can't put all our thoughts on cultivation, right? Linya listened to their conversation, but her attention was not on it. Linya knew why they came here. It was to watch her. But why did Linya come to this small lake? There must be a reason for her to do so. Time slowly passed. Linya stood up. Are we leaving? One person asked. We're leaving, Linya said indifferently. Then let's go back. Linya said, I'm not going back. What? All of a sudden, the entire lake exploded, and water filled the sky. Linya's delicate body exploded with a terrifying power, and all the water droplets turned into a powerful force that rushed over. Not good. We've been tricked. Quick, stop her. Linya stood there, her white hair dancing wildly in the wind. It's too late. After she said that, the lake water behind her exploded again and rushed towards them like a tsunami. After they blocked this powerful force, everyone was in an extremely sorry state. When they looked forward, Linya had already disappeared. Damn it! She ran away. They gritted their teeth. We've been tricked. No wonder she came to this lake. She's too powerful here. As long as there's water where she fights, it's too scary. We should have thought of it. Why would she come to the lake for no reason? What do we do now? How can we report to the head? She must have gone to find that Lin Xian. Why don't we catch her while the head is in seclusion? Are you sure you can catch it? If she goes to look for Lin Xian, boss said that Lin Xian has top-notch experts by his side. How can she catch him? Then what should we do? How are we going to report back? That's the only way. Head has the means to control her life. In short, she definitely won't become our opponent. Don't worry, Head shouldn't blame us because he knows that Linya's strength is the strongest among us. At the same time, she has always had thoughts of rebelling. I guess Head can also think of that, right? On the other side, Linya finally escaped. For such a long time, she wanted to escape every minute and every second, but she couldn't do it. And now she finally had an opportunity. An opportunity where Zhao Mengyue was heavily injured and in seclusion. Zhao Mengyue thought that those good-for-nothings outside could stop Linya. But in fact, Linya had been hiding her strength all these years. Zhao Mengyue knew that Linya's full strength was only 80%. As long as there was a lake on the other side, she could escape completely. Unfortunately, she didn't have the space. She could only run quickly towards Lin and City. Fortunately, this place wasn't too far from Lin and City. Late at night, Lin Xian was sleeping with his beloved Bing Lingyue in his arms. Suddenly, he frowned and opened his eyes. What's wrong? Bing Lingyue was also awakened by Lin Xian's small movement. I don't know. I just have a strange feeling that something is wrong. Maybe you're too tired. Bing Lingyue comforted Lin Xian. I don't know either. Lin Xian hugged her and closed his eyes, but for a long time he couldn't fall asleep. No, I'm going out for a walk. Lin Xian sat up. I'll accompany you. No need. I'm just going for a walk. Lin Xian put on his clothes and walked out. In the streets late at night, Lin Xian walked aimlessly. He didn't think that this strange feeling was inexplicable. There must be a reason. But why? Lin Xian couldn't tell. Could it be that this overturning sky seal is making me feel strange? Or is it the spirit of the overturning sky seal? With the overturning sky seal in his hands, Lin Xian didn't try to make it recognize him as its master. This was because Lin Xian felt that this was a difficult process. He might have to spend some time to do it. He wasn't in a hurry now. There shouldn't be any danger in a short period of time. Lin Xian walked and walked until he reached the place where he and Linya used to live. Bing Lingyue did stay in this place for a few days, but after that, Huang Shi left and Ling Longyue didn't stay here anymore. She played very well with Miao Xiaomiao and the others and stayed with them. Bing Lingyue then moved back. Is someone here? Lin Xian looked up at the window upstairs. The lights were on. But if there was someone here, who could it be? Who would be here? Because the only person who would come to his house was Bing Lingyue. Could it be that Bing Lingyue forgot to turn off the lights when she left? Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief, then took the elevator and walked over. Lin Xian opened the door and walked in. As soon as he walked in, Lin Xian frowned. No, there was someone here. Could it be that someone came to his house to look for something? But Lin Xian really didn't have anything here. It was an enemy. Lin Xian secretly activated his spirit power. At this moment, the door of Linya's room suddenly opened. Linya stood there with a diary in her hand. Clatter. It was very clever. The diary in her hand and the phone in Lin Xian's hand fell to the ground at the same time. Lin Xian looked at Linya in disbelief. Really? At this moment, Lin Xian felt like a lifetime had passed. He felt that everything was a bit unreal. Sis? Lin Xian stared at Linya with wide eyes. Xian. Tears welled up in Linya's beautiful eyes. Lin Xian walked over step by step. His heart ached a little, because now Linya's hair had turned snow white. Although it was very beautiful, but Lin Xian hugged Linya tightly. Sis. Just like that, their movements were frozen in place. After a long time, Lin Xian let go of Linya. Linya raised her hand and gently stroked Lin Xian's cheek. You've become much more mature. After all, I'm already a father. Lin Xian said with a slightly sour nose. Linya suddenly thought of something. That's right, let me see your baby. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. He picked up Linya and spun her around a few times. No, we'll talk about it during the day. Tonight is reserved for me. Lin Xian smiled. Lin Xian didn't mean anything else. He just had a lot to say to Linya. He believed that Linya also had a lot to say to him. Lin Xian really didn't expect to see Linya. Chapter 1851. Lin Xian and Linya hadn't seen each other for a long time. The two of them sat on the sofa. Lin Xian took out a bottle of red wine and poured her a glass. Sister, how did you get out? Lin Xian asked. Lin Xian knew. Even if Lin Xian didn't contact Linya, he knew that Linya definitely wanted to leave that place. It was just that she couldn't. This time, Linya must have found a very good opportunity. Zhao Mengyue was injured and was in seclusion. Although she found other people to watch me, they weren't my match, so I ran out. Lin Xian showed a pleasantly surprised expression. That's great. Lin Xian held her slender hand. Sister, I missed you so much. Lin Xian hugged her in his arms. Linya didn't resist. It's okay. In short, it's good so far. Linya said softly. Well, at that time, I asked a very strong expert to help me divine your situation. She said that it was a good fortune for you, so I didn't force myself to look for you. Lin Xian said. Well, it is indeed a good fortune for me. Linya nodded and said. So some people might say that it was a good fortune, so shouldn't she be grateful? But why should she be grateful? Because this wasn't her choice, and it even changed her. Cultivation. Couldn't she cultivate? She could cultivate, but she couldn't reach this realm in such a short time. However, for some people this was a very rare improvement. They were willing to do anything for cultivation. But Linya wasn't like that. Linya would rather her realm be improved slowly because she didn't have such a great desire for it. She wanted to be by her friend's side. So, she didn't have any gratitude for the improvement Zhao Mengyue brought her. Is it harmful to you? Lin Xian asked. There are some things that might affect my mind. There are some things that I wouldn't do in the past, but now I can't control myself sometimes. Lin Xian said, After all, it's the power of a demon god. It's all right. Linya nodded. Right? Give me your hand. Lin Xian said. What happened? Lin Xian said, I'm worried that Zhao Mengyue has poisoned you with something that can control your life and death. Let me take a look. Linya reached out her hand and said, I won't die. Lin Xian frowned as he took Lin Ya's pulse. Fortunately, your cultivation level is high enough. Indeed, you won't die, but it's very dangerous. But it doesn't matter. I can even detoxify the poison of the evil shrine. This poison is a piece of cake. Wait for me. Lin Xian said. Where are you going? Concocting pills for you. This matter cannot be delayed. I'll go with you. Sure. Then, Lin Xian and Lin Ye came to a place where no one was around. Lin Xian took out the alchemy furnace. This poison is a little simpler than the poison pill of the evil shrine. I basically have all the medicinal ingredients. Lin Xian chatted with Lin Ye while concocting pills. Little Xian, are you so powerful now? Lin Xian laughed. I've always been very powerful. Lin Ye looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. There was a feeling that she didn't know what it was. It had only been a few years since they last saw each other. But she felt that everything had changed so much. Sis, is there any news from Zhao Mengyue? Lin Xian asked. You basically know everything I know. They are also gradually strengthening themselves. By the way, they are cooperating with the Demon Clan. Lin Ye said. Demon Clan? Lin Xian frowned. Why would they cooperate with the Demon Clan? What the Demon Clan wants is the Human Clan. Then, even if the Human Clan is defeated by the Demon Clan, what can they get? Could it be that the Demon Clan promised them something? No, this is definitely not what she wants. What she wants is the entire continent. Lin Xian said. I'm not too sure about the details. You also know that she has never trusted me, so she won't tell me a lot of things. Maybe the Demon Clan is just a tool for them to use? Lin Xian nodded. I think that's the case. Very quickly, a medicinal pill was refined. Big sis, eat this pill. Lin Ye nodded and swallowed the pill without hesitation. Is it really useful? Lin Ye asked, because this time she came back with the idea that she would pay a huge price. It's useful. Don't worry, it's fine. Lin Ye nodded. Of course, she believed in Lin Xian. After coming back, I want to go back to the Yixin group. Lin Ye looked at Lin Xian and said. The two of them sat on the side. Huh? Sis, you're a great expert now. Why do you still want to go to the Yixin group? Lin Xian asked. But if I don't go, I don't know what I can do. You just take care of the baby for me. Lin Xian grinned at her and then hugged Lin Ye in his arms. Lin Ye didn't say anything. She had always thought that she must be useful to Lin Xian, whether it was financially or otherwise. She wanted to be someone who could help Lin Xian. Let's talk about the rest later. I'll take you to see little Shershur and little Tianyi tomorrow morning. Lin Xian said. Okay, I really want to see them. Lin Xian said with a smile. Guess who's the naughtiest between the two kids? Little Tianyi. Lin Ye said. After all, he's a boy. No. Then you're wrong. Little Shershur is the naughtiest. Little Tianyi is bullied by her all day long. Lin Ye held back her laughter. She seemed to be able to imagine that scene. Do you have photos? Let me see. Yes, there's even a video. Lin Xian then took out his phone and showed it to Lin Ye. He leaned against Lin Ye and showed it to her. Lin Ye looked at the video and every photo very seriously. They're so cute. Lin Ye couldn't bear to look away, right? And they're very beautiful. Little Shershur will definitely be a beauty when she grows up. Little Tianyi will definitely be as handsome as me. Lin Xian said with a smile. It's mainly because their mother has good genes. Lin Ye said. Lin Xian. Hey sis, you've changed. You're starting to insult me. Lin Xian said with grievance. No, it's indeed like that. They're very beautiful. Lin Xian then looked at Lin Ye and said. Then if we have a child, it'll definitely be very beautiful. Lin Ye. What are you talking about? It's true, sis. You just don't have anything to do. I can let you have something to do. Look, pregnant for 10 months and then taking care of the child. You'll have something to do for several years. Lin Ye patted Lin Xian's head. Go away. Hee hee. Let's go. Let's go home and do business. Okay? Lin Xian took her hand. Chapter 1852. Of course, Lin Ye didn't let Lin Xian do anything to her. It was mainly because Lin Xian didn't have the nerve to do anything. They just lay together and talked a lot. It was all about the things that happened between them during the time they didn't see each other. Sis, your hair. Lin Xian hugged Lin Ye. What's wrong? Lin Ye asked softly. No, it's actually very beautiful. It has a different flavor. Lin Ye's snow-white hair was really beautiful, but Lin Xian still liked her previous appearance. Because when he saw Lin Ye's snow-white hair, Lin Xian always felt that he didn't take good care of Lin Ye, which caused Lin Ye to be taken away by Zhao Mengyue and suffer so much. Then I'll dye it back. Lin Ye said. No need, it's not necessary. Lin Xian rubbed against Lin Ye's chest. How old are you? You're already a father, yet you're still like this. Lin Ye pushed Lin Xian away. I don't care. I miss you. Lin Xian hugged her. I won't leave in the future. Even if someone wants to take me away, they don't have the ability to do so, Lin Ye said. I'm just worried that the ice demon's power in your body will have some negative effects on you. Lin Ye shook her head. It shouldn't. I've already completely suppressed this power. As long as it's not the kind of power that overloads the body, there shouldn't be a problem. This won't do. I have to give you a full body checkup. Lin Xian said. Why? Lin Ye asked. I'm always worried that Zhao Mengyue has placed some restrictions on you. But you don't know. You only know about the poison pill, but what if there are other powers? I have to give you a full body checkup before I can rest assured. Lin Ye thought for a moment and then nodded. Okay. She felt that what Lin Xian said made sense. Take off your clothes first. Lin Ye. Little Xian. She pouted playfully. Hey, sister, you don't think I'm telling you this just to take advantage of you? Do you? I'm serious. You don't have to strip naked. Lin Xian said. Actually, it was half and half. Lin Ye hadn't seen Lin Xian's shamelessness in a long time. She actually believed him. Then, she took off her clothes, leaving only her underwear, and closed her eyes. Lin Xian first held her small hand and probed it. Then, Lin Xian's hand wandered all over her body. Lin Xian really didn't want to go overboard. However, Lin Xian was sure that Lin Ye really didn't have any other hidden threats. Thinking about it, although Zhao Mengyue had a lot of tricks up her sleeve, she was also a piece of trash. If she wasn't ruthless enough and lucky enough, what was she? Even if she wanted to have some tricks up her sleeve, she couldn't, unless the power behind her had reached a certain level. Go to sleep, Lin Xian said. Okay. The next morning, Lin Xian was woken up by a fragrance. He got up and walked out to see Lin Xian making breakfast for Lin Ye in the kitchen. She was wearing an apron. It was the same image he had in his mind. Lin Xian didn't know how long it had been since he felt like this. Are you awake? Go wash up. Lin Ye looked at Lin Xian and said, Okay. Lin Xian then leaned over. Why did you make so much? Lin Ye said, Aren't we going to see little Shirshir and the others later? Bring some for Linglong and the others and see if little Shirshir can eat it. That should be enough, right? Little Shirshir should be 2 years old, right? Lin Xian nodded. Okay. After breakfast, Lin Xian and Lin Ye walked out together and came to Linglong Shue's door. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Xian knocked on the door. Lin Ye stood there nervously, extremely nervous. Click. The door was opened by Yi Renbing. Her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Ye with a trace of shock. You're back. Lin Ye nodded. Come in. She then opened the door completely and beckoned Lin Ye to come in. She then looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Lin Xian shrugged and said, Don't look at me. I'm also very shocked. Lin Ye was able to come out this time purely because of the right time, place, and people. Zhao Mengyue was injured and in seclusion. She went to a place with a lake. At the same time, she was strong enough. It was also a gamble for her to have this opportunity. She was even prepared to disperse her cultivation and become an ordinary person. She was even prepared to be seriously injured, because she knew that Zhao Mengyue had poisoned her body, but she did not regret it. She did not expect Lin Xian to be able to detoxify the poison so easily. Then, everything was a happy ending. Linya walked in. Linglong Shui and Bing Lingyue also saw her. They stood up and looked surprised and pleasantly surprised. "You're back." Linglong Shui walked over. "Yes, I'm back." Linya nodded. "When did this happen?" Bing Lingyue asked. "Last night. It's good that you're back." Linya also nodded. At this moment, little Shir ran over with her phone in hand. "Mommy." Linya lowered her head and looked at little Shir. Her beautiful eyes shone with a complicated light. Surprise, happiness, excitement, and a little nervousness. So cute. Then Linglong Shui carried little Shir and said to Linya, "This is little Shir. Little Shir, call Auntie." Little Shir blinked her big eyes and looked at Linya. "What auntie? What auntie?" At this moment, Lin Xian walked over unhappily. "Call me big sister." "What auntie?" "Little Shir. Call me big sister." Lin Xian definitely did not want little Shir to call little Tianyi auntie. "Yes, call me big sister." "Big sister." Little Shir called out sweetly and then opened her arms to Linya, asking for a hug. Linya really did not know how to face little Shir and little Tianyi at first, but now she was not nervous at all. "Hug." Linya then hugged little Shir. "What mommy is big sister?" Little Shir asked curiously. Lin Xian. Although little Shir was only 2 years old, she had already displayed an inhuman intelligence not long after she was born. Now that she was 2 years old, other than some basic things, her intelligence was definitely at the level of a demon. Little Tianyi was the same. Linya did not know what to say for a moment. "This is mommy, second mommy, third mommy." Little Shir pointed at Linglong Shui, Yiren Bing, and Bing Lingyue. But second mommy said that daddy has many other mommies outside. So what big sister is big sister? Linya, Lin Xian. Chapter 1853. Lin Xian was really impressed. This Yiren Bing, what did she say to little Shir all day long? Linya really didn't know how to answer little Shir. At this time, Lin Xian came to the rescue. "Little Shir, don't talk nonsense. If you talk nonsense, I'll throw you to school in 2 years." "Humph." Little Shir's cute little nose wrinkled. "Obviously, he's a scumbag," little Shir said in a childish voice. Linya held back his laughter. Little Shir is so smart. She was only 2 years old. Did she know all this? Lin Xian had a headache. Daughters are their father's little cotton-padded jackets. My daughter has been taught by them to be her father's leaky little cotton-padded jacket. Lin Xian said with a smile. Then little Tianyi walked over slowly. "Daddy." He clapped his little hands. Linya lowered his head and looked at little Tianyi. He was so cute. "Then I'll hug little Tianyi." Lin Xian smiled and carried little Tianyi. "No." Little Shir called out in a childish voice and then reached out to Lin Xian. "Hug." Linya then said, "Then I'll hug little Tianyi." "Okay." Lin Xian then hugged little Shir and kissed her hard on the cheek. "Sit." Linglong Shui called out to Linya and then poured her a glass of water. Linya sat on the sofa and hugged little Tianyi, happily playing with him. "They're all so smart. I feel like they don't have the intelligence of their age." Linya exclaimed. Yes, at first, when they were very young, it wasn't obvious. But as they grew up, they were indeed very smart and learned very quickly. "That's because my seed is simple," Lin Xian said proudly. Then no one paid any attention to Lin Xian. No matter how he looked at it, these 2 kids had inherited more from Linglong Shui and Yiren Bing. "Can you still control Ice Demon's power?" Linglong Shui asked Linya with concern. "Yes, it's not a problem for now. This power can still be controlled. It's just that when my situation is a bit special and my will is weak, This power might try to replace me, but it hasn't succeeded. Linya said. Lin Xian sat there and frowned. That's normal. If I'm not wrong, the Ice Demon's corpse should still be around when you inherited this power, right? Linya nodded. Yes, this power was in Ice Demon's body. It was forcefully extracted. Then there's no mistake. Bing then said, normally, inheriting the power of a Fiend Celestial is only because Fiend Celestials are named after the users of the 12 special powers. However, the power you obtained definitely contains the remnant soul of that Ice Demon. This remnant soul isn't too good. Lin Xian frowned and asked, how is it not good? Bing looked at Linya and said, logically speaking, this remnant soul is extremely weak. It wouldn't have been a problem if it was wiped out when you first obtained this power. But as your realm increases, especially now that you have reached the Heavenly Tao realm, this remnant soul's power will gradually grow stronger as it absorbs your power. Linya frowned and said, that should be the case. In the beginning, I thought that it might be because of my low realm. It shouldn't have been a problem if my realm increased, but as my realm increased, especially after reaching the Heavenly Tao realm, this feeling turned worse. That's because this remnant soul is growing stronger by the day. Once it's strong enough, it will possess you. Fuck! Won't it be destroyed then? Lin Xian hurriedly said. Difficult. It's too difficult to find a soul, especially when it's no different from a human. If it hides and tries to find it by force, it might cause both sides to suffer. But it can't be that the remnant soul will continue to stay in my sister's body, right? Bing Lingyue thought for a moment and said, I remember that there's a spiritual artifact that's very useful in this aspect. Yes, the soul-subduing flag. Then, Bing looked at Lin Xian and Linya and said, the soul-subduing flag should be the only spiritual artifact that won't harm you. As this ice demon isn't a simple person, it definitely can't be controlled using ordinary methods. The best method without harming yourself is the soul-subduing flag. Where is it? Lin Xian asked. Bing Lingyue shook her head. Back then, I had the impression that the soul-subduing flag was in the hands of the demons. It should be in the hands of the 7th Demon God Temple's Soul King Palace's Demon God Temple. Soul King Palace. This is a relatively evil existence. It likes to devour the souls of living creatures to cultivate. It should have destroyed many cities of the human race in the past. Perhaps millions of innocent people were killed. As the human race grew stronger and tightened their defenses, this kind of thing stopped happening. They relied on the soul-subduing flag. When the soul-subduing flag is inserted into a town in the middle of the night, all the souls will be extracted. Unless the person's realm is very high, they will be killed. Lin Xian. It's that strong. One of the 10 sacred artifacts. What do you think? Bing looked at Lin Xian. It's on the same level as the sky-throwing seal? Yes, but its ranking is much lower. It's only 7th. However, its effect is really powerful and frightening. If it's in the right hands, it can unleash terrifying power. At the same time, there's an army of ghosts in the soul-subduing flag. That's why the demon god of the 7th Demon God Temple became the demon god of the 7th Demon God Temple on his own. He ruled for so long because of the soul-subduing flag. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. I have to get my hands on it. Linya looked at Lin Xian and said, it's okay. In theory, as long as your sister is careful, we can always keep an eye on her. At the same time, as long as her state of mind doesn't have too big of a problem, after reaching a suitable realm, the remnant soul will definitely not be able to successfully possess her. Lin Xian shook his head. No, I'm worried. Lin Xian had no problem with other things, but when it came to the soul, Lin Xian really couldn't do anything. He didn't want to see a ticking time bomb around Linya at all times. Don't be in a hurry to take this risk. The success rate is too low. Let's wait. Bing said. Wait for what? Lin Xian asked. When the human clan and the demon clan start fighting, the 7th Demon God Temple will definitely take action. At that time, it will be much easier to fight the demon god head-on or secretly find an opportunity than to find a way to get there. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. I understand. Then Lin Xian looked at Linya and said, Don't worry. Linya rubbed Lin Xian's hair and said with a smile, I'm not the Linya of the past. Chapter 1854. Indeed, Linya was no longer the Linya of the past. She was now a top-notch expert. Therefore, there were some things that she felt she had the ability to do well. Lin Xian looked at Linya and said, In the past, you protected me. Now let me protect you. Linya looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Linglong Shui looked at Linya and said, Your realm is very high, but the former ice demon is no ordinary person. Don't underestimate her. You have to be careful. If the human race and the demon race go to war, this is just a matter of convenience. Okay. Linya nodded and looked at Lin Xian. Then promise me that if the human race and the demon race don't go to war, you won't force your way to the 7th demon god temple. Lin Xian nodded. Of course. I don't think I'm strong enough to go, right? Okay, that's fine. Linya nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. She was worried that Lin Xian would get carried away. Then, Linya hugged Shika in his arms again. So cute. Of course. Lin Xian smiled. Why don't you rest here tonight? Bing Lingyue said. No need. Linya shook her head. It doesn't matter. If you want, Xiao Shishir is the closest to little Tianyi besides Linglong. Renbing and Lin Xian are you. You can play. Linya looked like she really wanted to, but she didn't want to disturb her. Tonight you stay with Sister Linya. Linglong Shui rubbed Xiao Shishir's hair and said, But Batty Daddy can't be there, because Batty Daddy will bully pretty sister. Xiao Shishir said in a childish voice. Lin Xian? I say, daughter, who told you this? Lin Xian was shocked. Then, Lin Xian looked at Renbing. Renbing shrugged and said, Is it wrong? Yes. Little mommy said that daddy wants to bully pretty big sisters whenever he sees them. He's a big bad guy. Lin Xian. Oh my God. I have no place in Shishir's eyes. Just you wait. Lin Xian said, feeling wronged. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. The night passed just like that. Little Shishir and little Tianyi accompanied Linya. God knows what they talked about, but what was certain was that these two little brats were very smart. Linya's conversation with them would go very smoothly. The next morning, Linya woke up early to make breakfast for everyone. Lin Xian yawned as he walked out of Renbing's room. Sister. Lin Xian went over with a smile. I'll go to the Art Xian group later. Linya said. Don't. I don't want you to continue working at the Art Xian group. It's enough to have Murong Qing and Luo Chensi. They have already taken care of the Art Xian group well. Linya said, It's okay. I'm just going to see them. I haven't seen them for a long time. Okay, I'll tell the others. Let's get together tonight. Okay. 2 months passed just like that. Nothing major happened in the past 2 months. For Lin Xian, these 2 months were relatively comfortable. Nothing major happened. Although many people were watching Lin Xian, the Art Xian group, and Lin and City was not to be trifled with. At the same time, the human race was heavily guarding the dragon vein. The demon race could not do anything. However, everyone knew that the undercurrent was turbulent and the clouds were surging. The real crisis was coming. Previously, every team worked together to destroy the space walkways of the various demon god palaces. Some succeeded and some failed. However, it was a good thing. At least, it would increase the pressure on the demon race and reduce the pressure on the human race. Today, Lin Xian came to the military training camp. Oh my God, brother, you're finally here. When Xiao Runing saw Lin Xian here, she wanted to cry. Wow, she felt terrible. 2 months ago, Xiao Runing was ordered to come here to be Lin Xian's adjutant. She was to assist Lin Xian as a military counselor. At the same time, she could ensure the safety of the 1 million soldiers that belonged to Lin Xian. After all, the 3 forces were just testing the waters for Lin Xian. They knew that Lin Xian was talented, but they were not sure if Lin Xian had the ability to be a general. They were afraid that some of Lin Xian's decisions would cause the innocent deaths of the 1 million soldiers. However, at the same time, they wanted to see Lin Xian's ability in this aspect. Therefore, Xiao Runing was a military teacher at the martial arts academy. She had absolutely no problem in this aspect. Therefore, she handed it over to Lin Xian. She handed it over for 2 months. During these 2 months, Lin Xian had a lot of time. However, half of his time was spent in seclusion, and the other half was spent with Linya and various female confidants. As a result, he did not go to a place that was only 100 or 200 kilometers away. Xiao Runing was crazy. She had never seen such a hands-off shopkeeper. Today, he finally came. Ahem. Xiao Ningning, I miss you. Lin Xian grinned. Get lost. Xiao Runing glared at Lin Xian. She was filled with resentment towards Lin Xian. Hey, I'm busy. Lin Xian smiled. Busy your ass. You're always drinking and fooling around with girls. What are you busy with? If it wasn't for your sister coming back, I would really beat you up. What are you doing here? Xiao Runing crossed her arms and asked unhappily. I'm here to take a look at my million-strong army. How's the training going? Lin Xian asked. I don't have any substantial problems. What's the matter? Xiao Runing asked. The demon race has made a lot of movements. They've already gathered a few thousand kilometers away. Since I have a million-strong army, I have to use it. What do you want to use it for? Xiao Runing looked at Lin Xian. Normally, Lin Xian wouldn't need to do anything. You just need to defend. What do you want to do? She had a bad feeling about this. Lin Xian lit a cigarette and said, I want to see if I can find a chance to kill the 7th Demon God Temple's army. In this way, there will be much fewer main forces attacking Lin and city. It will also reduce a lot of pressure. I think there's something wrong with you. Have you watched too many ancient war movies? Even if the 7th Demon God Temple were to come, how would your million-strong army be able to wipe out their army? Do you think tens of thousands of people are going to ambush hundreds of thousands of people? There are 1 million people. Even if it's an ambush, how can it not be discovered? You're thinking too much. Just stay here and guard. If anything goes wrong, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Xiao Runing said, What do you want to do? It's not what you want to do, but what you can do. You also have to think about the lives of these people. Even if they may suffer heavy losses in the war, they will definitely go down in history if they die for nothing. I know. I just came to take a look. Let's go. Take me to have a look. Okay. Xiao Runing led Lin Xian over. Chapter 1855. This was a base. It was not that all 1 million people were gathered here, but they were not too far apart. There were a lot of troops here, and Xiao Runing was also running back and forth all day long. After all, it was very difficult to find a place to gather millions of troops. Moreover, the pressure was also very great. Therefore, the best choice was to send some people to manage the troops. Otherwise, if you were to manage 1 million people by yourself, how would you manage this number? There are 200,000 people here, the largest number in your army base. Xiao Runing introduced to Lin Xian. What about the strength? Lin Xian asked. Big brother, what are you thinking about? You're still thinking about 1 million warriors? Strength? Could it be that you want 1 million mysterious heaven realm, law realm, and domain realm warriors? Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Xiao Runing then said, There are about 600,000 warriors in the 1 million army. Some are strong, some are weak, and some are even in the Empyrean realm. For 100,000 ordinary people, right? Lin Xian muttered to himself. More or less. A large portion of the warriors are still ordinary people. Xiao Runing said. Ordinary people could also cultivate, but their talent was especially poor. They also had the God's Child system, but they chose to be ordinary people. This was because going to the demonic beast domain was too dangerous for many people. They would rather live a simple life. There were actually many people like this. Some of them had poor talent. They might have tried to kill demonic beasts outside to level up, but they found that even after killing many demonic beasts using many different methods, their realm did not increase at all. They were still ordinary people, so they gave up. There were many people like this. Although everyone had the God's child system, it did not mean that talent was enough. Talent represented how much experience you needed to level up, or how much experience you could obtain from killing demonic beasts of the same level. Some people could obtain 10 experience points from killing a mysterious heaven realm demonic beast, while the vast majority of ordinary people could only obtain 1 experience points. This would cut off their possibility of cultivation. There was no other way. The world was like this, and the world needed ordinary people to create it. Without ordinary people running the world and inventing things, how could the world develop towards a more civilized era? As for these ordinary people, the only reason they joined the army was because of the good treatment. They didn't have any qualifications or anything like that, so they could only do this. Although it was very dangerous, there was no other way. After all, the world needed it. Ai. Lin Xian sighed. Why are you sighing? Xiao Runing asked. I just don't know what to do. Say, if a team is made up of warriors, I wouldn't dare to order them to do anything. Lin Xian said. I can understand, but there's nothing I can do about it. Xiao Runing said. Yes. So, what else do you want to do? Lin Xian said. We'll see. Then Lin Xian followed Xiao Runing to that place. There were tents all around, and densely packed soldiers were training. What are they training for? Lin Xian asked. It's nothing more than physical fitness and fighting skills. Then there are some formations and so on. Physical fitness was too important for a soldier. Needless to say, fighting skills were needless to say. Although they didn't need to fight hand-to-hand on the battlefield and had guns, or even special guns, there were still many monsters attacking them at close range. Once the monsters got close to you, would you be crippled? It's a pity. If nuclear weapons could be used in battle, the monster race wouldn't be able to fight against the human race. Lin Xian said. It's a pity that we can't. Xiao Runing said. Why not? Since the human race had these things, the monster race could also have them. A long time ago, the human race and the monster race had set a rule that these weapons were not to be used. Both sides had agreed to it. In fact, no matter which side lost, it was impossible for them to disappear from this world. However, if such a war was launched, it was really hard to say. Moreover, the entire world would be damaged, and no plants would be able to grow for decades. What could they do then? Most importantly, even if they could, the monster race had something that could prevent them from using nuclear weapons. They even had a way to let the powerhouses forcefully charge into the human race with nuclear weapons. So who would dare to use it? Unless there was no turning back. Captain. Several middle-aged men ran over and bowed respectfully to Xiao Runing. Xiao Runing nodded, then looked at Lin Xian next to her and said to them, This is your leader. I believe you're not unfamiliar with him. They looked at Lin Xian. General. Lin Xian nodded. Thank you for your hard work. It's our duty. The monster race is ready to make a move. In a few days we should start a war here. Are you ready? Ready. Lin Xian nodded. Good. I only have one request for you. Give the order. I only hope that you can obey my orders. That in itself is our duty, Lu Xian said. Xiao Runing frowned and looked at Lin Xian. What was this person trying to do? Go and gather the other 800,000 here. I'll provide food and a place. Lin Xian said. Yes. Then they walked away. What are you doing? Lin Xian lit a cigarette and said, I want to make them more useful. Let me tell you, if you have any plans, you must ask the higher-ups. Otherwise, if something happens, you can't bear the responsibility. Xiao Runing reminded him. Don't worry. Do you think I'm the kind of person who doesn't care about their lives in order to achieve my own goals? Lin Xian said. That's true. Putting other things aside, Lin Xian's character was actually trustworthy. Of course, except when it came to women. I've already asked Uncle Murong about this matter. Lin Xian said. What's the matter? Why are you being so mysterious? Xiao Runing looked at Lin Xian in confusion. Let's go. I'll tell you. Lin Xian led Xiao Runing to a tent. Then Xiao Runing turned on the projector and showed the map of a large area outside Lin and city. This was much more precise than ancient wars. Which monster god temple do you think will attack Lin and city? Lin Xian asked. Xiao Runing glanced at the map and said, It's not hard to imagine. Here, the 10th, 9th, 8th, and 7th demon god temples are the main targets of the southern demon god temples, while the ones attacking Lin and city are the 10th and 7th demon god temples. They are the most convenient. Chapter 1856. The 10th Monster God Temple was no longer Yi Renbing's Monster God Temple. It was a new one. Well, we have a very good news here. The space plankways of the Monster God Palace here have all been destroyed. Therefore, when the monster race comes to attack us, they can only come on foot. Lin Xian said. Well, it's not difficult to understand. So? And for the demon race and the human race, in this kind of war between the two races, the one who decides the outcome of the war is definitely not a group of experts. When the experts fight against the experts, the ones who decide the outcome of the war are definitely countless ordinary warriors and demon race. Lin Xian said. I know. Xiao Runing said. With hundreds of millions of humans fighting against hundreds of millions of demons, the opponents of those experts would naturally be the opponents of the other side. Then, the battle between the humans and demons below would depend on themselves. If the humans won, the cities would be defended. If the humans lost, the cities would be directly invaded and occupied by the demons. Then, if I can reduce the number of demons in the Monster God Temple by a few million or tens of millions before the war starts, will it be useful? Don't talk nonsense. At that time, there should be 20 to 30 million demons attacking Lin and city. If the number of demons is reduced by a few million or tens of millions, it will be impossible for the demons to pose any threat to Lin and city in a short time. Xiao Runing said. After that, she looked at Lin Xian. What are you going to do? She looked surprised. Ambush. Lin Xian pointed at a location on the map. Xiao Runing glanced at it. Brother, are you crazy? This is modern times, not ancient times. For modern wars, a small-scale ambush is useful. What's the use of a large-scale ambush? It will definitely be discovered. Besides, this is a world of warriors, not a TV show where everyone is an ordinary person. Many things are not as easy to achieve in reality as in TV shows. Xiao Runing said. But don't forget that it is precisely because this is an era of warriors. There are all kinds of spiritual weapons and abilities. So, isn't it easier to achieve some things? Lin Xian said. Xiao Runing sat down and crossed her legs as she pondered over Lin Xian's words. Then, she raised her head and looked at Lin Xian. Do you have any ideas? Tell me. Lin Xian then pointed at the location on the map and said, What do you think of this as the ambush location? Xiao Runing said, In theory, this is a perfect ambush point. It's spacious enough and has a high vantage point. Also, this is a place that the army of the 7th Demon God Temple must pass through. First, it's easier to take the route. Second, it can save more than a day's journey. It's absolutely impossible for them to take a detour with tens of millions of soldiers. That's right. Do you think they're worried about an ambush here? As I said, this era is not suitable for ambushes, let alone large-scale ones. They don't know how to do it. Xiao Runing said. Then let's ambush them here. Brother, how can we ambush them here? The terrain is good, but there's no place to hide. Even if we hide well from the high vantage point, the demon race only needs one expert to fly up and take a look to expose us. Moreover, even if we don't expose ourselves, how can we ambush them? Xiao Runing really couldn't understand. Water. Huh. Xiao Runing froze for a moment, and then looked at Lin Xian with a puzzled expression. Water? Do you want to drown them? Yes. Brother, the army of demon beasts is not ordinary demon beasts. It's impossible to drown a large number of them. Even if it's possible, where do you get so much water? From the sky. Xiao Runing said helplessly. Yes, from the sky. Air. Xiao Runing looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian then said, My plan is to let the army of 1 million rush there as fast as possible and dig a pool that can store and disperse millions of demon beasts in this huge place. In theory, It's possible. When they come over, the water will come from the sky and disperse them. However, there are 3 problems. First, how can we not be discovered with such a big movement? Second, where does the water come from? Third, even if everything is achieved, do you want to drown them with a simple flood? It's difficult. Xiao Runing said. I've already thought of this. As for the first problem, there are many ways to not be discovered. Just set up an illusion or boundary there. It's best if it's an illusion. Xiao Runing muttered. It's feasible. The only worry is that there will be experts from the demon race passing by and discovering the illusion. This can be avoided. I have a way. What's the second problem? Lin Xian smiled and said, as I said, the water from the sky will be stormy for the next 2 days. That's why I said we have to do this as soon as possible. In addition, I have the law of creation. I can create a large amount of water, and I can even create this huge pool. I can achieve this alone. This isn't the mission of the army of 1 million. If you do this alone, it won't be easy to be discovered. The power of the law of creation was reflected. What's the third and most important point? Xiao Runing asked. Lei. Lin Xian. Xiao Runing instantly understood Lin Xian's meaning. Amazing. She couldn't help but mention these 2 people. It was feasible. Lin Xian's plan was really feasible. In this war between the humans and demons, the 7th demon god temple might directly lose its combat power. It might even be possible that the 7th demon god temple could only send those experts to participate in the battle. This plan was very bold. It was very difficult for ordinary people to think of it, but everything had a premise: Lin Xian's law of creation. The main reason was that his law of creation was sufficiently powerful, and his realm was sufficiently high. The law of creation wants to create such a large pool. Can you handle it alone? Xiao Runing asked. After all, a pool that could disperse more than 10 million demons had to be huge and deep. I'm at the heavenly Tao realm. This isn't difficult at all. Do you think it'll work? Lin Xian asked. Of course. Then the million demons will be used to clean up the mess, right? That's right. Other than that, there will be many human experts. They have to come. I've already discussed this matter with Uncle Morong. What did they say? It's worth a try. Lin Xian, you are fully in charge. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, so I plan on taking action now. What do you need me to do? Help me contact the experts from the various factions. Help me organize them and cooperate with me when the time comes. Lin Xian said. No problem. All right, then I'll head over first. The 7th demon god temple should be taking action. I have to be quick. Chapter 1857. They were not sure when the 7th Fey God Temple would be attacked. If the 7th Fey God Temple was attacked, it meant that the entire Fey race had made their move. However, the news that they received was that it should be soon. Recently, the entire human race had been on high alert. As for how the news was obtained, it was information that belonged to the Fey race. The human race had a special and powerful intelligence network. This intelligence network had even infiltrated the Fey race. However, it was impossible for it to be so secretive. The Fey race was the same. There must be a Fey race spy among the humans. However, the awkward thing was that the Fey race had a spy among the humans that was much deeper than the human spy among the Fey race. This was the disadvantage of the human race. Why was that? It was very difficult for the human race to have a spy among the Fey race. It was very difficult to bribe a Fey race expert. And if you were a human, how could you infiltrate the Fey race? For example, it was impossible for one of the upper echelons of the temple to be a Fey. As for the Fey race, many humans were easy to bribe. Actually, this was the awkward part. It was not to say that the human race was unbearable. This was the truth. Perhaps the Fey race was more ambitious, but the human race was more lustful. Not many people knew about this matter. If one had to count, it was actually only Morong Fong. This kind of matter did not need the 3 major forces. The human race knew that Morong Fong could make the decision. Of course, for Murong Feng to make the decision, he had to bear a certain amount of responsibility. If something happened, he would definitely bear the responsibility for making the decision alone. However, he also felt that this plan was feasible. At the same time, even if this plan failed, the consequences would not be great. Lin Xian arrived at the location and swept his gaze over it. This place was indeed a very perfect location. It was spacious enough, big enough, and the heavenly water falling from above. Coupled with the lightning, it could achieve a very good effect. Of course, the prerequisite was that it had to succeed. Lin Xian felt that the possibility of success was very high. Then, Lin Xian stretched out his hand and the overturning sky seal appeared in his palm. The overturning sky seal had successfully recognized Lin Xian as its master. During that 1 month of seclusion, Lin Xian mainly recognized the overturning sky seal as its master and then familiarized himself with its power. Enchantment. Open. This was also the reason why Lin Xian was so confident. The barrier created by the heaven flipping seal had all kinds of effects. The effect that was being released now was the kind of effect where you can directly enter, but once you enter, everything you see won't be real. It was similar to an illusion, and it was definitely not that easy to discover. Because this was released by the heaven flipping seal, Lin Xian covered a very, very large area around him. Even if there were other life forms in this area, it didn't matter. This was because Lin Xian was the only one who could see everything clearly in this area. Moreover, this was a desolate place. Because of the desolation, the surroundings were very empty. Then, let's get to work. Later on, Lin Xianran reached a very, very high place. It was raining heavily all around them. The weather was perfect. The heavy rain blocked their line of sight. At the same time, it would definitely reduce the number of creatures that would appear. Just like this, 3 days passed. In these 3 days, Lin Xian stayed here all the time. No one disturbed him. Only Murong Feng sent a message to Lin Xian to ask about Lin Xian's progress. He didn't come to see the specific details. It was enough to see how much trust he had in Lin Xian. Trusting a person didn't mean that he would absolutely be able to do a good job. Trusting a person meant that he would trust this person's character. He believed that he would do his best to complete this task. He believed that Lin Xian would do his best to complete this task. He wouldn't be like some people who mix things in. Success or failure sometimes depended on the will of the heavens. The girls knew that Lin Xian seemed to be doing something important. These few days, they didn't disturb Lin Xian. They also had their own things to do. The human race and the demon race were about to go to war. They would certainly participate in this battle to protect the human race. However, they didn't know what Lin Xian was doing. Lin Xian was doing something big. Time slowly passed. Everyone, gather. Lin and City. No, to be precise, it wasn't Lin and City. It was the human race from all over the continent. It was the various locations of the 5 great empires, the various borders. Tell me the current situation. Murong Feng sat there and muttered. Reporting, we just received information that the 3rd and 4th demon god palaces have finished stationing their troops. They have already set off. With the help of the spatial walkway, they can reach Ice Sea City in 1 day. Reporting, the 5th and 6th demon god palaces are leading their troops to Wind Cloud City. They are estimated to arrive in 6 days. The number of troops. The 2 demon god palaces together should be around 50 million. Reporting, the leaders of the various major forces were sitting there. They've all moved. Strange. The 1st and 2nd demon god palaces didn't move? An old man asked. The current information is, they haven't moved yet. This is strange. The other 13 demon god palaces have all moved, but the 1st and 2nd demon god palaces haven't. What does this mean? They frowned and pondered. This was very strange. This was too abnormal. Also, there's another news. Speak. The 15th Demon God Palace, using the spatial walkway, their target is Lin and City. Thud. Several people stood up. The 15th Demon God Palace? The undead? Yes, they muttered to themselves. The current news is that Lin and City will be attacked by the 7th and 9th Demon God Palaces. Now, there's the 15th Demon God Palace. You would think it was ridiculous, because normally a Demon God Palace would attack many border cities. Now, it was possible that 3 Demon God Palaces were attacking a border city. The pressure on Lin and City was unimaginable. Palace Master Murong, the situation is very bad. The 3 Demon God Palaces have turned out in full force. This small city is likely to collapse in an instant, especially now that the 15th Demon God Palace's undead are involved. Murong Feng said, "Send 3 times the troops to Lin and City at the fastest speed. I'll personally lead the troops. Lin and City can't be lost. Reduce the defense of the surrounding cities and focus on protecting Lin and City." Wait a minute, Duan Tianming said. Could this be a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain? These words made them ponder again. They know that we value Lin and City, and they also know that we value Lin and City. In that case, they'll beat us at our own game. They'll feign an attack on Lin and City and focus on other cities. Could this be possible? Chapter 1858. It had to be said that it was possible. Murong Feng nodded. Yes, I was rude. What President Duan said makes sense. But we can't just ignore it, right? Everyone knows how important Lin and City is. Even if it's a scheme, we can only deal with it according to their plan. Palace Master Murong is right. I suggest that we don't transfer our troops to the 15th, 7th, or 9th cities where the Demon God's temple might reach. It's better to spend more time and energy than to cause any consequences. Everyone nodded. Indeed, the demons are the aggressors. They are the dominant force. No matter what, we can only follow their scheme. They definitely won't attack simply. They must have some kind of scheme. Because you have to think about it. The human race isn't number 1 in the world. The human race and the demon race divide the world. The human race is very powerful, but the demon race isn't weak either. At the same time, the human race's most powerful part is their brains. In terms of intelligence, the demon race isn't any worse than the human race. Do you think the demon race will use normal methods to attack the human race? That's not realistic. Lin and City is a very important place. No matter what price we have to pay, we definitely can't give it away. An old man said, but I have a doubt. Everyone looked at him. Speak. We know that Lin and City is important. The demon race also knows that. If I were a demon, I would definitely use this point to make the human race pay a huge price. Even if there isn't any scheme, I would definitely make the human race pay several times the price for protecting Lin and City. Lin and City feels like a trap. They pondered. Yes, all of them had this thought. Defending Lin and City, no matter how they looked at it, seemed like a trap. But what could they do? Could it be that they had to give up Lin and City because of an unknown trap? Giving up a city was a small matter, but for the war between the two races, it would be a huge blow to their morale. Defend. We definitely can't let it go. Leave Lin and City to me. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. Murong Feng stood up and said, with Palace Master Murong overseeing, we can rest assured. Good. Then that's that. The entire human race was in a state of panic. There was no other way. The war between the human race and the demon race had never stopped for many years. But this time it was a war on the continent. There was no peace. The citizens of Lin and City had all fled inland. It wasn't just Lin and City. The citizens of every city at the border were doing the same. This was also good. Firstly, it was safer. Secondly, it would allow countless soldiers to enter the city and protect it without any pressure. However, there would still be many warriors who would come to the main battlefield. They either volunteered to join the guerrillas, fought alone, or followed mercenary groups, academies, and families to fight for the human race. Or they met a group of fated companions and formed one small team after another. The human race had a cohesiveness that no other race could match. When the human race was faced with a great crisis, their cohesiveness was actually very strong. Although there were people who were more prone to betrayal, It was indeed an extremely small number. Yes, battles were dangerous and frightening, and one might even pay with one's life. Whether it was out of love for humans, for their homeland, or out of impulse, countless people volunteered to come to the front line. It was because of such a large number of people that the three major forces and the human race had great courage. It was also because there were people who saw this scene and had such thoughts. As long as their realm wasn't too low, many of them were willing to come. Day after day passed by. Outside Linen City, no, to be precise, everywhere was densely packed with people waiting for the arrival of the demon race. The attacking side had the advantage of the attacking side, which was that they were in the lead. The defending side's advantage was that they could make preparations. Because they had destroyed a lot of space planks beforehand, they had time to make some preparations. Small missiles and the like had been set up. However, you really can't just fire these things casually. For the ordinary demon race, the damage was great. But don't forget, this was not a war between ordinary people. If you launched a missile, the other side just needed to flick their fingers and the missile would fly back to hit you or explode in midair. The geniuses of the human race had also gathered in teams. Han Chuxue and the others had also formed small teams to prepare for battle. As for Lu Yufan and the others, of course, they were also participating in the battle. They weren't weak now. However, Lin Xian was definitely not at ease. But with Ling Longyue by her side to protect her, it was fine. Yes, Linya was also with them, including Murongqing by Shen Xian and the Azura Palace. What's the situation now? Qin Feng asked. Reporting to Captain, the 15th Demon God Temple's army is about 5 hours away from Lin and City. The 9th Demon God Temple's army is about 12 hours away, and the 7th Demon God Temple's army is about a day away. However, the 15th Demon God Temple's army has already stopped here to rest. It seems like they are waiting for the 7th and 9th Demon God Temple's army to attack together. Qin Feng nodded. Pass down the order. Everyone is to rest and eat to replenish their strength. Yes. Lin and City's main command room. Murong Feng and a few others were nervously standing there, constantly pacing back and forth. Now, everyone was waiting for the battle to start, but they were also waiting for Lin Xian's news. Murong Feng received a call from Lin Xian. He quickly answered the call. How is it? Lin Xian said, the 7th Demon God Temple's army is about 10 kilometers away from me. It will take about half an hour for them to enter the ambush point. Okay, be careful. From now on, keep in touch. Communicate at any time. Lin Xian said. Understood. If Lin Xian's plan was successful, then the pressure on Lin and City would be reduced by a third or even more. At the same time, it might unknowingly disrupt some of the demon race's plans. Temple Master Murong, should we consider letting others know about this? Someone beside him suggested. I agree. Regardless of whether this plan succeeds or not, at least everyone will be able to see the demon race in a sorry state. It will definitely help our morale. Murong Feng shook his head. There's no need for now. Who knows how many of the demon race's spies are among the humans? What if they are exposed and cause the plan to fail? Then Lin Xian's voice came. It's fine. I can stop all signals and all kinds of information transmission. They won't make it in time. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.